Hello and welcome to an endurance race in Live for Speed for the first time in quite a while, and it's been brought to us by the Argentina Turismo team. We're very grateful for them to have hosted this event, and even more grateful to have invited us along to cover all 6 hours of GTR and LMP2 mod racing at Kyoto Ring GP Long in Live for Speed. I'm Peter Butcher, and today I'm going to be joined by a few members of the Sim Broadcasts team. On production, we've got Chris McElroy and myself, and then on the voice, we've got Travis Mellinger and Owen Harmon joining for the first few stints. How are you boys doing? Owen, how are you, first of all?
I'm doing well. Thanks a million, Pete. And yourself?
Yeah, really good. Need a bit more enthusiasm in your voice, though, Owen. I know it's early in the morning for you, mate, but let's get going. Travis, it's even earlier in the morning for you.
It was very early in the morning for me. I'm feeling pretty good. I appreciate calling out the names one by one because I was ready to jump in and talk on top of Owen there. I'm so excited to hear him because I haven't talked to him in a long time. No, thanks for having me. This will be a lot of fun.
Should be good. So let's get straight into the event. We have 8 minutes to go until the start of the race, which is not a long time to get through everything we've got to get through. So, let's do it right now. Thanks for joining us, everybody, for this event. And here is the track to begin with. Kyoto Grand Prix in all its glory. And 1.6 kilometers or 1 mile long is incorrect. But anyway, it is a very, very long track. 6 hours of racing here today, all 19 corners of this circuit. And we have a few surprises that have been put together by the Argentina Turismo team. And yeah, we need to mention also that this event is being supported by New Dimension Racing. We are using their tracker. So there is a link at the bottom of the screen there, tracker.newdimensionracing.com. That is the link you need to go to if you want to check out all of the lap times that are going to be posted by the drivers and keep up with the live timing for this event. So tracker.newdimensionracing.com is the link you need for everything in this event, pretty much. Let's talk about the cars before we head to the entry list for today. We have two classes. We have the LMP2 Prototype 2 mod created by ChemBlock 30 in collaboration with a few others there. A 4.2 litre V8 Le Mans Prototype 2 class vehicle with rear-wheel drive, 604 brake horsepower, weighing in just under a ton. Travis, you're pretty much an expert with this car in iRacing. You've driven it in Live for Speed. What's it like?
Yeah, so I have. I've driven it a lot in iRacing, and it's nimble, it's quick. You can see that it's not terribly heavy. Just over 2,000 pounds and 600 horsepower is quite a bit of power for the mass of the vehicle. And then recently, as we can see right here, brought to Live for Speed through the mods that the Live for Speed team added a few months ago, and yeah, it's a lot of fun to drive and Live for Speed. So in iRacing, we probably have, I guess maybe the chat is lighting up as I'm saying iRacing over and over again on a Live for Speed broadcast. But anybody else who's driven this car in iRacing probably knows that there's a little bit of numbness. You don't get the feeling of the car. You have to kind of learn where the grip is when you're driving this machine. I did probably a couple stints, I think 2 full stints of testing in this car. Preparing for this event to understand how it's different, see how quick it is, and it's interesting. Like the contrast between the simulators is really cool. So you get the feeling of the quickness, the agility of the machine, but you get the compliance of the tire like you get in Live for Speed. So you can drive the car a little bit harder. You can feel where the limit of grip is. And especially, some of the teams, I don't know if they'll be doing this today during the race. They definitely were during qualifying. A lot of teams were using a lot of preload in the differential or even a lock diff to get the power down to the road. And you can really feel, the limit of grip. You can feel the power going, through the tires. This car is a lot of fun to drive and Live for Speed. I like it a lot.
Thanks, Travis. We'll be talking about this a lot throughout the race. Of course, it's brand new to us, but obviously we have driven it in iRacing and seen it used a lot in there. So plenty more to talk about. But let's talk about the class that is known to pretty much everybody in Live for Speed. It is the GTR class, which is also going to be in attendance. There are pretty much half the grid are running this today. We've got the FXR, the FZR, and the XRR. The XRR with 1% intake air restrictor, and the FZR with 2% air intake restrictor, just to level these cars a little bit. So most of the drivers have chosen to run the XRR in this event. We need to talk about the qualifying, which has been happening for the last couple of weeks. And let's start off by seeing what our grid is going to be like in the LMP2 class. Here they are, Furtive Racing, one of the Furtive Racing teams. There are 4 of them in this event today. Excellent to see. The number 90 Furtive Racing LMP takes pole ahead of Fragmaster, then the other Furtive Racing team in P3. Tortoise and Hare Racing took P4, Lycan Racing P5, Master Race Car P6, Race Green Autosports P7, Ferrat Motors start P8. Then it's Le Mans Red Bull in P9, Savage Mead Sports, which is a combination of Savage Sim Sports and Jared Mead in P10, and Hormiga Loco Racing in P11. The cars that did not qualify but will be starting the race are Low Cost Racing, DA Racing, and QWE, who will be starting 12th, 13th, and 14th, respectively, in their class. Then over to the GTR qualifying, we have Yes Motorsports on pole position, the number 25 XRR. They're at the top of the timesheets for the GTR class. Then we've got Real Team Esports, Furtive Junior, Red Suns, Born to Race, Road Appraiser, Furtive Masterclass, ITA, Astro Race, Team America, a second Astro Race team, and then Brigetio Motorsport down there in P12 in the FXR. And you'll notice that, yes, as I mentioned before, most of the drivers are running the XRR, but we have a couple of FZRs and FXRs thrown in for good measure. So it's good to see attendance from all of the different cars in the GTR class here today, gents. Owen, you drove the... which car did you drive in the last endurance race in Live for Speed, Owen?
I was in the XRR.
All right, so you've got plenty of experience then. Were you even slightly tempted to enter this one with Steve?
No, it never entered our minds this time, unfortunately.
Okay.
But maybe next time. I will see how it goes.
Perfect.
The endurance
Perfect.
race is definitely his thing more than mine.
Well, we're going to have to rely on your expertise as the most recent endurance entrant in the GTR class in LFS. So, yeah, you'll have to give us all the insight there, Owen. Sorry to drop that on you, mate, but there we are. Perfect. Travis, only a couple of minutes left to go before the grid. I think we've covered pretty much everything we need. I'm excited. How are you feeling?
I am feeling excited. I love endurance racing. I love prototype cars. I love watching prototype cars dice in and out, negotiate the traffic. There was one thing I noticed in practice when I was kind of getting the feel for the car is that there's a broad spread in the awareness of how traffic works in endurance racing in Live for Speed. So might be a little hairy in the beginning with guys kind of getting a feel for the traffic, LMP2 cars coming up on you quickly or vice versa, drivers in LMP2 cars who maybe aren't used to negotiating slower traffic. But either way, endurance racing is wonderful. I love it. I think this is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Great cars on a brilliant circuit.
Yep. Joining us in the commentary box just before we go green is Michael Malik, who is doing this event solo. Michael, a few words from you, mate.
Oh, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you fine.
Great. I just got home, so I am a little unprepared, but it will be a quite eventful race.
Absolutely. You're driving for Ferrat Motors, and looking forward to it.
Yes, I'm quite excited, so let's see how it goes. It will be a long race, so anything can happen.
Well, considering you've just got home, I applaud your dedication to the broadcast by getting in the commentary box before being prepared. So we'll let you go. We hope to hear you probably at the end. I guess you're probably not going to be jumping in during the race, unless you want to, of course.
Yeah, feel free to go ahead, but preferably during safety cars. So, yeah, this car is difficult to concentration, so... Yeah,
perfect.
Just like
all
that.
right. Perfect. Well, we're about to grid up, so I'll move you out. And best of luck, Michael Malik, driving for Ferrat Motors, having a quick chat with us before we get going. The drivers are readying up in the background, gents. So only a couple of moments to go before 6 hours of KY3 Kyoto GP Long in Live for Speed. It's going to be mega.
Yeah, I would like to know what strings he pulled in order to be able to drive the race solo, because I suggested when I couldn't find a teammate that maybe I would drive this solo, and then I was discouraged from doing that because the rules say you can't. And I guess maybe Michael Malik knows the officials, the organizers better than I do. I think I might have done it.
Oh, he's definitely paid them off or something. So yeah, don't feel too bad, Travis. And to be fair, I'm very glad you're joining us in the commentary box for this. So I'm not too upset you didn't get to drive. No offense. But anyway, here we go.
It's worked out. I'm happy with how it's turned out.
Okie dokie. So yes, there is only one solo entrant. The rules did say, you're right, the rules did say that you couldn't do it solo, but I guess Michael was very persuasive, and the rules have been changed for his solo effort, which I think is fair. I mean, 6 hours on your own is a lot of effort, and I applaud him for giving it a go. He normally tries to do these events solo, so there we are. Good luck to him. And good luck to the rest of the teams, of course. Our commentary booth is open for interviews. We are on the New Dimension Racing TeamSpeak this afternoon, so please join us in the commentary box at all, just to say hello, tell us about how your stint went, how your team is getting on, and we would love to chat to all of you, like we did to Michael Malik a moment ago. It does look like we have a ever so slight delay for the start here, but as soon as we have cars on track to show you, we will. And a word of caution, a word of warning, I suppose. We are going to be trialing some instant replays here today, which should be very exciting. But pinch of salt, because we've not done it on a broadcast yet, so we'll give it a go. We'll see how they go, and hopefully they go fine, and we can bring you some nice replays of the action. Any movement in the background? I think we've got some movement, but just waiting for the final preparations.
Yeah, it looks like all the drivers have readied up. We've got, let's see, I see admins in the server. I see everybody readied up, so I think they're asking the last few questions. There's the instruction to turn chat off in the background, so I think we're just about ready to go here, Pete.
Perfect. Well, it's good that the drivers are asking their questions 3 minutes after the race was due to start. That's pretty typical for a racing driver, isn't it? Especially in these long endurance events, they're all panicking. They're all wondering, "Oh goodness me, are we doing everything right?" All this stuff. Well, it looks like we're on the grid, almost ready to go. We have a race timer, I believe, at the top of the screen. Well, let's get to the track and see these cars ready to fire it off around the track. And as the cars are pulling away behind the safety car, we will first of all see our grid of LMP cars head round. And then we will see our grid of LMP2 cars. Sorry, they have already gone. Then our GTR grid pulls away for a formation lap. And driving the safety car at the moment, we have another mod actually. An Aston Martin safety car inspired mod, which has been very nicely decked out, as you can see from this wonderful onboard. They've gone to town with this mod, haven't they?
Yeah, that's a great looking car. I was about to say before you jumped here to mention the safety car. I'm watching the LMP2 cars in the background, and the quality of this model is just so good. It looks incredible. Oh, as I said that, I was about to say that not only does the model look really good, but I love this Fragmaster paint. Obviously, it's Zdravko Ponyak, one of the drivers in this machine, who is a regular here in the commentary box with us. I was about to say that their paint looks really good on this machine, and then their driver went off in the grass, a little bit aggressive, warming the tires nearly into the Armco right before that slow right-hand corner, but managed to collect it. No harm done. Probably a code brown before the green flag is not how you want to start a race, but I think he's better than at racing speed, and now I think he's properly awake.
That was a scary moment for definite, Travis. Yeah, you just got to get those things out of the way now while we're not under green flag conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. We're rolling round to the start here, and at that point we're going to get some green flag running, hopefully. So it is Santandrew leading the LMP class around, and in the background it is Yoni Katilla who is leading around the GTR class. As Santandrew getting very, very sideways there as he makes his way around.
Yeah, so this is I don't obviously want to give away any strategy, but I think most of the people watching are aware that we usually get a lot of really high quality reconnaissance from Zdravko Ponyak before these events. And he mentioned that they had done nearly a collision in the background, a little bit. I think drivers still getting accustomed to the safety car pacing conditions in this new car with the tire strategy that I wanted to mention. So Zdravko Ponyak tried a few different strategies, mentioned that the different teams were trying different tire strategies. So I kind of wonder if maybe they have chosen one that even at the start when the tires are cool, makes it a little bit more challenging to control the car. Watching these guys, we're looking at the GTR cars now, but the LMP2 cars coming through that chicane. There we can see the line negotiating the chicane. This is going to be the trickiest part of this race, I think. No Boothie chicane here today, Pete. I think I anticipate we might see some carnage here just because this is so fast, and especially because the LMP2 cars are so stiffly sprung, so wound. That's going to be the most dangerous part of the circuit.
Yeah, the safety car is about to come into the pit lane, and then our field will be released for the start of 12 hours of, hopefully, green flag running. We can dream, right? The clock has started counting down. 6 hours. I got ahead of myself there, Travis. Nailed it. Here we go.
Excited for twice as much racing, Pete.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. Side-by-side start. Here we go. The drivers drive past a very, very nice, interesting added addition to this track, which is the timing clock mod. Look at that, absolutely fantastic. But here come the drivers. They are coming up to the line, and we will be green soon, hopefully. It's a long wait. It is a very long wait, actually. And we are green. There we go. Green flag running.
Yeah, Santandrew absolutely nailed the start there. It left Carhula in the dust.
Indeed, and it looks like we're going to be getting going for our. There we go. The GTRs are off as well in the background. So 2 classes of racing here today, and Santandrew's had an absolutely mega start up to the straight. We've got a car from the background. Looks like one of the. Who is that? That's Yilmaz off in the background, and more dust being picked up by our front runners as we head into turn 4. Car's off. A car rolling, in fact. Michael Malik's rolled it. Our 6-hour attempt has already rolled the car. That's going to be surely a safety car. Already out. Car 16 also in the gravel, and the safety car has been deployed.
And it looked like it was a pretty clean start. With Yilmaz in the background went off on the grass, and otherwise it was pretty clean. But then, Michael Malik, we didn't see in the background like quite how he got it wrong, other than ending up upside down. I couldn't tell. I thought he had landed on his wheels and got going again. But either way, under safety car control here now. Oh no, he is up on his side. I think I must have seen another car in the background. There, we can obviously see the course car. Michael Malik, he's done he's done quite a job to perch the car up on its side. These cars are long and broad and rather flat, so that's an impressive landing, sticking the car like that. Perhaps a little bit of help from the tire barrier to prop the car up, but that's unfortunate for him. 6 hours solo, and in less than 1 minute in, already in the wars.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, it has to be said. But anyway, Santandrew will be picked up by the safety car. Michael Malik has been recovered by one of the rescue cars. That's fortunate. So he'll be able to return round, go to the pit lane, repair any damage, Owen. So we don't know how long a stop's going to be during this race, but Michael, it's not over yet. Okay, so he was allowed to press the reset, so that car is completely fresh. So instead of being pushed over, he was allowed to reset his car entirely, which is interesting. Good for him. So the safety car will now pick up Santandrew, and even though the incident has been cleared, we will get, well, at least 1 lap of safety car running here at the beginning of the 6 Hours of Kyoto by Argentina Turismo. Thank you for joining us, everybody.
Yeah, quite a long lap here, so it takes, not as long as a track like Le Mans, but it takes some time for the cars to come around and for the safety car to pick them up. So we can see them passing pit lane, the pit exit right now, and the safety car at the front of this line. And because everybody had slowed down and bunched up pretty early in the lap, I guess we'll see, we'll wait for a call. Maybe they could bring the safety car in at the end of this lap since they've collected the whole field, but remains to be seen. We'll find out. While we were watching the start, this is one of the challenging things about the beginning of an endurance race, is we're trying to watch 2 distinct classes race one another and start the event. So we focus on the LMP2s at the front, but we didn't get to focus on the GTRs at the background. There was a clean start from the GTRs. If you look on the timing tower, you see there that Isaac Price has jumped up into first place. He started behind Yoni Katile. He managed to make a pass on the outside. He was up on the curb of the third corner as the LMP2s were filtering through, and Michael Malik was going on his journey up onto the side of the car. So Isaac Price getting a quick jump. We know Isaac is awfully quick, easily competitive. Well, I shouldn't say easily. Both of these guys are very fast. He is competitive with Yoni Katila, who is obviously one of the most talented GTR drivers in Live for Speed. I heard Pete say in my ear that we got the safety car in this lap. So that's my mistake. Pete was asking someone else and not telling me, so that's my mistake. We don't know yet when the safety car will be in. But yeah, Isaac Price in front of the GTRs now. Track position not as critical this early in the running as it might be in a shorter race, but I think he'll be happy to lead the pack through the first stint.
Indeed, as an exchange for the car reset for Michael Malik, he has to take a 10-second stop and go penalty, so he's not out of the woods. So he will definitely be last on the road as the safety car period continues.
Yeah, hopefully we can get green this lap, because the incident has been cleared. All of the rescue cars have gone, so hopefully we get the message from race control that we'll be going green again soon. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the number 90. The number 90 Furtive Racing machine. We've got 4 cars from Furtive Racing here today, 2 of which are called Furtive Racing, and they are driving in the LMP class, the class that is highlighted as green in your timing tower there. And we don't expect to see many LMPs at the back of the GTRs, but at the moment we do have the number 16 and the number 47 who will need to recover through the pack. And this is a great looking livery. This from Hormiga Loca Racing. The number 16 will be wanting to get back through the pack, Travis, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you could just spill cans of paint on these cars, and they would all look good because the shape of the machine is so nice. In the background, while you were talking, Pete, Michael Malik has asked the officials, asked the organizers, I should say, if he can take his penalty on the end of this lap. So there's
this is a replay of what happened to Michael earlier. Sorry.
Yeah. Michael, I guess Michael was the car. Oh, he just, looked like I couldn't see which car it was. The green machine on the inside looked like lost control of the car in the middle of the corner and bumped Michael Malik. So I was about to say that Michael Malik, as we get back underway, Michael Malik asked the organizers if he could serve his penalty at the end of this lap. So he's not going to lose as much time as he might have if he did it fully under green with all of these cars coming up to speed. But there we have it, underway again, safety car in. We've got looks like the Fragmaster machine lost a spot, and there we see Isaac Price coming through the first corner, leading Yoni Katula. We're underway, and everyone in the background, see the last few GTRs filtering through. I think everyone is through the first corner cleanly, and we are racing.
Yeah, we've got a big battle on at the back of the LMP field as well. There was a bit of a kerfuffle as the restart happened, but these guys have got themselves sorted out, and it does look like the number 52 of Yilmaz for QWE drops to the back then. He had a good start, but he's dropped back through, and you can see just how close Isaac Price is to the back of the LMPs. He really does want these guys to clear off so he can start to make up some time in this session. But finally, we're back to green flag running. Swift work from race control to sort that incident out and get us back to green flag.
Yeah. While all of that was happening, thankfully everyone threw cleanly and running under green now. Michael Malik served his penalty. Apparently there was some kind of problem actually serving it. I think an automated system in the server is meant to take care of that, but then he wasn't released, so the admins have let him go and he is underway. But ahead of him is Valenzice, who went off, must have been pretty early on. The front of the car is pretty badly damaged. I noticed that there was a message from the server saying that he had caused a yellow flag, and he is well behind even the GTRs, and Michael Malik is catching him, so not sure what happened there. As I said that, Pavlovich beached as Valenzice went by, so could be another safety car here. Looks like
he's managed to get it out. Yeah, he's got it figured out. He's got it out of the grass. That's good. So that's one of the Astro race cars, the number 31, getting underway at turn 9. Infamously dangerous at this track. Not good for the start of their race, especially with the amount of rear damage on that car. And as we head through the final corner, there we go. As the cars drive past the nice clock that they've erected here in this race, Santandrew, he is pulling a lead here.
Yeah, he looks really strong. Sorry, Owen, go ahead.
We have a battle here. Bermudez is taking on Mead and Lochtenberg. So Lochtenberg's opening 2 laps have not been good so far. He's dropping down the order, and Jared Mead actually makes the gain here. Very nicely done.
Yeah, close stuff. Jared taking the lead stint, the first stint for the Savage Mead Sports team there. Very nice livery indeed. And of course, in our endurance race coverage, we will open a poll later on for you to vote on your favourite livery of the day. Every single team on this grid has submitted a custom livery, which is the first time that's ever happened, and we need to applaud their effort because the cars look super. Look at these cars.
Yeah, I love that the Aston Martin green on the car ahead of Yilmaz here, and even the neon green and purple fade with the white on the tail fin of the QWE car we're watching. All of these cars look so good.
Yeah, the number 27 DA Racing LMP2 car is going to be driven by Brambilla, and Alan Terzic is making a return to Live for Speed today, which is pretty awesome. Happy to see him back behind the wheel, and he's going to be driving the LMP2 mod very soon in this race. At the front of the GTR field, Isaac Price is he's got a bit of a gap over Lagutskas, his friend and enemy in this race, I guess. And yeah, the number 77 Red Sun's car has made up a few places from the start and is now chasing down Isaac's XRR. We have to look a little bit further down to find our first FZR. There he is in third place. This is Chiodini, who is coming up to the fast chicane. We're not running the boothy version of this circuit, so the chicane is very, very fast, and it has a big curb on the exit. As you see, Chiodini mounts that to try and get as much speed as he can to try and chase the two ahead of him. But yeah, really difficult chicane this, Travis.
It is, and one of the things we'll need to keep an eye on with the LMP2 cars, because they're sprung not quite as stiffly as the BMW Sauber F1 car, but still very little suspension travel. Lots of relies a lot on the tire and the stiffness of the chassis in order to make grip. We might see some suspension damage with the LMP2 cars sailing over the bumps in that chicane. The GTR cars a bit more compliant through there. They won't have as much trouble, but that could be a story for the LMP2s. While you were talking about the GTRs a few moments ago, we saw Isaac Price, who is off in the lead, about a second and a half now. Yoni Katila has dropped back to fourth position. He started in the lead. He was on pole position for the GTR class. Isaac Price got around him on the start. And now Yoni Katila has fallen back to fourth position at GTRs. I looked at him a minute ago, and there was dirt on all four tires, so I think he must have gone a little hot into a corner or spun the car and come off in fourth place. Long way to go yet. I don't think that'll bother him much, and he has strong teammates. But interesting, Yoni struggling a little bit early on, and Isaac Price, as Isaac does, just steaming away in front of everyone else.
Yeah, I think we've got something to work out, and luckily we have eyes and ears in the background who will go our way and find out what happened to Yoni. Hopefully, we'll be able to show that at some point. But yeah, I'm just so glad that we're back racing in endurance territory in Live for Speed. It's especially nice to be using the mods to do it. The LMP2 mod, as soon as it came out, everyone was saying, "Oh, yeah, who's going to be the first team to organise an endurance?" And well, that prize goes to Argentina Turismo, who so far have put on an absolutely exceptional event. Very, very nice qualifying format indeed, over a couple of weeks to determine our grid. And so far, so good in the race. Just one safety car period, with Michael Malik ending up on his side and being able to recover back into the race. We still have the 26 runners that we started with.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the Argentina Turismo team and their organization. That was my impression joining the server, doing some laps, trying to get a feel for the car before this event. Very well organized. Lots of time for drivers to get in and set qualifying laps. No pressure to find time to practice and then do one or two flying laps right before the race actually starts. A really smart format with plenty of room for everyone to get practice, set competitive lap times in qualifying. Let everyone else get a feel for everyone else's pace, and now a little bit of a rocky start, which often happens when all of the cars are close together. Absolutely no fault to the organizers at all, as it looked like Brambilla, who was off the side of the circuit as we watched these two LMP2 cars go by. We'll have to tab back through there and see.
Yeah,
I think he's
gone. He's gone out of the race. He's retired.
It was that
Wow.
British Racing Green LMP2 machine.
Yeah.
It looked like it was just
DA
up
Racing.
on the edge of the road. Yeah, and that's that.
Yeah, they should be able
Anyway.
to rejoin, but that is a shock because that's
Yeah,
a pretty stacked team.
Yeah, that was one thing they clarified early on, that if you disconnect, you can rejoin. You'll lose a lap, obviously, because they won't have completed the lap that he was on. Oh, this is a great shot. Thanks to Mo for these cameras. This is a brilliant shot looking forward and back from these LMP2 machines. And I think we got a battle on our hands here for second position, Pete.
We do indeed, and while this is happening, Santandrew ahead is being able to check out in the number 90 Furtive Racing machine. Furtive Racing, well, they've turned up, certainly. They've put in plenty of entries in this race, and they're currently leading the LMP class, as Jeremiah Sinella now in the number 30 Lycan Racing LMP2 is trying to get in the slipstream of Hernan Quinteros ahead, and currently not able to do it as they head into turn one.
Yeah, the gap is coming down 0.3 of a second, but I think Quinteros has done better out of the first chicane, and Carhula will be watching this with interest just a little bit further down the road. Great battling all up and down the field, but I think the cars are spreading out a little bit more now.
Yeah, they are indeed. Yeah, stories up and down the field. We are still to work out what on earth happened to Yannick Attila, Yannick Attila, but he has already gained up a position. He's back into P number 3. He's overtaken Chiodini. So he's making progress for Yes Motorsport, but it's a long way to go. 5 hours and 39 minutes registered on our clock there.
I think the first 20 minutes have gone by pretty quickly. I want to talk about us for a minute, as in me and you, Pete and Owen. One thing that I think we have, I don't know, I won't say that we've forgotten this, but one thing that we've kind of, you get into a rhythm when you do these kind of races, and when they're short, fast sprint races, the commentary.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, Travis. We've got
that's okay.
Bassi off in the Le Mans Red Bull car. Down at turn 4, and that car is beached. So don't be surprised if we see another safety car happening very soon. That car is completely beached down there.
Yeah, there it is. Safety car deployed. That's actually the timing. The timing is perfect for the point I was about to make here, which is that when you're doing commentary and we're covering these races, we tend to get into the rhythm of the race. And we've not done an endurance race for a while, so I feel like you and I have a little bit of manic energy, all of the things going on circuit, Pete. Owen's in the background, pacing himself. I think we might, since we got such a long way to go, 5.5 hours yet. I think maybe we owe Owen a little bit more time and owe it to ourselves to relax a little bit.
Hey, we got
a bit of a break.
The introvert just lets the other people
I'm sorry,
do the work
Owen.
and
I'm sorry.
Take over when necessary.
I'm sorry. We need some timekeeping in the commentary box. But here we are.
This is a debate. Get our own desks.
Yeah, this is inspirational and aspirational now. More like Owen, chill out. 5.5 hours left. And now we've got it. Safety car. Owen, take it away.
So just on board here with Quinteros at the moment. He'll be pretty satisfied with this safety car coming out. It lets him catch up to his teammate, and the battlers behind will be kept away for just a little while. And indeed, in the GT class, I think it was advantage Isaac Price for a good while, and now his lead is neutralized. So mixed feelings, I'm sure. But thankfully, our Le Mans Red Bull representation is back on circuit.
We have a replay here of what happened to Yannick Attila while we're in our little safety car period. This is Yanni at that corner, and he just dropped it on his own. He goes off onto the gravel, into the wall, and there's going to be a chunk of left side damage on that car, and that's how Chiodini got ahead of him. And that's that. That was his own mistake.
Yeah, it's so easy to do there because that corner is so fast. It is almost on low fuel and on like the first stint of the tires, you can almost go flat there in an LMP2 car. You have to be pretty brave if you can do it. I think a couple of the guys were going flat through there in qualifying, but you have to be awfully brave. Requires a lift in the GTR car. Yoni there, lucky that he hit the barrier pretty squarely with the side of the car. He didn't get either corner. Got away with one early. That's a
sorry to
Code Brown
interrupt.
moment.
Sorry to interrupt again. I think Bassi's going to get in trouble here. He's overtaken a car under the safety car, and now he's gone and crashed into the wall again. This is going to be a penalty. This is not acceptable. He has just been in the wall. He's caused a safety car, and under safety car, he has overtaken someone and then crashed. So not good at all from the Le Mans Red Bull number 7 there at all. Not what we want to see. Hopefully he can guide it into the pit lane and get that car repaired again, and we can get back to green flag running, but not good to see.
Absolutely not. You've got to remember the key word. It's safety for yourself and for your competitors and the trackside team, whether it be the safety car or the rescue cars. So it's still a long way to go. There is a need to maximize your time under safety car, but don't panic. Like, we really need to make sure we see everyone get to the finish, and that means just try and tone it down a bit and make sure you don't make mistakes like that. But Bassi will repair that, and we'll be back at the rear of the field.
So we saw him pass a car. It looked like it was a GTR car. Is that accurate or not? I think it looked like an orange GTR car, but I couldn't tell who it was. I wonder, this might be another mistake we see during the race. I wonder if he thought he could pass cars in a different class, as long as he's not gaining position in his own class. Maybe it could have been just complete brain fade. Hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, the rules are you don't overtake under the safety car. It doesn't matter which class, unless you're asked to. You have to hold order. You don't pass anyone under the safety car. And here he did, and then crashed the car before turn 15. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like we are going to be... Are we going to be going for another safety car lap? It would appear so. So at least one more lap under the safety car. Yeah, Kyoto has been the scene of many an endurance race, many a big race in Live for Speed over the years, and you know it's 2022, and we're happy to see another Kyoto GP long endurance race, and this time with 2 classes and a brand new car, which I can't get enough of this car. It looks absolutely fantastic. Currently 2 Furtive Racing teams leading the way in a very, very stylish livery, it has to be said.
Stylish liveries all the way up and down the order, but this one in particular, as you said, Pete, looks really good. Very aggressive tire warming out of Quinteros. That's it's a little bit risky. You can see him putting rubber down on the road. Yeah, both of these machines look so good. The LMP2 car, the shape of the machine looks amazing, independently of the livery that's on it. I just love these cars. It's kind of a it's in between a Formula car and a sports car. You get the suspension, the drivetrain, the kind of feel of a Formula car. You get the downforce that you don't have on GTR cars, but also you get the fenders all the way around. You get the windshield in front of your face. A little bit of I call it the noob cannon because they're meant to be relatively easy to drive. They're out in real life racing. Oh, there we see the replay where he came. Yeah, he spun so right in front of this
Jared.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Jared Mead just sneaking through there. I was saying noob cannon right before we saw this replay of one of them going around. So still requires a little bit of skill. But these cars in real life are built for amateur drivers, or I should say non-pros. So they're meant to be a little bit easier to drive, but you can absolutely wring them out. Lots of performance in these cars. They're a lot of fun to drive.
Safety car is in this lap. We are watching Logtenberg, the number 33, weaving his way down to turn 9. Thank you very much for joining us for this momentous event in Live for Speed. It's great to say that endurance racing is back with a bang in Live for Speed with a World Endurance Championship inspired LMP2 GTR.
Sorry, Pete. Bossy is off again in the sand in the same place where he had originally gone off. He's spinning the rear wheels.
To get out. He's managing to get out but this is not what we want to see, guys. Michael has been asked to pass the GTR cars ahead of him by race control and is now ahead of Isaac Price. So Michael has now made it, well, very lucky, in fact, it has to be said, Michael, after rolling it. The efficiency of race control and the rescue cars around the track here have meant that he's now at the back of the LMP field again, after our second caution of the race.
And I dare say he has passed more safely under safety car by instruction and by simple execution than his competitor behind, Bossy. We need to keep an eye on him. This might be a little bit hairy because Bossy's going to be approaching the back of the pack very quickly. I think he's going to catch them he'll easily catch them before we get around to start finish. And I doubt he'll be waved through because he's catching so close to the end of the lap. Yeah, there's no way he's going to have time.
There's no time. So that's it. He'll have to wait as we get ready for our third period of green flag running. It is Santandrew, the number 90 Furtive Racing, leading Quinteros in the number 10, and he's dropped it already. He's gone.
Yeah, it's extraordinary how he's getting this time and time again. He's really put in the practice, I'm sure. There we go, green flag.
Yeah, green flag on our timing tower there. Wonderful little mod they've added here. Fantastic stuff as the safety car peels into the pit lane.
On the outside of Quinteros for the run to turn 1. And in fact, yes, that's done. Zanella, without much threat, gets the move done, but the counter-attack is coming here. A bit of a loose entry out of 2. And Quinteros will look on the outside. Oh, he's loose. This car tends to get loose on the application of the power from slow speeds. I'm sure Travis would agree with me there. So yeah, now we have the big pack coming right behind. Here we go.
Yeah, I do indeed. Oh, almost 3 wide here. Everybody thinks better of trying to go side by side. Looks like everyone's getting through here cleanly. A little bit of bumping. Yeah, these cars have a lot of power and a lot of torque. It's just enough torque that when you put on some steering lock and you get the power down, that at lower speed, first or second gear, that you can break traction. And especially, I think some of these teams may be running a lock diff because it lets you get the power down so easily. Most of the corners on this circuit fairly open. There's lots of room. You see the big curb here on the left. There's lots of room to open up the steering and carry the speed out of these corners. So lots of preloaded the differentials if they're running limited slip, or they can use a lock diff. But that means on cold tires and on some of these slower corners.
Zanella, Travis, something's happened to Zanella. He's dropped way back.
That would have been at turn 9. Quinteros got back through on him at turn 9. Sorry, Travis, to interrupt.
No, that's okay. I think he probably went wide there, trying to open up the steering and avoid the grass, but just caught a little bit of it. Managed to save the car and only lost 1 position. So well done to him. 2 positions, sorry. Well done to him to collect it and not lose any more positions. Santandreu is he's taken off. I think we expected them to be quick, but not so much quicker than everyone else. They are the class of the field by far. 3-second lead at the end of this.
Yeah,
his first lap.
Absolutely insane pace. Yeah, insane. Good news for all you GTR fans. It's close in the GTR class between 3 big hitters in Live for Speed history. Isaac Price going extremely wide at the final corner.
The final complex gives Laguskas the opportunity to get right behind, and Yanni Kittil will be watching this to see what could happen next. Here we go. Laguskas will merge to the outside at start-finish straight. He is ahead. He is cleanly ahead. That's a move done for the GT lead. And Isaac has a counter-attack opportunity, similar to what we saw with Zanella on the previous lap. There we go. He's around the outside. He's got to hold it. And Yanni is here as well. A lift for Laguskas. It allows Kitila in for a look. But unfortunately, I don't think he'll be able to get alongside. It's Price actually going to the inside, heading towards turn 4 now. And again, Laguskas has the slipstream speed, but not the racing line he would have wanted. So Price will head up high and defend nicely.
This is amazing. Hard fighting, and we're only half an hour in, boys.
Yeah, that was great stuff. If you chose 3 drivers at random from the field or from the regulars that we see in Live for Speed, I think any other 3 drivers, that would have been really scary stuff. But these guys so talented. Chodini is now caught up. This is a 4-way race at the front. All 3 of those guys nose to tail through the first sequence of corners. Lots of respect, just enough racing room. Really good stuff from all of these guys. I was about to ask. I didn't want to cut away from this battle. I was going to ask to get a shot of Bossy because Bossy was going to be working his way through traffic. So we see a couple GTRs coming together through there just ahead of him. That's the fun, the beauty, what I love most about prototype racing, sports car racing, endurance racing like this, and driving LMP2 cars is you get to work your way through the traffic, and it was so much fun doing that. But Bossy, a little bit ragged there, nearly caused a big problem for a couple of those GTR cars as we watch Zanella all over the back of Bermudez now. Sorry, David Godge.
It's David Godge, yeah. We have a beached car. The number 31 is beached somewhere out on the circuit. We'll have to bring you some pictures of that in a minute as Zanella is trying to make this move stick. He's on the inside. There is a rescue happening on the track while we've got green flag racing, which is very unusual. Hopefully it can be cleared up without the need for a safety car. That would be impressive. And he is out the gravel. Good work from the rescue team.
Yeah, efficiently done.
Good effort by the race control to sort that one out. As we've got Kahula off and in the wall by one of the race control stations there. He's been off, and that's it's big damage, big left side damage.
Yeah, that's a big hit on the left front. We talked earlier about how suspension damage might be a factor in the race with the cars bouncing over the curbs in the very fast chicane, turn 13. Christian Kahula, it looks like he's been struggling with the car quite a bit. He started the race in second position. I believe Zdravko Stepaniak set their qualifying time. So started second, falling back. Now pretty close to the rear of the LMP2 field. Not the start that they wanted, but he has a couple very quick teammates, very consistent teammates. We know Zdravko Stepaniak can ring out a prototype. Any type of car, really. Prototype cars, GT cars, Formula cars, you name it. Long way to go yet. They're not out of it, but again, not the start they wanted.
No, as we head through Spoon Corner, it's so close in the GT field. I barely want to have a look at the. I barely want to turn our eyes to the LMPs, but I have to because look at this. Michael Malik, after starting in after lap 1, pretty much being in last place, he's up to P7 overall.
Yeah, this is a great rescue job from Michael, given that second chance after the turn 4 incident. He's able to keep going. And yeah, speaking of the draft coach, Ponyak, he was one. Oh no, Bassi's off again. Oh,
yeah, something has to be done about this now.
Yeah,
that was
13.
A big dive.
Yeah, I feel like all it takes is me thinking about Bassi catching some traffic and wanting to get a shot of Bassi to see him going through the GT field. And I don't have to say anything, and then he gets into a little bit of trouble. So, yeah, I think the officials need to take a look. He's driving a bit recklessly through the stack of tires. There is a little bit. Whoo, that was a good shot of Rochtenberg lighting up the rear tires coming out of that corner. As we watch Bassi streak away in the distance. He's driving a bit dangerously. I think they need to have a chat with him, ask him to clean it up a little bit.
Here we've got a replay of what happened to Kahula, the Fragmaster machine, as he headed down to turn number 4. There's Roney in the back. I don't think there was any contact. Oh, he lights up the rear on the exit. Oh, no, there is further contact with the race green machine, and that's how he ended up in the wall.
Yeah, that's just unlucky. Losing it right in front of somebody like that. The trailing driver has nowhere to go. Obviously, not intentional. It's the racing incident. You only have a split second to avoid the guy who's spinning right in front of you, and nearly did. Just clipped him and sent him around. Unfortunate, but they have lots of time to come back. Okay, I'm going to mention Bassi now is trying to negotiate traffic. Right now, he's behind Ayub Elanouni, a fan favorite, one of our favorite drivers as well. And Ayub, in normal circumstances, I would say this is absolutely not on. Not okay at all whatsoever. Ayub actually blocked him going into that fast right-hander before the fast flat, almost flat right-hander before they come around to the big spoon corner. But I think Ayub has seen Bassi come and go enough times that Ayub didn't want to be passed in a high-speed corner. Kind of gave him the fade to force him to think twice about it, and now everyone through safely. Though we have to watch Bassi negotiate the chicane again. Yeah, he's through this time.
Now, he's coming up to the leaders. So this is going to be interesting. Let's see if he can navigate these guys. Once he navigates these guys, we can all breathe a sigh of relief as he will resume his way up to the rest of the LMP field, hopefully. But he's coming up behind Yoni Katila, who is close behind Vitaltas Lagutskas for third place in this race. Bassi's going to have to thread the needle here. He goes to the inside. There's one. There's two. Just.
This is where. So this is where. Oh my goodness! This is where experience really shows.
Oh,
so you can see that. Oh my goodness!
Oh. Yeah, that's going to bring Vitaltas back into the clutches of Isaac Price.
Yeah,
Isaac's
really
going to have another go here.
Sorry for the grunts and groans there, but was. I've done enough endurance racing myself that those kind of moments make me really nervous. Now, I guess we got another three-way fight out of it, so that's nice.
Yeah, this is what we expect to see. Oh no, is he off? Oh dear. He's kept it moving.
Yeah, he has certainly made a difference to the GTR class, and the lead trades twice, and Yanni is even in reach for an overtake as well.
Yeah, sorry, I'm laughing in the background. Yeah. I'm laughing in the background because as Ayub went through, Ayub was on the horn. I think Ayub is not thrilled about going through or watching Bassi go through one more time because he's seen him twice in as many laps, and now he gets to see him again. I was about to say that as they came around the front stretch, the difference in experience really showed there. So the proper place for Bossi to pass would have been to breathe the throttle a little bit coming out of the final corner so that he could give the lead cars time to get to the racing line, and then he could have easily passed them on the right, like we might see Bermudez do around Jared Mead here, running nose to tail out of the final corner. But the GTR cars, Isaac Price, Vitalis Lagutskas, Yoni Katila, all recognized that he was going to try to send it on the inside close to the pit wall, and wisely moved to the right and get out of the way. And then Vitalis Lagutskas, he didn't really there wasn't much he could do but make room so that he didn't get punted off, and it compromised his run across the start-finish line and through the first sequence of corners. But discretion is the better part of valor, especially when you have a reckless LMP2 driver coming up behind you, and he does manage to retain the lead. Oh, Jared Mead late on the brakes there, gets to the inside. These guys are going to go side by side again. This is just slowing them down, but it's fun to watch.
This is fantastic. I mean, this is the best afternoon of entertainment so far we've had in a long time. And yeah, we're only 40 minutes in, so bring it on. Great stuff from Bermudez there, showing Jeremy just how it's done, as we watch from the high camera. Low-cost racing up to P8 in LMP.
A very good show, that's for sure.
While we're watching Zanella, he's about to make a move on Quinteros. We have a replay from Zanella from earlier, which we're going to show you. Here it comes, and this is what happened to Zanella as he went through turn number 9. He was ahead of the Furtive Racing team, and yeah, just dropped a wheel and looped it, and then hit the wall with his nose. Quite lucky there, really.
I think the left corner kind of absorbed the blow before he hit the side impact. If it was a side impact on its own, that would have been really painful. It just seemed to have alleviated the blow just a little bit.
Indeed. Travis Kahula is recovering. Sorry.
Yeah, Karhula is recovering. He's catching one number 7 Red Bull liveried machine driven by our favorite LMP2 driver. I didn't feel like it was worth interrupting because it's become a theme now. Yeah, Bossi looped it again as we were starting that replay, and nearly the entire GTR field went by. I watched Chodini go by while we were watching the replay, and then he dropped a wheel and went off again as the replay was ending. So, yeah, I feel like race control need to do something about him. He's clearly it's a challenging car to drive, especially to drive near the limit. And now this is affecting all his competitors pretty badly. He's so much quicker than the GTR machines by virtue of driving an LMP2 car, and he'll have to negotiate the GTR field again. And it's just becoming a bit too risky for everyone else around him. So I would like to see them pull him aside and ask him to get the machine under control, or perhaps hand it off to one of his teammates. But
yeah,
we'll keep an eye on it.
Slightly. Yeah, we will. I'm sure we will. I'm sure Owen will. Owen's right there with
I'm watching
with the Bossi news.
Now. No, just in my own experience in the GT2 6 hours of West Hill, I was put into 5th place thanks to Adam Brown's exceptional pace, and then I fell to about 20th. So as the Dravco had to rescue the situation again. So yeah, it's very tough if you're in a quick car, but you don't belong in the position you've been inherited. So yeah, I can understand it, but yeah, it is very difficult. But you've got to just calm it down as best you can, and hopefully, this repair job will get the Red Bull team going again.
That's a terrible feeling too. Maybe our friend Tom Jones is watching, but it became a bit of a meme when Tom and I were doing a 6-hour endurance races together, where Tom would have we'll call it Tom would have a challenging day, and dropped cars in some comical ways, and we're doing it for fun, so it's not that big a deal. So I'd give him a hard time about it, and we had fun together, which is the most important thing. So not a big deal if we rode off a car, say going through a Scari and landing the car on top of the tire barrier on the outside of the corner. And it was fun in games until I did it myself, until I let Tom down at Le Mans once, just completely binned off a car driving into one of my competitors, bonehead mistake. That's an awful feeling. Even when you're just doing it for fun, you're out there doing your best, trying to have a good time. It feels bad feels really bad when you make a mistake and it affects, not just your competitors, but also guys who are relying on you to do the job in the car. So we've given him a hard time. Oh, I was about to say, Bossy has handed the car off to his teammate Diaz. Yeah. So hopefully Diaz has a better time than his teammate does. We'll keep an eye on this machine and see if they can recover. Pretty far back now. They're actually the last car in the order overall behind all the GTRs, so they have their work cut out for them.
I'm looking forward to your stories about endurance racing, especially with Tom after what you're doing this summer. But yeah, doing a real life 24-hour with him.
Well, that was a bit of a tease, Pete. You said real life endurance racing this summer. Pregnant pause. I thought you were going to get us back to the racing year.
No,
yeah, we are doing that. Well, we got this three-way battle here, so we'll keep
Let's
an eye on this
that.
and talk about. Yeah, we'll talk about them for a few minutes. Maybe we get some time later. We can talk about that.
But anyway, here we are. Joni Katila looking at the back of his teammate in various other series, I guess. Isaac Price, but driving for different teams here today. Yes Motorsport. That's a very Sidus-looking livery, that isn't it? But I guess that team has got a couple of Sidus drivers in it. Car 25 is being driven today by Joni Katila, of course, but also in that team is Nico Pantola and Gabor Gyur. So that's where the Sidus-inspired liveries come from, I suppose.
If we could catch Christian Carhula really quickly. I think he's just gone around the outside. We didn't catch it soon enough. That's okay. But you can see that he's in front of Ayub. So Christian Carhula has nearly looped it there. Ooh, that code brown moment. I feel like I need to work on my composure talking through these kind of moments, because we picked him up as he was going through this corner and nearly lost the rear of the car, and to have one of my moments. So Carhula very wisely followed Ayub all the way through that sequence of medium speed bends before he was able to get enough room to use the power to get around Ayub, and it didn't cost Ayub any time. It cost Carhula a little bit of time, because he could go through those corners a bit more quickly than Ayub does. But there's an example of how it's done through safely, and now you can see the pace difference between the LMP2 car and the GTR. Christian Carhula is off in the distance, and we just see Ayub coming into the background there. Much quicker pace out of the LMP2 cars than the GTRs. And here we are, Isaac Price once again in this GTR sandwich at the front of the GTR field. Great racing from these three drivers.
Yeah, and the staggering thing is the gap that they've managed to open up over Ayub is it's over 8 seconds, isn't it? Almost. It's quite large. May not be that big, maybe 7 or 8, but we're watching the Red Suns number 77, who is at the moment leading what is going to be, I'm sure, a very close three-way fight for the podium in GTR. 3 XRRs driven by 3 extremely talented drivers, and they're about to have Carhula trying to get past them to kind of get himself back to the back of the LMP field. So this will be interesting.
He's got to wait at the moment. This is a single file portion of
he's doing the sensible thing. For sure.
Yeah, just hang on until you get to the straight before turn 9, and then you're sorted.
Car 5 has made a driver change. Car 5 is we're expecting a driver change for car 5, so expect Sanchez to be out of that machine soon as we watch Carhula manage the traffic. Now, traffic management is something we haven't had to deal with for a long time in Live for Speed, so a lot of the drivers are going to be pretty rusty at this. They've had a test race, they've had a practice race, I think it was last week, so a few of them have got up to speed with the lapping, but you can win and lose a race by making dodgy overtakes when you're overtaking slower cars.
Yeah, so that was very smart from Christian Carhula there. I think he's probably not as comfortable with the car as his teammates. I didn't watch that closely before the event, but I noticed that Daniel Lukostic and Zdravko Toponiak, they did a lot of practice early on, and I don't know that he didn't, but I don't know that Christian Carhula did as much practice as his teammates. So we could see him following the GTR cars there through those fast corners. A little bit of trepidation, but that was the smart thing to do. If he's not as confident in the car, if he doesn't feel like he can get through safely, then because you have so much more power at your disposal, you can just power by these
Ooh.
guys when you have a little bit of racing room. Santandreu, clearly more confident in the car. That looked a little bit hairy because
That
there
was
was a bit of
close.
tire smoke and dirt, but that's not a bad move. I was going to say that Christian Carhula, we saw him following the GTR cars ahead of him through that long spoon curve, that long left-hand bend. He could absolutely go around the outside there and lose less time. But smart by him, recognizing that he's not quite as confident in the car as some of his competitors, staying behind, using the power to get through when there's a lot more room. And that's going to be a theme all day. Drivers who are willing to use discretion. Ooh, Quinteros, the back of the car, getting away from him. The GTR car in the grass ahead of him. We got a race here.
Yes, and
Here goes
Martinez
Zanella.
just ahead. Travis, he got loose out of turn 2 while Santandreu was lapping him. And
that was so
Zanella,
close.
Quinteros. Oh, that's a heart-stopping moment for Martinez and all of us in the commentary booth, that's for sure. And Quinteros, they're going to go side by side.
Contact. Oh, Quinteros. Oh, there we go. But Zanella, hard fought. That could have been a horrible accident. They tried to overtake each other as they were going past Martinez. There was 3 wide on the run down to turn 4. And Zanella back into P2. He's been there a couple of times, and then it's gone wrong for him. Let's see if he can keep it this time for the Lycan Racing number 30, as they're catching a GTR in the place you do not want to catch a GTR. A very, very high downforce right-hander at turn 9. And, oh, goodness me, that was well negotiated.
Yeah, these guys are doing a really good job. I should have turned on my webcam so you could see me biting my lip and curled up in my chair. That's one of those moments in an LMP2 car they're just kind of unlucky and unavoidable. You're racing another LMP2 driver side by side. And it was well held by both of them to get through there safely. But then you catch a GT car as you're racing one another, and you have to make a split-second decision to use the room you have to make the pass, to back off. And that was a bit brave by Jaramillo Zanella. I don't think I would have made that move myself, but there the proof is in the camera shot right now. He kept the car under control. Both of them respected one another. There was just enough racing room for all of them to get through. And now he has a gap. He's got a bit of a buffer to third place behind him. Great racing from everyone so far.
Yeah, that's a good. Oh goodness me! As we, what on earth has happened there?
I spoke too soon.
I think it was lag. Of course, we are an international community here in Live for Speed, and this is an event that's being organised by a South American team. And the joys of the internet is sometimes we see things happen that didn't actually happen, but they have bunched up again, so maybe something happened. Jeremias at the end of the lap, I was going to say, it did a great job to open that gap up, but it's now gone back to 0 as Quinteros fancies a move back somewhere around here.
Yeah, Jeremias has to settle down here. He knows he still has the P2 for the moment. With this section, I think it has given him that chance to recuperate from that scare, whatever it may have been. But yeah, it seems like if he can just get through this lap, he'd be all right.
If we look just ahead of these guys, they're about to lap Christian Carhula, who has just been off right before the spoon curve. He saw the notification that he was causing a yellow flag. And he dropped a wheel and then put the machine into the Armco barriers. Looks like he slapped the left front and the left rear of the car pretty hard, bent badly. So Christian Carhula just trying to survive his responsibilities in the machine and hand off to his teammates. He is struggling badly, and now, well, he's more than a full lap behind Santandreu, who's gone through sometime earlier, and he's got second and third position, catching the GTRs, and him just coming through the start-finish line now. These guys coming up on these GTRs as they come around the final corner. Bad to worse for the Fragmaster team. I think we've got an LMP2 car just ducked into the pits, unless I missed. No, sorry. I got confused with Quinteros coming up on the GTR cars. I thought he had ducked into pit lane, but he was just hidden behind Yoni Katila.
Yeah, we've got some leaders lapping leaders here, Travis, and they're almost done with this. Quinteros now needs to get past our GTR leader Lagutskas as he does so down into the braking zone for turn 4. Nicely done. So the leaders have sorted it out. The leaders have now had a full cycle of lapping. Well, our LMP leaders have at least. And they have done a nice job so far. So, yeah, this is nice from a field of drivers who, most of them, won't have done an endurance like this ever.
Yeah, I think we've identified a few drivers who are struggling, and been off a few times, caused a little bit of trouble. But for the most part, I'm really impressed. These guys doing a good job in these LMP2 cars to negotiate the slower GTR cars. The guys driving GTR cars, in particular the leaders, Vitalis Lagutskas, Isaac Price, Yoni Katila, using their experience to to put themselves in the safest position they can. They're under no obligation if an LMP2 car is coming through to yield. They can run their race, drive through the racing line. It's on the LMP2 cars to pass safely, but using their experience, wisely positioning their cars to make sure they're getting around as safely as possible. And this is a good show from everyone so far. A few hiccups here and there, but we're almost 1 hour in. The racing has been really tight, really good. We see these two running nose to tail once again. This has been a great show. I look forward to 5 more hours of it.
Have indeed. 4 minutes to go before we do our customary full rundown of the order in both classes, of course. And 25 runners of 26. We have lost the DA Racing LMP machine driven by that would have been driven by Alan Terzic later on in the race, but his teammate unfortunately had an incident. We're not quite sure what happened. An incident in the very, very early stages of the race, and unfortunately they have retired. They are, of course, allowed to rejoin at some point, and we hope to see them back. But for now, we are down to 25 runners in the 6 Hours of Kyoto, organised by Argentina Turismo. Thank you everyone for joining us. We are about to enter hour 2.
This man right here is a luminary in the Live for Speed community. Ronan Krumpush puts on so many great events. The Tuesday Fun Race, I think, is perhaps the best known in its varieties. The regular one, and then the XL. Close racing here. Looking at Bermudez giving up. Looks like he's just given up 6th position to Michael Malik, who's made an amazing recovery.
Yeah, Michael up to P6, but Bermudez fancies a go, I think. He's going to lose out here. The dirty air is quite impressive off the back of these LMPs, but he might be able to gain it back up to turn 9. Quinteros has spun, we're hearing at Spoon.
Oh, yes.
So that's a big drama for the top of the race. That's a steady pair of hands has dropped down slightly here, back into the leaders of the GTR class. So he needs to sort himself out. Just find some.
It's not really on by him going off like that. He rejoined a little bit too closely to the racing line. Then kind of low awareness of the GTR cars, though. He does getting through there before the chicane that's scary. I love this shot riding the bump.
Yeah.
I was saying about Roney that we haven't talked about him today at all. He's running there in 5th position. He's if we total the time there, he's 25 seconds off the lead. So great race from him. We know him to be a consistent driver. So we keep an eye on this close battle for 6th position here.
Zanella's going to the lead.
Race leaders pit.
Yeah, race leaders are pitting, Travis.
Yeah, a lot happening here. Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Very, very, very short stop from Santandrew. So, fuel only for him. Let's see what Zanella does. Zanella's still stationary. Now he moves. So a very, very nice gap indeed from for those guys up front. And Zanella rejoining now in P5. Michael Malik has jumped up to P4, but will probably stop on the next lap. Fuel saving, that is a strategy talk we haven't had yet, guys. Fuel saving could win you or lose you this race.
Yeah, it really could. If they could stretch 2 more laps, which is that's a lot to ask of a driver, but stretching 2 more laps would save a stop. I think it's even harder now because they're 1 minute from the top of the hour, but stretching a little bit longer and saving that extra pit stop that they're on pace to do at the end would be huge. Looking at Santandreu now, has dropped down to third position, gave up the lead on that cycle of pit stops. I think we expect to see him in front once more, once everybody has come in. Mo reminded us in our ears just a second ago that safety cars will be a factor here. So these cars have stretched nearly an hour with 4-5 laps under safety car. So as these cars spread out, I think the likelihood of another safety car obviously gets lower, but not quite zero. We've seen some cars go off, and it's easy enough to end up trapped in the sand. So we got a replay coming up here. Pete, go ahead.
Yeah, Quinteros, this is what happened. He was trying to get past the GTR and ran wide and looped it at Spoon. That's going to have a horrible effect on his tyres. And, well, he couldn't get it. He couldn't get it turned. He has been in the pits. It's just such an awkward place to regain, and that's where we joined him on the coverage, just trying to get back on the track at Spoon.
Yeah, that's where experience makes the difference. He should not have tried to make the pass there. Like, it's frustrating to lose time to the guy you're racing, but it's only 1 second, maybe 2, to follow a GT car through corners like that, and it's the same for everyone. You gain, you lose. There's a rubber band effect during the race, but he should have just waited. It was well done by him to time the traffic and back the car out of a dangerous position, but then ended up rejoining rather dangerously. So
yeah, here's something
unlucky.
Here's something, Roni Krompush for the Race Green Autosports number 36 LMP just went past the pit lane again. So he has managed to eke out 2 extra laps on this stint than Zanella, Quinteros, and Santandreu. Is he going to, if he goes 2 laps longer on every stint, that would be insane. But no, he's stopped on lap 8, so he's out of cycle on the pit stops.
Yeah, I thought that would be an awfully difficult stretch, even with the safety cars. But that clarification that he is off cycle from everyone else makes perfect sense. That would make it very difficult with the tire strategy too, because all of the leaders are double stinting their tires. You can do it if you take good care of them. If you went over 2 stints, 4 or 5 laps long on fuel, which seems impossible, but I'm curious if somebody could pull it off. It would be as big, if not a greater stretch on the tires than it would be on fuel. Noticed Roni inherited the lead. We were talking about him a few minutes ago. He's inherited the lead with quite a bit of damage on the corners of his machine, so I wonder if his early stop was precipitated by having gone off somewhere, decided to come in, change tires, and take some repairs, because that car's not obviously going well enough that he's able to run in the lead in this cycle of pit stops, but that car not looking too healthy. Ooh, Isaac, the limit of grip under braking. We saw the rear of the car just get away from him there. I wonder if he's got the bias adjusted in such a way. He's trying to maximize the braking. I wonder if he's got the bias just a little bit too close to the rear, because that looked like a handful under braking.
Yeah, it did. Isaac has swapped his G2 Esports cap for his Real Team Esports car today, and also a member of Yes Motorsports. So Isaac is a member of a few teams in Live for Speed as he cuts turn 2, and carries on his pursuit of Lagutskas, but very, very nice driving from the top 3 in GTR so far. Best of the rest at the moment is Ayub, just coming into turn 1 for Born to Race. Then we've got Cherdini. He is in the number 79 Furtive Racing FZR in the GTR class in P number 5. Then we've got Martinez for Team America, the number 17 FXR, very high placed at the moment actually, currently down in P6 in GTR. Then we've got Barletta, P19 overall, of course, down in P7, in the number 37 FZR for ITA. Then we've got Gomez for Astro Racing, the first of 2 Astro Racing cars driving an XRR. Then we've got Kazaz for Brigetio Motorsport, the number 96 FXR. Got Dominguez for Road Appraiser Racing. We've seen him a few times in the lapping. Here we go. He's getting big laps again by 3 LMP2s. And I think there's also a lapping happening, or is it a fight position? It's a lapping happening with the Omega Loco Racing team there, bunching up into the front of Dominguez's XRR. A couple more GTRs to go. Here we've got Sanchez, who drives for Furtive Masterclass, the XRR number 5. Qualified well, that car, but out of position at the moment. And then it's Palovic for the other Astro Racing car, the 31 XRR, down in 25th place overall, and currently last in the GTR field.
Yeah, taking advantage of having the camera on him too. That really nice 4-wheel drift into the final hairpin. Looking at Roden Kronbusch coming through turn 3. I believe this is turn 3. I swear I know where we are on circuit. I'm just not sure which number it is. Still running around in the lead. Pete's corrected me. That's turn 4. Still running around in the lead. Talking about him a few minutes ago, I find like I want to talk about the competitors of the cars or whatever, and have a conversation about somebody, and then something exciting happens and I get cut off. So I'll try to get through this with Roni. A well-known, well-respected person in the community runs the his Tuesday Fun Race and the XL, the varieties of RTFR. He's very consistent. We hadn't been talking about him, and then we got away from him for a minute because there were other things happening on circuit, the cycle of pit stops and cars going off and racing and all that. But Roni putting in a good effort today. He always does. He has exceptional pace sometimes. He has very good pace, consistent pace virtually all the time. And now off cycle by about 8 laps is what Mo told us a few minutes ago. He's doing a good job holding that gap to Santandreu. It's been about 6 seconds, so Roni's got some pace in the car. He's doing pretty well. I think he'll cycle back when he goes for his pit stop in a few laps time. I think that'll drop him to what, 4th or 5th maybe? 36 seconds back. Yeah, he'll probably fall back into 5th place once more. But I think if he can, since he's off cycle and he benefited from the safety car to be running in the pack, I think he might be a shot to win this race because he's not going to need to make the extra stop that we believe everyone else will at the end to take fuel for the final laps.
Yeah, he'll have to keep his pace up, of course, but it's a perfectly logical assumption. If he can keep it up, then yeah, because he's off cycle, he will have fewer problems potentially than some of the drivers that are on cycle. Santandreu is the net leader of this race, of course, once Roni pits, but yeah, he'll be pitting in a couple of laps' time, and it will be interesting to see where he comes out as Kahula pushes his luck again. It looks like we've got a battle on between Zanella and Malik. Remember, Michael Malik is slightly off of the pit strategy as well, because he got fresh car, essentially, after his incident down at turn 4 on lap 1. He is now passed for P3 by Jeremiah Zanella.
Yeah, and he's... these cars are a bit of a handful to drive. They're not super difficult, but not very easy either. Especially when you're driving through these fast corners with all the downforce. It definitely takes some concentration and precision to maximize the speed of the car. It's a bit physical, and he has 5 more hours of it. Again, doing this solo, the only soloist out in the field today. We presume that he bribed the organizers to allow him to do it because the rules state quite clearly that you cannot solo it. I'm very salty about this because I think I might have done it. Probably better that I didn't because I did about 6 hours of racing yesterday. But well done to him running around in 4th place. A good show from him, but a long way to go. He has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, and a very, very, very difficult car to do it in, the LMP2. It's a very, very nice mod, and we have to give a shout out to its creator, ChemBlock30. If you're watching, thank you very much.
And race leader Roni pits. He is heading in now, so Santandreu regains the lead. And I expect a driver swap is coming for the Race Green Autosports team. So yeah, well done to Roni there. Great first hour and nearly 10 minutes.
Yeah, he might be double stinting. There are only 2 drivers in that team. Roni, he's overshot his pit box. Goodness me. It looked like he'd overshot it, but he had enough of his car in it for LFS to spring that car back into shape. So that'll be a lengthy pit stop while that repairs some damage. Michael Malik is in as well. There he is, and he's pulled away with some fuel.
So we were wrong. Michael Malik actually on the same cycle with Roni and the race Green Machine.
Yeah.
So the two of them, I feel a little silly saying, with 5 hours left in the race that, maybe at the end they could be, but, the timing is right. If they stay out of trouble, if they're consistent, then they can run 58, 59-minute stints. If they can save just enough fuel, maybe get a little bit of luck with a safety car, they might have a shot at the end here.
The Gutskas, unsighted to us, has dropped down the order. He was leading. He's been in the pit lane, we believe. He's now quite a way off.
Sorry to interrupt you, Pete. Was watching the race Green Machine take off from pit lane. Magic has taken over from his teammate Roni Krompush and nearly had a collision with the GT car coming into pit lane. So I couldn't see the name on the GT car. It'll be at the very last pit stall in pit lane. Was coming across to take the final spot right across Magic's nose, and they just narrowly avoided each other. Scary moment for them because they're running so consistently. They have good pace, and then it's easy for it to come undone in the pits.
Isaac Price has handed the car over to Mazway, his teammate for this event, and Mazway exited the pits just behind Legutskas. Legutskas has refueled, changed his tyres. He didn't have any damage to repair, and that is why he has emerged just ahead of Grinius here, who goes by the alias of Mazway usually. The number 99 machine back underway. Then I guess we're just waiting to see when Yoni Katilla will come into pit lane. He's managed to eke out another lap over the others, so that will help him later on, if we are going to believe in Travis's magic.
Yeah, and obviously the new drivers coming in, taking over from their teammates. You've got to be absolutely on it from the moment you exit the pit lane, because these things happen. The other drivers are trying to get on with their races as well. And here's another example with Yoni Katilla coming into the pits. So yeah, once you make that substitution, your new replacement needs to be bang on. No mistakes from the start.
Yoni sent it into pit lane a little bit conservative through the left-hander inside the final corner, and then used all of the road and looked like a little bit of the concrete wall to get through that chicane, meant to slow cars down coming into pit lane. Vitalis Legutskas is coming through the final corner now. I think he's going to be through pretty easily. He's up through the gears, flat through the final chicane, and now into this left-hand bend. Yoni Katilla is still stationary. So Vitalis Legutskas looks like he will go through. We see him sweeping under that modded Michelin timing sign and across the line. Yoni Katilla is still stationary, so that's Vitalis Legutskas back in the lead of the race. Chodini in the lead of the race at the moment, but he'll cycle back when he takes his pit stop. And Vitalis Legutskas in the effective lead of the race with Gridius behind him. Santandreu coming up on traffic now. This is this is where experience matters. Santandreu a little bit patient there. I think he was probably expecting the GT car to go all the way across to the racing line. The GT car kind of staying to the right but fading to the middle of the road. I think he was trying to be polite and leave room for Santandreu to come through, but those moments can be confusing, and that's where accidents happen between the classes, when the trailing driver expects the GT driver to do one thing, take the racing line, and then something different happens. Cars tend to come together, but both of them heads up driving, everybody through, and looking at Michael Malik again, strong fourth position. He looks really good.
Yeah, looking very comfortable up there, and even after his pit stop, rejoining in P4, that is exceptional, given what happened to him right at the beginning. So very, very nice recovery. He's gone all the way from the back to the front, and is one step off a podium as Quinteros is trying to navigate this XRR, making quite hard work of it. The XRR dives offline, and Quinteros, with the rear stepping out on entry, is finally able to clear. But that's starting to look a bit shaky, that number 10 Furtive Racing Machine.
Yeah, it looks like
Ravega,
he's pushing. Oh, sorry, Pete, go ahead.
All right, I was going to say Ravega and Bermudez having a bit of a ding dong, and currently they're sitting 6th and 7th in LMP2.
Bit of a ding dong is that's not one I've heard before, Pete. We have a lot of fun quips. Woo! We switched away at just the moment. It looked like the rear of the car was about to go around. I think he collected it. We've shared a lot of fun sayings, witty aphorisms, but ding dong is a new one to me. I'll remember that. Michael Malik was running 4th position. Now we see him in 5th. He's had an off somewhere. I don't think we caught it. I think we were switching to him to see what had happened to him and just missed it. So from 4th back to 5th, but still strong. Santandreu, speaking of strong, this team has been bulletproof so far. I think having followed Zdravko Deponiak and the Fragmaster team so closely into the run up to this race, I expected them to be exceptionally strong and competitive with the lead furtive racing machine, but Santandreu has been the class of the field today. Absolutely perfect. Hasn't put a wheel wrong. Couple kind of hairy moments with back markers, but has negotiated them carefully and wisely. And yeah, there isn't a scratch on this machine. They 15 minutes past the first hour of racing, they look awfully strong.
Yeah, thank you for joining us on Sim Broadcasts on Twitch and YouTube. Wherever you're watching, I hope you're enjoying the action that Argentina Turismo have put on for us today in collaboration with New Dimension Racing, as we see Santandreu navigating another FZR. Very nice. The GTRs are playing very nicely so far, Travis.
Yeah, they really are. So there are places where you would expect the GT cars to stay to the racing line, and it gets a little bit scary. I think that was smart by the GT driver to just kind of stay wide of the racing line through the bend and communicate clearly to Santandreu that he was giving him room, and then both of them through pretty quickly. We've talked about a few times now about negotiating traffic and communicating with the car, and the positioning really is everything. These guys can't chat with each other in the server by rule, and it's difficult to do when you're driving a car anyway. And most of them, they're not in a single voice channel where everyone can talk to each other like you might have in iRacing with people just shouting at one another, for an entire race. So you really have to position the car. You have to drive intentionally and think very carefully about where you're going to put the car on circuit. And a few kind of sketchy moments here and there, but for the most part, everyone doing a really good job indicating to their competitors where they're going to be on circuit, where it's safe to pass, where it's not. Because we haven't done a multi-class endurance race like this in Live for Speed in such a long time, I expected that it would be... I didn't expect it would go so cleanly, but in the first hour, everyone doing a really, really good job. This has been a very impressive show from everybody so far.
Sorry, Travis. We've got Malik and Martinez colliding. There was a bit of a problem for Malik trying to get through because Lara is the slowest of the GT cars, and he has to be lapped by everybody. Unfortunately, he's kind of just hanging on in there, and it meant that out of the not boothy chicane, there was contact between Martinez and Malik. So Martinez takes the biggest repercussion out of that, and eventually that blue flags for Lara will be finally resolved there. But that's terrible luck for Martinez. I was just watching that develop, and unfortunately it's hit one of the drivers the hardest.
Other developments include the fact that after Yoni Catilla rejoined the track, he lost 2 places. He's down in P5. Barletta is in P2 at the moment, which is a good job for the 37 ITA team. I believe they are due a stop though.
Yeah, Yoni was stationary for a long time.
Yeah.
Obviously, well, I think this is self-evident. His name is still on the car, so obviously they didn't switch drivers. I was about to share a complete bonehead thought there. But he was stopped for a long time, was running comfortably 3rd, and now has dropped back. Yeah, not entirely sure why he would have been so slow out of the box. I don't think he damaged the car at all. Perhaps he had. I don't know. But he's quick, and he has quick teammates, so I'm sure they'll be able to recover. This here we see Magic now in this in the race green machine. I wanted to share another thought about this car earlier, and now they're on camera. We've got a chance. Thank you, Pete. Just as I was about to say something about them, an interesting fact about the race green team. Usually they carry the number 96, and today they're carrying the number 36. What's going on there?
Well, there we are. Question to Race Green. Answers on a postcard.
Was
we
the number
watched-
taken before they could nab it? That's what I'd be asking.
Maybe. Kahulu is wanting to get past the Race Green machine, struggling with the aerodrop coming out of Spoon Corner. You could see the car visibly uncomfortable exiting that corner, and that car still with some damage on it on the front left, which I'm sure is going to be causing some grief around some of these corners as they fire off through the fast chicane. It is brutally fast, that, without the additional boothy section. As it looks like we have David Godge for Master Race Car in the pit lane. Will he hand over to one of his colleagues, or will he drive out of the pits? Either way, he's going to come out further down the order than he was. Possibly even behind Magic. No, he's pulling away now, and he's stayed in the car, so another stint for Godge.
So it turns out that actually wasn't that deep a thought, and Owen was exactly right. Someone indeed did grab the number 96 before the race green team had a chance. That is the Brigettio Motorsport GTR, the only FXR, actually. This has turned into an interesting fact that the thieves of the number 96 that the race green team would normally run is the lone FXR in the field. Running a strong 6th position in class, the FXR, a bit of a... what do we call it? The boat, the bus, whatever is appropriate, depending on the medium through which it is driving. Good show by them. Not quite as nimble as the FZ or the XRR, but they're having a pretty good day. They're in 6th place.
Smalkovicius here. The number 23 Born to Race car, currently in P3 in GTR, doing a mighty good job. And Yoni Cotillo has made up a place after some pit stops. We've got Garcia into the number 79 Furtive Junior FZR now, taking over from his teammate. So yeah, Owen, a good number of drivers taking part in this race. I believe we have 66 or 65 drivers all told. In fact, I think it's 65 drivers taking part across the event in all of the different cars that we have. So a nice turnout for sure. Whether all of those drivers will run stints is another question, but they're all down on our list here. And yeah, Garcia putting in some laps for Furtive Junior right now.
Yeah, very much so. Good stint so far for Furtive Junior. The average, obviously, team size is 2. There might be 3 in some cases, and then of course with Malik managed to find a loophole in the rules, getting to play on his own. That certainly makes a lot of sense. So the order certainly settled down now. Everyone in the LMP class has made it through the GTs on track, so there's no need to surf through for position against the GTs. But the blue flag dilemma will rear its head again here as Martinez has to make way here for Magic. He won't want any more interference in his race, but Magic has to work hard now. Martinez is making him work.
Magic is completely entitled to send one up the inside wherever he wants, wherever it's safe to do so, but a bit hesitant there at the second attempt to try and get past Martinez. Martinez was perhaps just wise to the fact that Magic was hesitant and just held his line, which they're entitled to do unless they're being actively overtaken. It's all part of the skill of endurance racing. Just because you're in a faster car does not mean it is easy to overtake. You have to practice it, and you have to find the confidence to overtake in the right place and not lose too much time. And also, not lose your competitor in a slower class anytime either.
Yeah, this is a shared event. No one is more entitled to the road than anyone else. But obviously, the racecraft, people have to make a decision that benefits them without hindering any opponents. You have to play fair, as well as making sure you don't lose the time. That can make all the difference. So yeah, Malik pushing hard there out of turn 2. He has good gap on the track at the moment. No one too close to him ahead and not too far behind either. So that's all good. And Bermudez just behind in 5th there. He's come down to turn 4 as well. He laps one of the other GT cars. So low cost racing there, looking good in P5 at the minute.
Yeah, they were overtaking one of the Astro race cars as they continue their race. Astro Race have got 2 entries. The number 31 has Jeremias Luna at the wheel. It also has Tiago Pavlovic at the wheel that we've seen driving around at the beginning of the race. And at the moment, it is Gabriel Lara in the car for the number 31 Astro Race machine. And in the other one, the number 14, Matthias Antonelli, Martin Flores, and Manuel Gomez will be driving in that one. But they are currently at the back of the GTR field.
Yeah, the gap at the front. Yeah,
Jeremiah
35
Sinella has been
seconds,
in the pits. Sorry to interrupt. So I don't know whether that's a scheduled pit stop, and we'll have to get clarification on that later. But that seems a bit early for Jeremiah Sinella to be in the pits. And with that, he gives up some track position. Santandrew there, the number 90 Furtive Racing Machine with the number 1 next to his name in purple means they are going just the way they want to go in this race, setting fastest laps, holding the lead. Doing a very nice job indeed. And there is a change of driver. Ipsal has taken over the number 30 Lycan Racing LMP2 car. A little bit of inconsistent connection going on, which is not what they'll want to see at all. So yeah, a little bit of worrying times there down at the number 30.
Yeah, so Ipsal, as I said a bit earlier on, you have to be dialed in and ready to go the second you are stepping into the car. But in this case, it's really difficult with the probably the packet, the lag. It must be interrupting him somehow. But thankfully, for the case of his opponents, he's not too close to anybody.
Well, it's going to get worrying. It's going to get worrying when he tries to overtake people. That car is jumping about all over the place. I'm sure race control will be aware. Hopefully it stabilizes for his sake, his team's sake, and the drivers around him's sake. But that is pretty unstable right now, and hopefully it can smooth itself out as we head back to Santandrew. Makes a big dive on one of the on the FXR there, the only FXR. Oh, sorry, we have 2 FXRs in the race, but that was a dozy for Brigetto Motorsport that he was trying to get through. Spooked him a little bit there, I think, Owen.
Yeah, just picked him out at the wrong moment. And in fact, he's going to be lapped by Martinez for Team America there. So yeah, it's just a case of a dozy wants to clear track and find the pattern he needs again. Hopefully, he can gain some spots later in the race, but it's going to be a long slog. It might require safety cars or any such thing.
Yeah, Ipsal's ping is going to worry a few people, and let's keep an eye on this for now. But let's hope it stabilizes. It does look a little bit better as we head towards the end of the lap. Just coming up behind, who is that? That's the Dutch-Canadian collaboration that they're coming up to. But yeah, that car is jumping about a lot, and that's gonna scare some of the other cars on the track who give the car a very wide berth, and in fact brake to avoid any contact with that. So Ravega doing the sensible thing there and backing off, I think, is the sensible thing to do.
Yeah, completely. You don't want to be too close to a car that is stuttering around the place, and with the 4.5 hours to go, yeah, it definitely makes sense. It's okay to give up a little bit of track position. There's a long way to go.
Markovicius is currently eyeing up the back of Grinius. In fact, I think the move may have already been made, but anyway, the 99 in P2 for Real Team Esports. Currently leading Markovicius, number 23 Born to Race Machine, who is going to be lapped by Savage Mead Sports. Savage trying to force a gap there, and they're through. Nicely on the oval. At some point, Jared is going to hand over to one of his teammates, but it looks like he's putting in a double at the beginning of the race. And Travis will be joining us back in a few moments. I do want to ask him about the stint lengths of the LMPs and how that compares to LMPs in other sims. Sure we'll get a word from... Oh, hello. Travis.
Yes.
I had a question about the LMP fuel length, stint length, and how it compares to another sim, a certain other sim.
A certain other sim,
and also in real life, I guess.
Well, yeah, I have an idea which one you're asking about. So, it's a bit long in Live for Speed. So these guys have been running 57. Well, I guess the first stint was, it was made a bit artificial with the safety cars, but they ran roughly an hour, a little bit less than an hour. I think in green flag running, I expect we'll see them probably go 55, 57 minutes maybe. They might be able to stretch to an hour. It might be kind of tough. In the other simulator you speak of, and in real life, they'll be closer to 38 to 40-minute stints. So they carry in the background here. We had a change for position. We see Grinius going through. I'm flapping my jaws while there's racing happening in the background. I misspoke. Grinius going backwards, Markovicius going forward. Sorry about that. Yes, LMP2 cars in real life in the other simulator. Go about 38, 40 minutes. If you save fuel, if you run around the slipstream, if you've got a good way to stretch a little bit longer, then depending on the circuit, you can eke out an extra lap, gain 2 minutes or so. At a track like Le Mans, it's obviously much more difficult to save that much time. So we see Quiteros coming into pit lane, parking it to take service. So quite a bit longer here. I think Live for Speed gives you unrealistically large fuel tanks. You wouldn't see in actual cars. So a bit long here. Really exercises the tires. Either way, I think it makes it a more of an endurance challenge. I think it actually makes it more interesting in Live for Speed that the cars are able to go longer because the margins are a little bit thinner when you get to the end of a stint when the stints are so much longer. When you're saving one pit stop over half again as many pit stops with a 40-minute stint, I don't think any saving you have doesn't have quite the same impact that it does. Actually, it's probably the other way around. If there's less time stationary because you're taking fewer stops, then I don't know. I'm just kind of spouting things now without giving much thought to what I'm talking about because I'm trying to say them at the same time that I'm thinking them. In any case, the answer to your question, Pete, is they go longer in Live for Speed than they would in real life or the other simulator, but that is okay because this car drives better than it does in the other simulator.
Thank you. I like the summary at the end. The driving better thing is especially important. Kudos, of course, to the physics engine and LFS, and obviously Ken Block 30 for the creator of this mod before, and his collaborators, I must add, for putting it together. Owen Harmon has to step out of the commentary box now. He may join us for the last portion of the race, but Owen, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for joining us for another endurance race in LFS.
Very welcome, guys. Best of luck, Pete, Travis, Salmo, and everyone. So long.
Thank you, Owen. Travis, it's just us for a bit.
It is, and I've been corrected in chat. Zdravko Toponiak is too busy to join us in the commentary box, just watching his car go around and not actually drive it himself.
Well,
He said 21 laps on full fuel, 42 minutes, and I think that we must have missed an early cycle of pit stops for the LMP cars, because I think we were both pretty sure they were going close to an hour.
Well, there are LMP stops happening again now, so that would actually check out. So, yeah, I think Zdravko would be right.
Well, I'm sure he's right. This is more a statement about how we were kind of daydreaming as cars were going around earlier in the race, which would also mean that when we thought Ronnie Krompush was off cycle, he's actually not that far off cycle. So that difference in laps in the stops may not make that much of a difference. He's about half a stint off, but that stint is only 42 minutes long and not closer to an hour. So a little bit tighter than we thought it was when we were talking about him earlier. That is our mistake. Sorry to our viewers for getting that one. Getting that one so far off. But hey, we got 4.5 hours left. We're only a quarter of the way into the race. We've recovered before it really showed.
The number 90 Furtive Racing Machine has had a driver change, and it is Alfonso in. So, new hands behind the wheel of the number 90. Let's see if they can convert it to, hopefully they can maintain this position. That's what they'll want. Michael Malik up to P2 artificially there. He still needs to stop, but putting in a good stint nonetheless. Obviously, you have to put the laps in, otherwise, you're not going to be at the top of the sheet. So doing a good job.
Yeah, this is one of the 2 driver teams. When I'm scrolling up and down the list, it looks like most teams chose to take 3 drivers, so everyone sharing equal duties, be about 2 hours in the seat. 3 hours in the seat for the Furtive Racing at number 90 machine drivers. You see Pablo Saitone in the other Furtive Racing car.
Yeah, this has been an issue here.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of him before in the Formula One events and in some of that's the MRC Formula One events and some of the other events that we do in Live for Speed. So he's a regular that we're familiar with, usually pretty quick. If I recall correctly, Pete, I think there was one of the MRC F1 events in the most recent season where he surprised us with a performance near the front. I might be mixing him up with someone else. I'm not sure about that, but definitely have seen him before. And both Furtive Racing machines, though, a little bit unlucky today from the number 10 Furtive Racing machine. Both these cars have pace. And,
something's happened. Well. The number 10 has been in the pits twice over the last couple of laps. It looks like a driver change has happened. Whether it was a case of the driver who was supposed to be taking over, in this case Saitone, wasn't ready for the first time or something. But either way, the driver. Chris is telling us in our ear that the driver change happened in the first stop, and the car went into the pit lane again the next lap. So this car was running top 3. In fact, it was running in the lead. They forgot to change their tyres in the first stop. So they did damage and fuel in the first stop and a driver change, and then Saitone came around to replace the tyres in the second stop, so costing more time.
Yeah, that's a frustrating mistake. Just a silly time loss that they didn't really need. That'll have cost them probably 30 seconds or so for that extra stop.
Lower fuel than Michael Malik's car. Yeah, he's doing well with this low fuel. He's battling for the overall lead now. Of course, artificial, as I'll mention again. This is not the lead net. This is Michael still needs to pit, but he's having a good go at it. He's going to try and get past Alfonso in the number 90 Furtive Racing machine. Michael Malik, of course, doing this race solo. We chatted to him before the race started in the commentary booth, and he was looking forward to it. A little bit rushed prep, but so far so good for him.
Yeah, Michael's no slouch. I still think he's going to be wheezing at the end of 6 hours because it's a lot of work pedaling this car around. But he is putting on a show for us. Went to the back early on. He was tipped up on his side in the sand that you see just off to the left here. Oh, bit bit squirrely from Alfonso ahead of him, losing the rear of the car. Really easy to do in the slow corners. Michael Malik obviously on warmer tires and low fuel. Alfonso has just taken over the car from his teammate, so still getting those tires up to speed and burning off that fuel load. Michael Malik giving him mirrors full. This is good stuff for Michael.
Yeah, excellent stuff. We ride on board with the LMP2 Prototype 2 mod. Excellent looking vehicle inside and out. And yeah, Michael Malik doing very well at it himself. A bit wide at spoon, but will still be affected that far away by the dirty air coming off the back of the number 90 of Alfonso.
Yeah, that's where it really shows. You can see he's fallen back a little bit out of spoon because the car relies so much on downforce to get through that corner. When you go into the corner, you dab the brake a little bit to get the front end down and slow the car down, and otherwise you modulate the speed of the car with the throttle. So you lean out of the throttle, kind of coast in, and then hold a little bit of throttle to get it around the corner. But it's so fast that you lose the downforce onto the front of the car following someone else, as Magic might find right here. That corner, a sweeping bend, but this one relies heavily on the downforce. He'll have to...
Oh, Ravega loses the car. Ravega loses the car, and we've also got car... Yeah, Saitone has been in the gravel as well at turn 4. We just saw Ravega disappear at that corner, turn 9. Damage on the front end, damage on the rear as well. Oh my, not good for the number 33 Tortoise and Hare Racing machine.
Yeah, sorry,
Pete,
Pete, there's lots happening all at once here. So the action on camera right now, and Michael Malik was chasing Alfonso into the first corner, had to negotiate a GTR, and Michael Malik, full opposite lock into the first chicane, managed to collect it, and is now back on the bumper of Alfonso in front of him. All of this happening at once. It's interesting. We've said this many times in the past, Pete, and we get to experience this here today. How endurance racing has an ebb and a flow to it, where things slow down, cars get spread out. We have some time to just kind of chat and discuss the things we observe, and then a flurry of action happens all at once. And we had that just now. Michael Malik trying his best to overhaul Alfonso, enjoy some time in the lead. And then the trials and tribulations of the other competitors out on circuit. Looks like it's died down for the moment. This is the flow in the ebb and flow, but we'll maybe we can get a breather for a minute, and then it'll all happen again in just a few minutes.
Yeah, this has been a pretty dramatic race so far. Everything's happened all of a sudden. We haven't had any safety cars for a while, and hopefully it stays that way. Don't want to jinx anything, of course, but
it
looks like the drivers have settled down. Do we say they've settled into the rhythm, and now we are into what you call the ebb and flow of the race. People kind of concertina together and then apart again, and when they're together, anything can happen.
Yeah, you say safety car. I think we're T-minus 10 seconds for someone perching a car atop the tires. That's how it usually goes.
Bermudez in the pits, number 13 low-cost racing machine, navigating. Oh dear me, that wasn't that elegant, was it? A little bit of a brush with the inside wall, bring it down to the pit lane speed limit, passing the sin bin, which I don't think we've had anyone in the sin bin yet, but if we do, we'll be sure to get a camera on it. And low-cost racing pit from P3, possibly for a driver change.
Yeah, I think Michael might have been in the sin bin earlier. He was given a penalty for the reset, a 10-second stop go. I don't know if they had him serve that in a pit box or if they brought him to the sin bin. There was a bit of confusion when it happened. However, it actually transpired. Like, he ultimately served the penalty, and he has since dealt with it pretty handily. Now he's getting around without the penalty having affected him too much. Benefited from safety cars, but not too late. Still plenty of time left. May yet see someone in there. Entirely possible, if we look on the timing screen, that this FR Maxis driver may spend some time in the sin bin, because that is a clear contravention of the rules. The name is not correct. The tracker will not pick it up correctly. The timing will not be right. You can see that from the You can see that from the hyphens there on the timing tower. So we'll talk to the officials and see if we can sort that out. He's going to have a hard time doing that while he's driving. We'll have to...
Yeah, so Max is there driving for the number 13 low-cost racing effort. And yeah, hopefully we'll get that updated on our timing soon. But there we are. He's circulating now anyway. And he comes out ahead of Ravega and just behind Magic.
Race screen, guys, still going really well. You wouldn't know it from the condition of the fenders on this machine, looking like they've been through 5 or 6 hours of driving already on the right front. You can see they've, I'm going to guess, based on the state of the right front fender, that he has been through one of these stacks of tires that he is about to blow past. Now, on the brakes to get the front of the car to turn in. Whoa, rear of the car got away from him just as he was going past that stack of tires I mentioned. That is scary. And, so this is one of the most frightening parts of the circuit. Not just because that chicane is so sketchy. We don't have the Boothie chicane here today, so everybody going through there nearly full speed. He would have, maybe dabbed the brake to get the front end of the car to grip and turn in, and then full on the power on the way out. But because the LMP2 cars can carry so much more speed through there than the GTRs, you could see how quickly he closed on the GTR that he has long since passed in the background. Yeah, when they go through there so quickly, and these cars have so much more pace, so much more grip, and there's a car going through there obviously a little bit off the pace, those are the scariest moments. And there isn't really that much room to get around a car after you come through that chicane because the line is so narrow. I think that was brave by Magic to just send it through there. Unfortunately came through unscathed.
He's about to overtake the GTR class leader. That is Vitalis Lagutskas driving for the Red Suns. He's at the end of his second stint. He's going to hand over probably to a teammate at this point. Speaking of teammates, who else is in the 77? Lucas Sitautas will be joining Vitautas during this race. So hopefully we'll see him in the car at some point as Magic makes very slick work of the pass down to turn 9 on the number 77.
He does indeed. So Magic and Ronnie Krompush, I believe, are the only 2 drivers sharing duties in that machine. If I look up and down the entry list, it seems like it's about equal parts driver pairs and driver triples. Typically, well, obviously there isn't really a typically in Live for Speed because we haven't done an endurance race, let alone a multi-class one, for quite some time. But my experience doing endurance racing in the other simulator, as if we switch to pit lane, if we get a look at the Fragmaster machine, Daniel Akostic has just taken over from Christian Karhula. So Daniel Akostic, we know, has done a ton of practice, very quick in this car, as quick as his teammate Zdravko Deponiak. Maybe we'll see them start to move up the order. Anyway, I was saying, typically we see driver pairs where one driver starts the race, it does about 3 stints, 2 hours, hands over, and then hands it back. But we do have a few teams with 3 drivers. There's some advantage to doing that. Obviously, 1 hour less in the seat keeps your arms and your mind a bit fresh. As there was a car, safety car deployed. We saw Daniel Akostic just go by a car that was beached in the sand there. That was perfect timing for the Fragmaster guys. They came out of the pits just before that safety car was called, Pete.
It's
that
the
might
Omega Loca racing car, indeed, that's had a bad time of this, the number 16 beached, and this might cause a few cars to decide to come into the pit lane because a safety car period means that it is, you're going to get free time through the pit lane. Vitautas hasn't gone in, although they'll be coming to the end of their stint pretty much. I don't think he wants to risk going too far off strategy just yet, but expect the pit lane to become a little bit full potentially at the end of this lap.
Yeah, I'm watching the leaders come through now. Alfonso and Michael Malik. Alfonso doesn't need to stop. Michael Malik does, and Michael Malik does indeed jump into pit lane. Unlucky for Michael Malik because he was running second position, holding it pretty easily behind Alfonso. The gaps are big enough that he might be able to take service and get out in second position. We'll have to keep an eye on this. Michael Malik may just have lucked out and gotten the timing right to kind of steal second position away from the drivers who would have inherited it on his next stop. We'll keep an eye on the timing, and we'll watch the drivers coming up behind him. There was quite a gap behind Michael Malik. The one car has gone through. Upsala has gone past Michael Malik. David Gaj will be the next one, but has not gone past Michael Malik yet. We'll keep an eye on that. I think Michael's pulled a fast one. Michael Malik is out of pit lane. It shows him second position behind Alfonso. I think this is amazing luck for him.
That's fantastic strategy, I guess, in that's just worked out perfectly for him. Michael Malik rejoins the race in P2.
So, yeah, this is crazy how everything had to come together for him. I don't know if they have a rule. We'd have to go back and look at the book. I don't know if they would close the pit entry, but he came around after he lucked out because he was able to duck into pit lane as the leader who was right in front of him. That's Alfonso. Alfonso was coming around the final corner to catch the safety car. So the safety car would have picked him up as they crossed the line, which let Michael Malik go into pit lane when he was already bunched up. So Michael, you've pulled a blinder here. You're in second position, properly in second position. You went off early, managed to recover, and now beautiful timing from the safety car. You are in the second position with a full load of fuel right behind Alfonso.
Yes, I have no idea what's happening. It's just I had a lot of bad luck early on, but now I got lucky and I luckily can keep the second place, which is already incredible result so far for me.
Yeah, you're an hour and a half into the race, a little past an hour and a half. You're on your third or your fourth stint now. How do you feel? Do your arms feel good? Is your mind still sharp?
I feel good. The car feels good. My internet connection doesn't feel so good, but let's hope it holds for the rest of the race so we can enjoy.
Well, we're impressed by your recovery. You've put on a great show so far. We didn't expect you to stay quite so closely with Alfonso the last few laps, but you've got the pace. Keep it up and good luck.
Well, I didn't expect as well, but there we go. It seems I have some unexpected chances, so let's make them real.
Yeah, good stuff, Michael. We'll let you get back to it, but that has worked out for you quite nicely. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
See you.
We have a replay queued up, and we're going to show that in just a few seconds' time. And let's see what this is for. As we see, this is the Omega Loca racing car 16, having a mechanical straight into the wall. Wow, Travis.
Yeah, that's happened to me before. It doesn't happen very often, but this is the sim racing analog to a mechanical failure in an actual racing machine. Looks like his wheel disconnected. Wheel disconnected, or maybe an issue with the pedals, or any number of things could have happened. It looked like he locked the brakes pretty early, though that could have been just because he was off in the grass. There's not as much grip there, but well done by him to get the car slowed down and stopped. Drive the car against the wall for whatever reason, managed to get the car stopped in the gravel and not go sailing across the track. He would have been inside the corner. Very dangerous if the throttle were stuck for some reason. This is an interesting thing that happens in iRacing, at least to me. When the controllers disconnect, they go to full input instead of zero input. So, yeah, nice job by him. Whatever happened there to get the car safely stopped and not across the circuit. Pete, we've got an interesting shakeup here. It looks like they're cycling. The GTR cars have cycled back. I think a bunch of them came into pit lane, whether they were asked to or they just happened to be stopping. We can find out. But now we've got something
there we
interesting
go.
happening here. Well,
There we
I
go,
was about
finally.
Yeah, I was about to say that we have an interesting situation where Daniel Lekostic is a lap down and between the leader and second position, Michael Malik, and maybe he would fight to get his lap back, but they've just asked him to go through. So, Fragmaster, rough early going. Christian Carhula was clearly struggling with the car. Daniel Lekostic, we know, is very comfortable with the car from all of the practice he did up to the event. So he is free to go, catch up the back of the field, and now we have a four-way fight, once again at the very front, with Michael Malik inheriting second position once again. For those of you, if you're just joining, or if your attention was elsewhere for a few moments, Michael Malik has pulled a lucky blinder on everyone. Was right behind the leader of the race, due for a stop. When the safety car came out, was able to duck into pit lane, take service, and get back out in the second position. Didn't lose a spot, and now he is in the catbird seat after going off early to get an even stronger finish than he might have. Long way to go yet, but a bit of bad luck early has turned into exceptional luck in the last few moments. And Michael Malik is in the mix with everyone else, Pete.
He is indeed, and someone else who's in the mix now is Lucas Zutautas, who has taken over from Vitautas Lagutskas at the start of his first stint here. So let's see what Fast LT, his username in Live for Speed, can do at the wheel of the number 77 Red Suns XRR. Oh my goodness, it's going to be fun for him. He should really be trying to catch up to the back of the LMPs if he can.
Yeah, I think watching this onboard, the LT stands for low traction. He's working the wheel to try to get the. I appreciate the courtesy chuckle there, Pete. He's working the wheel pretty hard, using the power to try to heat up the tires. He doesn't want to do that too much because you can wear them off enough that it might make a difference of a lap or so if they want to try to stretch a stint. He needs to catch up with the pack. Jared Mead will want him to get going, but I think Zutautas is more concerned with heating up the tires, getting the car underneath him comfortably than he is with catching up with the pack. Jared probably getting a little bit impatient here. Jared coming up on the end of his second hour in the car. He started the race for the Savage Meat Sports team. He should be handing off soon. See Jared working the tires on the banking. This is about the safest place on the circuit to warm the tires because you can use the banking. You can drive the car up the banking and then drive it, turn the car hard down the banking and then just let go of the steering wheel, and it will kind of track on the banking without losing traction. Plenty of other places where the barriers are fairly close. There's grass and gravel around the circuit. Really easy to put a wheel off when you're trying to warm up the tires. But Jared Mead wisely and safely getting that machine back up to speed. As we watch Alfonso at the front following the safety car, the lights are still blinking on the safety car. That would normally tell us that the safety car is going to go around one more time, which they do. Pete, I feel like we're under safety car for quite a long time here. This will be the third lap we're starting.
I think the reason is that we've got a couple of cars that are out of position and they're just trying to work out what to do about it. We've got some LMPs catching up to the back, the 44 and the 33. So Daniel Lekostic and who else? And Ravega. So those two need to get up to the back of the pack.
Yeah, lights still blinking, so they've crossed the line and the lights are still blinking, which tells us they may yet go around one more time while they sort out the pack. We can see Valenzuela there in the middle of the GTR pack, the 4 leaders ahead of him, and now he's fallen back one spot. Don't know if he ducked into pit lane or what's going on there. Could just be an artifact of the cars jockeying for position. There's Ravega, looks like he is, looking back at Daniel Lekostic. Yeah, we've got one GTR there in the middle of the pack. I assume are they cycling the LMP2s up to all be together? Yeah, Mo says in our ears that is indeed the case. So trying to get the LMP2 cars together and not there in the middle of the GTRs, though it seems like some of the the LMP drivers have not gotten the message. So maybe a bit of time before we actually get this sorted out.
Yeah, let's give the organisers some time. This is this is a big event to run, so if they need a bit of time to sort it out, then as long as the order is correct, we can go racing again. A lot of the race is left to go, and well, if they leave it too long, of course, some of the GTR cars might have to start pitting for fuel, so they can't leave it too long. So they need to get this race ready to run. It does look like we have the timing tower at least says that we are in some sort of order that makes sense. Whether that's true on the track remains to be seen. But let's see what they do. One more lap of safety car.
Yep, so we've got, watching the server, there's a couple drivers. I've seen 1 or 2 drivers ask for permission to chat. I think they're looking for clarification, and they have given instructions to at least one driver to overtake. So I think it may be some time yet before they get everything sorted out. The race director is giving instructions to drivers. We can see Sanchez coming around. There we go. Yep, so we're unlapping a few cars. And if I look around the map, there are a few drivers still going around pretty far behind the pack. So I think they're taking their time, make sure they got everyone in the right order. They've got everyone in one line. We don't have cars approaching the back of the pack at racing speed trying to catch up. This is it's a little bit slow going here, but gives us a moment to breathe. And I think the race director, the organizer, is doing a good job making sure they've got the pack sorted out. And we don't have any big surprises, any drivers out of position. They're doing a good job here to get this sorted out. Takes a little bit of time, not super exciting, but I think they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, as long as all the drivers are in the order that they want them to be, I am perfectly fine with a couple of caution laps, and it gives us time to admire the work that the drivers have put into some fantastic liveries. Furtive Racing here with a lovely black, orange, and white composition. Then we've got Michael Malik, who, after being last at the end of lap 1, has lucked his way back into P2. Because the safety car appears to not be coming in for another lap, we're going to switch to a replay, I believe, of car number 10 and see what happened there. So here, let's have a look at the replay. This is the number 10 car coming down to turn 4 and had an issue. Where's this going to be? Oh, locked the rears and went off into the gravel at turn 4 and then took a very long time to get going again. Not ideal, but there we are. That's what happened to the number 10 a moment ago. Cold tyres after the second pit stop made by Saitone. All right. Yeah, in a couple of moments' time, I believe we're going to hear the voice of Zdravko Topolniak, who is going to be driving for the Fragmaster entry. And Travis, I was just talking a moment ago about Michael Malik's luck. You've got to have a bit of luck in endurance racing.
Oh yeah, it takes a lot of luck. Obviously, there's talent, skill, patience, ingenuity, all of that. But part of the game here is negotiating traffic, which is a lot slower than you. Picking and choosing the places you do it, and where the traffic comes to you is probably the biggest element of luck in the event. You make the most of it when you catch someone, but sometimes you get everyone, or it feels like you get everyone in the right place, and you can sail by pretty quickly. And sometimes it doesn't. That's the big element of chance in an endurance race like this. And then, what happened to Michael Malik a few minutes ago. Sometimes, he went off early through no fault of his own, a coming together racing incident in the first few corners of the race, and ended up on his side. But that set him back. But then sometimes the really lucky happenstance comes to you, and it makes all the difference of the world. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Luck is as much an element as any of the other factors in a strong performance.
The safety car is in this lap, and I think that's about the right time to introduce another voice into the commentary box for a short time. Zdravko, are you there?
Hello.
Zdravko Topolniak joins us for some commentary for 20 or so minutes. Zdravko, when are you in the car? When are you expecting to be in?
Well, if everything goes according to plan, and if there are no more safety cars, I believe in 66 laps.
Okay.
So that's 2 double stints for us.
Nice. So how's the race gone so far? Not 100% according to plan. Dan is currently in P10 in class.
The race has gone in such a way that we are happy to be P10.
Okay.
I mean, we're on the field right now, so yeah, that's a good position. We were really lucky this time around. We pitted, and the very next lap there's a safety car. I mean, maybe if we didn't pit that lap, if we waited for one more lap, it would be even better. But even this is awesome for us because now we're back. I think we are back in the race. We can say that we are back in the race, and we can try to make the best of it. We know that the car has speed, but safety cars are killing our car because we have hard rubber, hard tire on the rears.
And it looks like Alfonso has gone for it. He's gone for the restart. We are green flag racing here at the 6 Hours of Kyoto. Yeah, so Zdravko, you are witnessing your first restart in the commentary box. What's going on in the GT class? How are they getting on with the restart? That looked pretty clean from the LMPs. And here comes the tower test now.
Oh, he will be in the draft zone.
Yeah, that's Yoni Katila. Zdravko's referring to.
I mean, the side deliveries are really strange to see on the both cars.
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously,
so
we're only.
Yoni managed.
Oh, goodness
that's
me.
close.
We've
Oh
got.
my god! Without us,
Oh.
they made it through. Yeah, it was. That was hairy.
That was close.
Yeah, good move by Yoni. Very good move by Yoni. I'm not sure if he pitted on the safety car. I wasn't looking. They may still be having some damage. I saw that they hit the wall before. But it looks like it's still a fast car.
Yeah, well, certainly if it's taken over the lead in GT, the number 25 Yes Motorsport machine overtakes the sister car, I suppose you could call it, running on a different name, running by the alias Red Suns.
Yeah, the names are weird. The names are definitely weird because the only guy that is not in Yes Motorsports is having a car named Yes Motorsports.
Well, there we are. Okay, the story in LMP is that Alfonso has got some stiff competition now from Michael Malik, who looks racy and possibly could overtake at some point soon for the lead, having been on his side in the gravel trap on lap one.
That's endurance racing for you.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. I'm keeping a close eye on my teammate. He gained 2 positions on a restart, so that's awesome considering that the worst time for us is on a restart because our tires get very, very cold.
Cold tyres don't seem to be an issue for the cars from 3rd place downwards. We're watching Saitone, who's had a nice recovery back up to P4. He's in touching distance of the podium now. These 4 driving nose to tail. The leader has gone wide apparently and has allowed Michael Malik to swing by very comfortably then.
Oh, that's amazing.
Wow. Yeah, that is amazing. Michael Malik leading.
That's amazing turnaround in only 2 hours. So there's only 4 hours to go yet. I think that what we have to think about here is the difference in tire tactics. I'm not sure how long Michael wants to go with this car. I know that car number 90 is very gentle on the tires at the start of the stint. So, I mean, a smart move for Michael to force the issue early and try for a pass, and it worked. And now, even if later they get back to him, he still has a chance to defend.
Travis, while you're away, things have changed.
Yeah, I see that. Michael Malik now in the lead of the race. I heard Zdravko talking about how the different drivers take care of their tires. I also noticed that when I had to step away for a moment, Daniel Lukostic was in 10th position, and now it looks like he's up to 8th position. So that's going well.
Yeah, that's a good spleen out of cold tires phase. Once after like 3-4 laps, when we get our tires under control, I think that Daniel can unlock even more pace.
That sounds like your race engineer in the background, Zdravko. That's how pleased he is with your performance so far today.
That's cheering going
Cheering,
on.
yeah, cheering for the drivers, not.
Sorry, that was rude. Cheering, not
Yeah.
a criticism of your performance. He's very excited for your drive. Your recovery. Looks like the recovery is on with Daniel. He's just dropped one position, but now back on the lead lap with a car that is doesn't have any of the bends or dings in it. And Daniel looks like he's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, the first goal for us is, and for the baby also, we hope to keep the car in one place.
Dear.
We hope the car doesn't get any more damage, and if we manage to get that, everything is open. Everything is open because we pitted. We have more fuel than the cars ahead of us, I think.
Side
So
by
it's
side
only
drama here,
natural they're
guys.
faster.
Between Godge and Saitone. Saitone was trying to go for the move, didn't work out. Or in fact, yeah, it didn't work out, and now he's in the clutches of Roni Krompush, who's back at the wheel of the number 36 race green car as they go through turn 9. Very difficult corner. In fact, one of the most difficult corners when you're following is turn 9 at Kyoto Grand Prix Long. And as we enter Spoon Curve, Roni's going to get thrown out wide again, and it's going to be a slipstream battle on the oval between these three.
Yeah, it looked like he kept his foot in the throttle a little bit too long there. He wanted to lean out of it, maybe dab the brake to get the front of the car down so that it would grip up, and instead he went into the corner a little bit wide and a little bit too quickly and ended up scrubbing the tires all the way out to the edge of the road. This is a little bit sketchy with Saitone like making the pass into this fast chicane. Well done by both of these drivers to avoid a collision with one another or any of the surroundings on the circuit. Let's put Roni right behind him coming into the hairpin. Maybe he'll look.
Ooh,
Ooh,
this is
late
bunched
on the
them
brakes.
right up.
Yeah, late on the brakes on the curbing there is a little bit tricky. He's done a good job to hold on to the car, and that's put Jared Mead right behind all three of these guys.
I mean, you can basically feel him just notching up -2 laps on the tire life with that lockup.
Oh,
and that's a great move now.
That's your teammate has just moved up one position because Upsala has moved into pit lane. Saw him duck in while we were watching these three. Upsala jumped into pit lane in the background, so you back up to 8th position. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I was too busy looking at Ronnie coming back to Texas. That was a great move.
Good move from Roni there. And
oh, sorry, Pete. So Daniel Lukostic, your teammate Stravko, has just inherited 7th place because David Gotch is timing out. He's just hit 25 seconds. When that goes to 30, he will be timed out. And there he goes.
That's such a shame.
Their co-drivers. I think that'll be Roni Krompush. Will have to jump back into the car if David Gotch cannot himself reconnect.
Yeah, so that will have to be. I think that will have to be Virtanen.
Yeah, Jimmy Virtanen.
Or Goj will just come back. They just passed the finish line, so they will not lose that much if they come back.
Yeah. In that car, in the Master Race car entry, the number 95 is Jimmy Virtanen, David Goj, and Hassan Talha Unsal. So they've got some options of who to put in the car, but they need to do it quickly, and that they definitely wouldn't have been expecting it. Goj is back apparently, and will be rejoining, and will get his laps back. But that's disastrous for Master Race car.
Yeah, thanks for correcting my mistake there. I confused the green machines. That is, I agree, Pete, that is disastrous for Master Race Car. They were going really well. Now he's going to lose. Well, fortunately, as Dravka said, he had just started that lap, but he's going to lose with Alfonso coming through. Even if he gets rolling right now, he's going to be the better part of a full lap behind. And obviously the timing looks a little bit strange while the tracker updates. So David Gotch, that's unfortunate, a disconnection, now back on, but Alfonso has come through just ahead of him, so David Gotch now between the leader and 2nd place, 1 lap behind. That is unfortunate. That's the luck that we talked about, Pete. Sometimes it goes your way, and sometimes it goes against you, and it has gone against the MRC squad.
Indeed.
Just the last few moments.
Indeed. We have a fight on for P6 and P7.
So
Yep.
while all that was happening, Alfonso took P1 again,
Yep.
and now I see my teammate catching up to car number 13, Rodriguez. So finally the rear tire started to work. Let's see how he goes. I think that these S curves are just follow through. He can't really go to the side, and there's quite a bit of effect of a dirty air in the prototype car. So just follow the through and see what happens on the corner under the bridge. You call it turn 9, I call it Gabber turn. And this one, yeah. And yeah, the one, yeah. That's the turn where Gabber crashed once, and I love remembering it by that.
You're very evil.
Yeah.
The castic is right underneath the gearbox then, and not able to close up just yet.
Sorry to interrupt this fight, guys, but Pablo Saitone is about to go by Michael Malik into the chicane. Michael gets out of the throttle and dabs the brake a little bit to tuck in behind Pablo Saitone, and Ranu Krampush is going to try to capitalize.
Oh!
Rony,
Contact!
very optimistic there. He tried to go
Michael's
over
in the wall.
curb. That was very poorly done by Rony. He tried to send it over the curb on the inside, but there really wasn't any room. Michael Malik had to check up because he had let off. He had let off to let Pablo Saitone through. He made the smart decision to not fight into the chicane. Obviously couldn't carry as much speed, and Rony did the same thing that he did earlier, except this time it was on an LMP2 and not a GTR. Yeah, Rony tried to send it around the outside over that curb and ended up getting into Michael Malik. This is luck gone the other way now. Looks like Michael Malik isn't compromised too badly. The camber on the left front is now positive, so that's not going to help him at all. He'll have to come in and take repairs in order to fix that. That is really unfortunate.
I mean, that's the ebb and flow of the endurance racing. He was the biggest profiteer. He was the jackpot winner of that safety car, and now he's the worst loser.
Yeah,
I think that Ronnie was very optimistic there. That's a one car line over those few last bends in the lap, and going alongside there and on the curb. Let me tell you one thing: prototype car does not like curbs at all.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit before you joined, how the LMP2 cars carry so much speed through there, and the line is so narrow that if someone is off the pace ahead of an LMP2 car that is at full race pace coming through there, they catch very quickly, and it gets a little bit sketchy. And Rony, yeah, that was... I think Rony's honest, and Rony's done this long enough. I think he probably feels pretty bad about that. He obviously wouldn't have done that on purpose. That was a mistake. It was optimistic. And hopefully it doesn't affect them too badly.
Yeah, we will see how it goes. I think. Whoa, what was that? It was some dust kicked up.
Yeah, and we're about to watch a replay of how Michael Malik lost the lead to Alfonso. Here it is at the chicane. Took too much curb, went over the back of it, lost a lot of time on the dirt and the grass, and it's over as quickly as that. That's how quickly a lead can go.
And speaking of Michael Malik further, Daniel Kostic and Rodriguez just went through, so Michael Malik goes from the lead of the race down to 7th position in the span of 1 or 2 laps. And now he is in pit lane to take repairs. Yeah, that's the luck. It goes against you, and it goes with you, and then it can go against you again. Michael Malik's bad luck is Daniel Kostic's good luck. He has a straight and true car behind a couple machines that are a little bit wonky right now. So that'll benefit you and your teammate Stravko.
Yeah. Our plan anyway is just to go flat out to the end of the race. I know that, and the kid agrees again. I know that this is an endurance race and everything, but we just have to go flat out. So I'm just wondering if cars ahead have fresh tires, and if they're gonna get into heat up problems, that would be our chance, I guess.
Yeah, Michael Malik is underway once more in, looks like that'll be 9th position. Yeah, he's come out of the pits in 9th position. Ooh, good shot of Yoni Cadillo using a lot of the grass there to shorten the corner as much as possible. It's a little tricky. I found this, Stravko, maybe you could talk about the different corners on the circuit and how you drive them. I was trying to get up to speed with the car when I thought I might make an entry into this race. And I found the first corner in particular, the first chicane, is deceptively slow. It feels like you could carry a lot more speed through the first part of the corner, but the chicanes the curbs upset the car enough that you can't quite carry as much speed as it feels like you should be able to. And I found I was overrunning the first corner, overdriving it quite a bit until I pulled it back. I'm curious, like, if you could talk about your experience, like finding the speed with the car and where you could push, where you couldn't, which spots on the track were tricky. Obviously, this one is one of the tricky ones.
Yeah, well, it's like this. Firstly, wind affects a lot. So, I'm sorry, I'm laughing because the kid is laughing at me. It's lovely to have kids have them, everyone. So yeah, the wind is a big factor here, and it definitely changes the whole track. I still haven't driven it today, so I don't know how it is with the current wind. But if we can manage a camera on a LMP car for the whole lap, I can guide you through. I think that would be nice to hear.
Yeah, maybe we can. Yeah, here we go. On board with the leader at the front, about halfway around the track. Yeah, take us through it.
So we're entering I call it spoon curve. We at Fragmaster call it spoon curve. It's the curve that goes onto the oval part. It's a very tricky corner. You brake lightly and go into 4th gear. Have to be careful on the exit. Now he's approaching the chicane. Has a GTR on the side that's cleared. Slight brake, downshift into 5th and full throttle. Go through it. Don't hit the tires. Don't hit the sleeping policeman. This is just 5th gear, full throttle. You're not really gaining speed. You're just kind of feathering it. Now braking into the last turn, 2nd gear. Go a bit wide to get a nice straight exit. Go over the AstroTurf here. 3rd, 4th. He will go onto the curbs here. You can do it here. Go a bit wide on the exit to get speed and go straight to the blue fence to minimize the track. Now, sorry, I'm a bit confused by the kid confusingly watching me. And now he's going to the turn 1 brake. If you saw that access road on the side, you brake at the start of that access road. Be careful with the curve on that turn here, because it can throw the car off balance. So preparing for the braking here, you brake at 100 meters, going to 2nd gear, having to watch out for the 2nd gear not to kick you off if you downshift too fast. So a car here, this is like a 3rd gear flick, and just feathering the throttle and try not to lose the rear. This turn also, this is 4th gear now, but whole this part is just dancing on the edge of the grip with the prototype car. Car is kind of easy to lose the grip, and I'll explain it later because the cabur turn is the most dangerous turn in the track. I'm very confused by the MPH speed you're using in the cars.
Yeah, sorry about
that. Yeah, I can tell you that the good pass is like 230 kph in the 5th gear. Now the wind plays a big factor here because with a headwind, it can happen that you don't even go into 6th gear. You keep it in the 5th gear, and that turn is flat out with maximum downforce on the car.
Titone's had a spin while we were discussing that, and that's allowed Daniel Lacastic to pop up into P3 now, sitting in a podium position. So my, how fortunes can change in a very short space of time.
I'll just stay in commentary box until the end
just
of the
stay
race,
here.
and Daniel has to drive whole race, and that's it.
Yeah. Is Christian Kahuli?
Did he hit the tires? No.
Slightly.
Yeah, we watched your teammate watched Pablo Saitona go through there right after. Right as the tire stack was kind of tumbling off. I think Daniel may have just clipped it, but the front of the car looks okay. He didn't hit it too hard if he did.
There's a secret strategy to extending tire life, because you hit those tires if you lower your camber on the front, and you can go longer.
Furtive Jr. doing a very nice job here. Garcia catching up to the back of Lucas Sutautas, managing a back marker there as well. Only 2 and a bit seconds up the road to the second place car in GTR. Very nice job again from Furtive. Very, very nice work indeed from all of the Furtive racing teams here today. Putting on a very nice job indeed. We know Furtive Racing are quick. We don't tend to see them very often in our regular coverage. It's just the big races, the big endurance races, where they creep out of the woodwork and put on stellar performances.
Yeah, I mean, but what the field is in the GTRs, you got Yoni and Fast in P1, P2, and in P5 you got Mr. Meswe.
Yeah.
If you look at him, I think that he still run the. Isaac started the race, right?
He's lagging. I think Grinius was having a bit of a lag problem there. Isaac started the race, yeah. And,
yeah, let's look at the number plate. What does it say now?
What does it say? I don't know. Let's have a look.
They usually come up with a good one.
It's soft, yeah. I mean, salt. Interesting. I'm not sure if Isaac changed it. I think that it should have been ballast.
GTR leader in the pit lane. Sorry to interrupt. That is Yoni coming down pit lane.
Will there be a driver change? He's driving with Nico Puntola and Gabor Gure.
Correct. Nico's in the server, so it's going to be a driver change for Yoni Katila and Nico Puntola. He uses the last pit box, risky, unless you're very, very talented like Yoni. I've just noticed that there's a world-class Lions livery on the front of that. I wondered what was going on. Yes, the Siders livery has a WCL logo on the bonnet, which is a nice little touch for him. But yeah, it will be Nico Puntola getting in that car, which will mean the number 25 will drop down the order, handing the lead, temporarily at least, to Lucas Sutautas, the number 77, back in the lead after dropping down during the beginning of this stint.
Yeah,
there's a bit of mix and match in the paints today. You can see it on this car where it's Yes Motorsport and Sidus, depending on which side you're looking at. There you can see down the back where the paint splits on either side, and then the World Class Lions, the big World Class Lions decal on the hood of Yoni's car, running with Sidus today. A nice collaboration of drivers and teams here today.
So a lot of BAR inspired liveries going on.
Yeah, I think they did that 2 or 3 years ago. Race Green and B2R, right? I think that they heft the livery. They had it. Half of the car was B2R and half of the car was Racing Green.
Yeah, but that was front to rear, right? Or was it?
Yeah, that was no. It was.
Was it side to side?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
But sorry for the guys, but the B2R Race Green looked better than this one.
Well, I
remember
think
back in the.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day doing GT Amateur League, NDR GT Amateur League, which I did with Spencer, and then a rotating cast of other drivers. We had Chris Wilkinson did part of the season with us, and we had another Something Awful driver. Randy Young raced with us. We had Eric Smith. A number of us kind of rotated through the seats. We did a few split liveries with one driver's regular with Something Awful on the other side. We came, you can imagine, Something Awful inspired, had some pretty awful looking paints. I think it's I hadn't thought about it until we started talking about it a minute ago, kind of a theme through the history of Live for Speed. Different drivers and allegiances coming together with good looking paint jobs. Speaking of good looking paint jobs, the Fragmaster, the FM in that font on the black fin looks so good on this car with the blue and like the red and black streak on the side. I love this livery.
Thank you. I made it. It's the same team as all our cars, but yeah, it looks good on that car. I have to scorn Christian because the car should have white wheels. But yeah.
Oh well. Here is Alfonso making his way through traffic. We just saw Garcia in the GTR class going into pit lane. He drops down the order currently to, P6 or 7 in class. Alfonso here, however, is having no such trouble. The number 90 leads as it did with Sebastian Santandrew at the wheel. A very, very, very nice outfit, this machine, and doing fantastically as we approach halfway through our number 3 here.
Yeah, so this car that we're watching right here, and these drivers, well, they haven't. I don't know that they've had any luck one way or another. When you don't have bad luck, that's ideal. You want things to go smoothly, and these guys have made it look really easy today. They've been out front for most of the running. They haven't had any trouble. No coming together with other cars. Haven't really had any. Well, none that we've seen anyway. They haven't had many scary moments at all. Everything's just kind of going their way. That can obviously change in a moment, but it's like everything has gone right for the number 90 car, that team today. I wanted to mention too, in the background, Michael Malik obviously fell back after coming together with the man we have on screen right now, Ronnie Krampusch. Michael repaired the car, and he is motivated. We'll look at a replay of that in just a moment. Michael is setting blistering lap times, just trying to catch up. Here we can see on board with Ronnie Krampusch. You can see how much more speed he carries. Michael Malik had to check up, and Ronnie, there's no room there. I think Ronnie, it's hard when you close that fast. You have to make a split-second decision, and I think Ronnie was closing quickly enough. Felt like he had the speed that he could sneak through. And just kind of made a poor decision trying to go by there where the gap was closing. He had the speed and the pace, but just not a really good place to do it. You said it yourself, Stravko, that there's only one line through there that kind of weaves through the curves of the circuit, and just made a mistake. And unfortunately, it cost Michael Malik a lot more than it cost himself.
Yeah, very nice to have action replays available to review the action that we miss or see very quickly. Thank you to Chris McElroy in the background for getting us all of those. But yeah, we watch Ronnie Krampusch, who is progressing quite nicely, cutting through the traffic. P2 currently. Interesting to see what the race green outfit can manage today. I don't think it's over for Michael, Travis, obviously. It's a long way to go. He's already come from the back. I reckon he's got a lot of pace in that machine. He does almost a minute off, but
he really
over a
does.
minute off, but he can do it.
Yeah, he's a minute off. I think he can do it. So he is. He's not the fastest driver on circuit. The Furtive racing machine out front is running low 201s, but Michael Malik has been doing. He just dipped into the 201s, but he's been doing like low 202s while negotiating traffic. He is in absolute full send. He's catching GTRs. He is. One thing you can do, and we've seen most everyone drive pretty conservatively so far in this race, but because you have so much more power and you have so much more downforce, you can be pretty creative. In some places on the track, you're borderline being a jerk about it, but you can be pretty aggressive passing back markers. You can go around the outside. You can use the downforce in high-speed corners. Like you can pretty easily clear a slower car without impeding one another, and that's what Michael is doing. Basically, all the places on the circuit where you can pass somebody, he is timing he's timing catching the back markers really well. This is where luck comes back into play, and he's just full send trying to catch up. I'm enjoying my own little show watching Michael Malik in the background. Yeah, someone in our ear, sounds like somebody just went through the tires. We'll see if we can get a picture of that. As we watch, Alfonso has been in and out of the pits. I was flapping my jaws while he came down pit lane from the lead, now in third place. Back marker with the Red Bull livery got wide and then came back to the racing line a little bit too quickly. Those are the kind of heart-stopping moments that the Furtive racing team have avoided today. Kind of a close call there, but they're through safely. He may not have even seen that in his mirrors because it happened so quickly, and he's focused forward. But yeah, in the pits, out of the pits, that puts Ronnie Krampusch up to the lead, and Daniel Lekostic, the Fragmaster guys, are back where they started in P2.
Yeah, a few moments ago in our ear, Zdravko sounded very hurried. He's had to run away and probably won't be joining us for the rest of the race in the commentary box, because I believe that in a minute Daniel Lekostic is going to come in the pit lane earlier than scheduled. Yeah, something's gone down and Zdravko's had to run away, so we thank him for his efforts and his excellent commentated lap that he did in an LMP car while we were on board with Alfonso, I believe it was. The
That was
Castick's going
brilliant.
around again. So, yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Zdravko narrating that on board. That was a lot of fun to listen. I love talking. This probably isn't a big secret to anyone, as we got a VSC call somewhere. We'll have to look and see
virtual
where that
safety
is.
car. What's happened there then? So we've got a VSC being called. Good job we've got that in our graphics package. But there we are. Very unusual for there to be a VSC. Not sure what's caused that on track. We've got people looking now. The race controllers have seen something we haven't. But there we are. Someone's gone off and they're back on, and they I think there's been a panic and a VSC was called. Doesn't appear there's not an obvious reason why this VSC has been called currently. I'm sure there was a valid reason for it, but VSC, all the drivers have to drive at a nominated speed, and they cannot go any faster than that. Essentially, they have to put the pit limiter on. That's how it is managed.
Yeah, if there's any question that a driver may be or a car may be in an unsafe position, like that's a wise call to slow everyone down and make sure that a minor incident doesn't turn into a major one. So they should be. I would expect them to be clearing it soon. Still not obvious. I've tabbed through the order and it's not clear who went off or where. There are enough cars with damage to the various bits and bobs on the car that no one car makes it clear that anyone went off. Mo's telling us in our ears that it was one of the GTR cars that was off and then back on again. So we wait for this VSC to clear. The lap that Zdravko narrated was so much fun to listen to. His commentary is on point, and that happened to be just a brilliant lap to follow too. We got to see Daniel negotiating the faster corners on the circuit. Really working the performance of the car in a way that Zdravko could explain to us beautifully. And then I got to see him going through the traffic. That was I hope we get to see more of that. Because those kind of shots are a lot of fun to see, and Zdravko is such a good driver and does such a good job telling us about it that hopefully maybe he'll get a shot to get back in the box for the end of the race. It sounds like he won't be able to, but I hope he does because I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Yeah, it looks like the number 30 is still having some connection issues. You can see it warping around in front of Martin Capel. This is not the first time Martin Capel has had to deal with warping cars in his sim racing career. I remember back to one of the first broadcasts we ever did in Live for Speed a few years ago when West Hill was released. Martin Capel had to deal with Andreas Leitnieks for Core Sim Racing darting around in front of him in an F08. So yeah, that is not going to be a fun time for Martin Capel. But there we are, he's wobbling around a bit, just trying to hurry Ipsal along a bit. But of course, they can't go any faster than the pit lane speed limiter allows them to. This has been a very long VSC period, so there must be a reason why it's still in play. We cannot, for the life of us, work out why. But hopefully, the drivers can be up to full speed racing, green flag racing, very soon. Still no word. Oh,
yeah,
there was
a message that it should be clearing. There's another one, so I think it's about to come off in just a few seconds.
Okay, well, hopefully we get confirmation. Well, we have VSC ending and then green flag. That was very, very quick. But we are back to green flag racing.
It's a good shot here. Our friend and sim broadcast teammate Martin Capel driving with Jared Mead today. All over the back of this. Here we go. This is the reason for the VSC. One of the furtive machines. Ooh.
This is why the number 10 machine.
Replay.
Yeah, this is why the number 10 machine dropped down through the order. So this is the other furtive car. This is the number 10. Again, having issues rejoining. Second time, and in a similar part of the racetrack. That was just at that corner, turn 9, just before Spoon, where it lost it before. So yeah, more drama for the number 10.
Yeah, that will have been scary for Daniel Lacostic too, because we could just see him coming in the background when the 10 machine was looping it there. And I don't know that it has a name. It's turn 9. I'm going to call it Degner because it is a lot like the Degner corner in Suzuka. So I'm going with that from now on.
Fair enough.
Maybe I can coin a new name here. Daniel Lacostic from P2 stopped in pit lane.
Yeah, this is where Zdravko has sprinted off to. I think we're about to see a driver change. Let's stay with it and let's see if it goes well for them. It has gone well. Well, it still says that Lukasic's in the car, so unusual.
Yeah, perhaps he had some other obligation, understandable, and no blame to him. Looks like he's got another 40 minutes at least before he jumps in the seat.
Yeah. So, yeah, not expecting to see Zdravko in this stint. Oh, goodness me, as Roni almost loses it, coming out of turn 9 into turn 10. Yeah.
Kind of a strange place to lose it. I mean, it looks strange from the camera shot, but he's on, I think he's on older tires, or maybe cold tires. Oh, no, I don't think we missed a stop. Perhaps we did. He's 20 seconds ahead of Alfonso. Yeah, I think Roni's due to stop. Maybe the tires are getting a bit old.
He's going to get in.
When you go through turn 9, Digner, you're using all of the downforce of the car, and it is nearly full throttle. You dab the brake, and then you breathe the throttle to turn in, and then you really ride the edge of the circuit to carry the speed around, and it's really easy after you've negotiated the corner to put a little bit too much lock in the steering wheel, and if you have a little bit too much lock in the steering wheel on the edge of the road like that, there isn't that much grip out there, and it could be with the wind that it just caught the rear of the car in a way he didn't expect as he's running down the fuel and the tires are getting old. A little bit too much lock on the wheel and the torque that this engine makes, it's easy to lose it. This is optimistic for Martin Capal if he decides to. He does not. Decides to get back in line. Ooh. Sails it through the chicane. Ooh.
Close.
So this is another thing I found when I was testing the car, is there in particular, the rear of the car does not want to comply. The bumps are so big and you've got so much power and the car is so stiffly sprung. It's got the big flat bottom. The floor of the car makes a lot of the downforce. That when the car is up in the air, it's bouncing on the corners of the car. It's really easy for the rear of the car to get away when the back lands and it breaks traction. That was well held by Martin Capal with the rear of the car trying to get to the front.
The VSC was caused by a puncture on Dan Revega's car. So it came to the end of its stint. Dan Revega in the number 33 Hare and Tortoise Racing went into the pits and has handed over since to Logtenberg. So Rob Logtenberg now in for Daniel Revega.
If they called a VSC for a puncture, that is impressive by the race director and the organizers to catch that and call a VSC, because it's easy to miss those kind of things. If a car's just going around slowly, that's not a big deal. But if he was far enough from pit lane trying to get back and they recognized that he had a puncture and could be impeding other traffic,
it's impressive. We didn't see it.
Yeah, I appreciate the attention to detail there to catch that, throw the VSC, make sure everybody gets around safely, clear it. That's I'm impressed. Well done to everybody to make sure that everybody gets around and to see those kind of things, because they're easy to miss.
Yeah, for sure. We're watching Grinius here. Took over the car from Isaac Price a while ago. Don't know if we expect anyone else in that car other than him and Isaac. No, it is just those two to the end. So expect to see Isaac Price back in the number 99 at some point towards the end of the race. So the 33 wasn't just a puncture, Travis. They got beached, and Chris will be able to get us a replay so we can see exactly how that went down and what caused the lengthy VSC procedure. But yeah, it was unsighted to us completely. So fair play to the race organisers. As Rodriguez, the number 13 Low Cost Racing LMP, comes into pit lane, and who's going to be taking over from him? It will be either Sergio Lopez or Ricardo Bermudez, and as far as I'm aware, Bermudez has already done a couple of stints, or at least a stint. So I'm going to expect Sergio Lopez potentially to take over for the number 13.
Yep, and while that happened, that lets the sister car, the number 10 machine, Pablo Saitone, goes through. That's we know him as Pobleski from some of the other events we cover. I think they're doing well to stay in the running near the front of the order, because while the 90 machine has had a nearly perfect race, we saw one close call on camera earlier, but otherwise, as far as we know, they have had no drama at all. The 10 car has been through drama, I think, just about every time we put the camera on them. But they sweep through into I said second place a moment ago. I meant third place. They're running around in third place behind the sister car, and they've stuck there despite a few pretty dramatic goings off.
Here's the number 5, Furtive Master Class car, currently being driven by Alejandro Tres Palacios, Travis, who you commentated on during the BF1 League.
Yes, so earlier I mentioned Pablo Saitone having had a surprise performance in an MRC BF1 event, and I had remembered that incorrectly because this was the driver, Alejandro Tres Palacios. It was at Fern Bay. When everyone else was just flying off the circuit and into the barriers left and right, Alejandro Tres Palacios was setting good pace, and that's a little sketchy. He did a really good job. He was about to lose the rear of the car, and he tried to turn into the corner, and then he thought better of it and drove it straight off. So instead of looping it and going backward into the barrier, he stayed in the brakes, straightened the wheel, slowed down, lost some time going off in the grass, but did not crunch the back of the car. So that was smart by him. But he ran a really smart race at Fern Bay. Smart driving like he did just a moment ago. And he's doing well here today. Sounds like we got a replay coming up of this earlier incident that caused the VSC. So
33 of Dan Ravega. Dan Ravega was in the car, and he's going to get a puncture when he brakes, is he? Yep.
Oh, yeah.
There we go, front right.
Car
went.
Yeah. Car does not stop, and then around he goes.
I love that about LFS. You could see the suspension go, you could see the tyre go, and then you could see him lose it into the gravel. That is wonderful. Not for Dan Ravega, it wasn't, because he had to then reverse out of the gravel, drive around very slowly and carefully to the pit lane, and there's a tortoise on the the left side of that rear wing. The team is named Tortoise and Hare Racing, I guess for a reason now at this point. So very difficult then to drive that car back to pit lane. Oh, goodness me. In fact, he even drove off again, did he? He just kept it out of the wall. That's why they called the VSC.
Yeah, well held with all of those trips through the dirt. I'm impressed that he lost the front tire and then looped it, trying to get the car slowed down, which is obviously difficult to do if you're only running on 3 tires. But he was able to back it out with the floor of the car on the gravel. With one of the tires all the way down, that car would have been even lower in the dirt, and he managed to extract it himself from the sand trap there. So impressive job by him to slow the car down, keep it out of the barrier, and then back it out, get it stopped safely on the edge of the circuit to rejoin. A little bit scary. I think he underestimated the loss of grip that he would have trying to navigate the Esses, the uphill weaving bends. But yeah, yet another example of the driving standards. There's we followed this car earlier, and the driving standards were perhaps a bit lower than we expected. But from everyone else on the track, the driving standards have been exceptionally high. Really high quality racing today, and just heads up, skillful, attentive driving.
Well, I wanted to highlight this car in particular because obviously it wasn't having the best time earlier with who was it at the wheel? We had Ian Bassey at the wheel. Yep. But in this car, the Le Mans Red Bull car, we will end up seeing at some point alongside Augustin Ramallo, who is currently at the wheel, we should end up seeing Cristobal Gonzalez. So that'll be good to see Cristobal back behind the wheel of a car in an endurance race in LFS, hopefully at some point soon. That car up 2 places in LMP, but it was way further down the order earlier, so a bit of a recovery, but currently 1 lap off Logtenberg in the number 33 Tortoise and Hare car.
Yep. The driver they had in at the start seemed to be struggling quite a lot, which is understandable. It is not the most difficult car to drive, but it is certainly not trivial. But it looks like they've managed to gather it up. They're running 1 lap off, as you said, Pete, but going pretty consistently now. No drama, no broken pieces on the car. So that's usually a pretty good indicator in a race and live for speed. If someone is having a good day, or at least not having a bad day, if all of the fenders on the car are straight and the front bumper isn't punched in, then you can be reasonably sure that if the driver hasn't come in to repair it, They have otherwise stayed out of trouble.
Yeah, another car that's kept relatively far out of trouble is the number 69, currently circulating in P4. P4 in class. That is the Road Appraiser car. We have Race Green in the pit lane because, of course, they're slightly out of cycle with their pit stops. So Alfonso takes over the lead in LMP. But yes, in the number 69 car today, we should be seeing Igor Santos. That's Igor Freire. We've seen Ricardo Dominguez, and currently in the car is Lucas Rossa, who is driving very nicely, it has to be said, Travis.
Yes, and while that happened, Roni coming into pit lane, Saitone has gone through into second position. So those two machines, the 90 and the 10, the Furtive Racing drivers, are now running 1-2 again. While that happened, there is a drive-through penalty. So it's the number 14 car, Antonelli driving. That is the Astro race team. They've got a drive-through penalty for speeding on VSC. So must have either come out of the limiter early or perhaps gotten on it too late. Either way, too fast under VSC, and that'll be a trip through pit lane.
Yeah, the number 13's been through the pit lane for the same penalty as well. That could have been what we watched before because Rodriguez is still in the car. So it was a while ago, that. We have a replay of car 16. That was an incident Zdravko noticed earlier, coming up in a few moments' time. Car number 16 is this one, the Hormiga Loca Racing team. Number 16 currently being driven by Leonardo Valenzise. And if we head to the replay now, let's see what happened. It's going into turn 1 across the... missing the apex at turn 2, running wide and spinning it into the apex of turn 3. That's a pretty nasty incident. That's a blind corner there. Hopefully no one else comes into it. No, it was cleanly away. So lucky in the end for the number 16 team.
Yeah, that was one of the places that I asked Drevko about earlier because he made the same mistake that I was making in practice. It's woo!
Oh my! As we see the same car having a big moment at the chicane. Oh, yeah, that was close.
A reprise of two earlier topics. One, that it's easy to carry too much speed through the first corner, which he did, and ended up on the grass, and then too much lock in the wheel, too much power too early, and turned it around. And there you could see the car hopping over the curbing. It's easy for the rear of the car to get away, which it did. He was lucky to just he had the brakes on, so he was, after he went around, he was sliding sideways, had it as under control as you can with the brakes on and going sideways. Lucky to just tap one of the corners of the car on the wall and not do that right in front of one of his competitors. There's Jeremias Zanella coming through the final corner. This blue and yellow car, all of the liveries today are brilliant, but I like this one a lot too.
Yeah, and as we're approaching the top of the hour, I realised that last time we were at the top of the hour, we didn't do the full run through because, well, everything went off basically. We had a safety car, we had incidents, we had replays coming at us left, right, and centre. So I'm going to do it a bit early now, and we're going to move away from Jeremiah Sinella for a moment to talk about Alfonso for Furtive Racing, doing a fantastic job after his teammate drove the earliest stints, kept this car in the lead, and it's still in the lead. The number 90 Furtive Racing LMP car leads that class. Then it's Pablo Saitone, in the sister car, the number 10, which is a little bit remarkable, Travis, since this car has been in the wars at least twice. As David Godge pits, we will look to Roni Krompush, who after a pit stop returns in P3, which is a very nice effort. Still some right side damage on the number 36 Race Green Autosports LMP. Then we have a car which has been moving slowly up the order, started a little bit way down, but currently in P4 is Martin Capel. Earlier was being driven by Jared Mead, the number 98 Savage Mead Sports car. There is one other driver going to be joining that car. Let me just pull up my list very quickly and find out who that's going to be. It's going to be Eric Blixt from Sweden, who will be driving alongside those two later on. Then in P number 5, it is Daniel Lekastik, who should be handing the car over to our co-commentator and friend Zdravko Topolniak in a few moments' time. Well, in a few laps' time, at the end of this stint, probably, Travis. Next, we have Jeremiah Sinella in the very, very fetching Lycan Racing yellow, white, and blue livery there. Very nice indeed. The number 30 team there in P6. Then we have Rodriguez for Low Cost Racing, the number 13 team. Another very interesting livery. The liveries are fantastic today. I don't know whether that's aided by the excellent looking LMP2 car we have on display here. But yeah, very nice effort once again from all of the teams for putting liveries together. I think this is the first event that we've put on, especially the first endurance event, where all of the teams have put a fantastic effort into making their cars look the part, as Rodriguez now has to navigate the Team America FXR of Martinez. Then we have Michael Malek. He's had an up and down race. He's very, very close behind, in fact, to the back of the car in 7th place. Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'll interrupt you briefly to say that Michael Malek has closed 3 seconds this lap on Rodriguez. Rodriguez was slow getting through the traffic. Michael Malek, absolute send on a few GTRs. Now he's right there behind Rodriguez, lurking for 7th place. Take it away, Pete. Back to you.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, so Michael Malek, we've spoken to him twice during this race. Once before we went live, and once during a safety car period. After which Michael somehow inherited the lead. So he was last after that one, and then was in the lead overall before the safety car came out, or after the safety car came out, pretty much, which was very, very impressive. He's since shuffled back down the order, and kind of normality has been restored, but only because of an issue that Michael had earlier in this stint, which has put him down into P8. But plenty of time left in this race for Michael to bring his solo effort up the order again. Then we've got Rob Logtenberg, who took over from Daniel Ravega a while ago after they had a puncture in that machine. They're down in P9 in LMP in the Tortoise and Hare Racing outfit. Then Jimmy Vertinen, Gemini, who won the last season of the BF1 League, if I'm not mistaken. Travis, is that correct?
I think so. We'd have to go back and check to be sure.
I feel bad that I don't know the answer to that, because it was a very high-profile series.
You've jogged my memory. He won the first 2, I believe. The first one, he ended up in it turned into a nasty duel with Sean Lee at the end of the race. Sean Lee led most of it, and then Jimmy Vertinen managed to snatch it at the end. And Sean ran out of juice up the hill and had 2 Sidus drivers split him to get the podium.
Right, but who won the championship? That's the question.
That was Jimmy Vertinen.
That was Jimmy Vertinen. Good,
yes,
all right. My memory is not fading. The number 95 Master Race car currently being driven by Jimmy Vertinen, and expect to see David Gorge back in the car probably, although we are expecting to see Hassan Talha Unsal in that car at some point as well. Getting to the end of the LMPs then, here is the number 7 car. A little bit of issues earlier on with a few incidents and accidents causing us to take in a bit more oxygen than we needed. Currently being driven by Romalo Diaz in the Le Mans Red Bull car. Then we have Tontea for the 52 QWE team. Another very nice looking livery, that. Jeremiah Sinella has timed out from P6 in the race. That is a disaster. Hopefully someone from the Lycan Racing team can get back in the server quickly so that they don't lose too many laps. But that is a disaster. That car was in P3 at one point, Travis.
Yeah, I see Igor, as we said that, I see Igor Santos connecting. So I believe that's not a coincidence. I think it's a different team. That is a coincidence. Yeah, that's unfortunate. They've had kind of a rough going and looked like they'd kind of gotten it under control, and now bad luck. That's how it goes in endurance racing. Sometimes it comes to you and sometimes it goes away.
Yeah, P14 overall and P12 in the LMP class is Valen Zizet for Homogaloka Racing. They've had issues, but they're still circulating, trying to get back in with the LMP class, but gradually being swallowed up by the GTR class by the looks of it. Speaking of GTRs, in the lead, it's the number 77, the Red Suns car being driven by Lucas Vitautas. He was given the car in pristine condition by Vitautas Lagutskas a few minutes ago. He's been in the car for a while now, but I wonder, who else are we going to expect to see in that car, Travis, the number 77? I think it is just those two, actually. Yeah, the 2 Lithuanians driving for Red Suns, a collaboration between Yes Motorsport and Sidus for
that's
today.
Correct.
Then we have Born to Race, Ayoub El Hanouni, the Moroccan, currently circulating in P2 in the 23 machine. Good effort so far from him. And we're going to see... we're probably going to see Smart Gravicius back in at some point because it is just those two driving in that car. As we are.
Pete, I got to
Go on.
interrupt you. Sorry.
Yep.
Pablo Saitone has binned it once again.
Oh,
He
no.
went straight on through the tires at the chicane and has gone off. He hit the wall really hard with the right side. So yeah, he's there. We can see him recovering. Michael Malik at the same time alongside, late on the brakes and deep into that corner. You can use the banking of the corner to get the car slowed down and turn in. And now Michael Malik is through. I don't think Rodriguez has the pace to keep up with him. He was able to keep Michael Malik behind when they were coming up on traffic, negotiating the back markers. But now Michael Malik is through. He is motivated. He's been lighting the timing screens on fire, running in the 202s. The top drivers are doing that. While I say that, Pablo Saitone is in pit lane now after taking damage on that machine. He did it pretty late in the lap. And ahead of him, his teammate Alfonso is stopped for a pit stop. I just saw his teammate connect to the server a few minutes ago. I don't know if he's here to spectate. I think we'll have a driver change.
He's going to be a driver
in the
change.
number 90 car. Yep.
The number 90 will change drivers, so it will be one of those three back in the machine. I mean,
yeah, it's Santandreu back in the machine.
Very nice, yeah. Santandreu doing a super job in his first stints, and will want to continue that effort as Roni Krompush takes over the lead once again.
Actually, no. Santandreu connected to the server, but Alfonso has just left pit lane. So
okay, maybe he was waiting for him. Maybe he was ready in case Alfonso wanted to jump out. So good team play there. Yeah, good team play. If it's all right with you, Travis, if anything else is going to happen, I'll continue with my rundown.
Please do, go ahead.
Please let me know if anything happens again, but let's keep going. Currently in P number 3 in the GTR class, we have Nico Pantola for Yes Motorsports. He is driving with a few of his teammates in the number 25 machine. He is driving with Yoni Katila and Gabor, who we haven't seen yet, but I'm pretty sure the chat is going to go on fire when Gabor jumps in the car. Very popular driver. For one reason or another, and very fast as well. So,
yeah, this team has pace. I expect to see them near the top at the end.
Yeah, well, they're currently P3. They've been there for a while. Currently, Born to Race are besting them for P2 at the moment, and well, the Lithuanians ahead are some way ahead, almost 30 seconds up the road to the number 77. Oh, goodness me, as Nico takes a huge chunk of that curb. Heart-stopping moment. Here comes the Fragmaster machine, the LMP, going around the outside. Nicely done. All right, next, who do we have? We have Garcia for Furtive Junior, the number 79 car. That is being driven by Fernandez, that's Federico Fernandez and Francis Garcia, as well as Lautaro Chiodini, who took the car at the start. So expect to see Fernandez in that car at some point, because he is not driven it yet, I don't think. Next, we have Isaac Price back in the number 99, taking over from Mazway, currently being overtaken or trying to be overtaken by one of the Furtive Racing LMPs. Decided better of it. Isaac currently down in P5. And Travis, a lot of work to do for Isaac.
Yeah, they were at the front early on. Isaac Price was able to capitalize on a minor incident in the GTRs on the first lap, and then they've just kind of shuffled backward since then. He recently took over the car again, as you said. I think his teammate, not quite the same pace as Isaac Price, but not many people do have the same pace as Isaac Price. So work cut out for him, but they're not too far off.
Oh, I think Travis has gone silent. We'll switch to a battle here between Tres Palacios and Antonelli, which is basically come out of nowhere. Tres Palacios for Furtive Masterclass, currently leading. Oh, they're going to be side by side through the chicane, Travis. This is going to be tight.
Yeah, sorry about the audio there.
No
I think I let my finger off the push to talk key by mistake. Yeah, optimistic to try to go side by side through the chicane. Alejandro Tres Palacios decided, if there aren't tire stacks in the way, then you might as well just go over the sausage curbs. And then getting split by Hermes Zanella in the LMP car. That's,
he rejoined.
Like to
actually.
see that.
Yeah. Zanella rejoined.
Side by side action. They rubbed the doors there. Alejandro Tres Palacios manages to make it stick, even though he kind of got bumped wide. That's good driving for both of them. A little bit rough, but that was fun to watch, and they both threw more or less safely. While while I wait for you to four-wheel drift through the corner here, this is we got a lot to see here. Some excitement in the last few moments. We'll wait for Pete for a second to get back to the order, the rundown of the order. There's Martin Capal stopped for the Savage Mead Sports Machine in the machine. Martin Capal in the Savage Mead Sports Machine. During the cycle of pit stops a minute or two ago, Hernan Quinteros took over the number 10 car. So Pablo Sotone having a little bit of struggling a little bit with the machine. Out of the car now, Quinteros back in, and they should come back up to second or third position after this cycle of pit stops. Oh, Roni, big lag there from Roni. That'll be a little bit scary. Pete, I hear you once again. Why don't you take over the order, and we'll round this out and get back to the action.
Yeah, no worries. Chris has got a replay for us, so let's do that first. Let's have a look at what he has in store for us. It's a furtive racing machine. It is the number 90. Oh, sorry, the car 10 again. This is what Travis saw. So this is what happened. Oh, straight into the tyres. You caught the back end of this incident. And that's a big shunt, Travis. That was hard into the rear right.
Yeah, that's... I think that probably accounts for the driver change. I don't know. I would assume that most teams, if they're fielding more than one car, run roughly similar strategies. There's no reason not to unless something goes horribly wrong and you need to switch to an alternate strategy. I wonder if if there was an early driver change to put Quinteros in the machine and take Pablo Sotone out when the sister car, the number 90, in fact did not change drivers when they stopped within a lap of each other. So hopefully it goes better for Quinteros. Pablo Sotone, obviously struggling with the car, had a few offs, backed it into the wall or the Armco a couple times, but remarkably still in it. They've gotten away with a few big offs. That can't continue forever, but as it is, still in the hunt for a good finish.
Yeah, we're riding on board with the number 23 Born to Race car. Mark Vicious is being caught and going to be passed, I am sure, by Isaac Price here. This gap has been coming down for a while, and here is Isaac trying to make it P4 in class. Here he comes. He's trying to go around the outside. He's going to try and make this stick into Boothie. It's being squeezed, and he's backed out of it as they head through this chicane. Let's watch from the wall cam. Nice. And that curb is massive, Travis.
Yeah, it's really, this is such a good shot because you can see that, the LMP2 cars go sailing over that curb. The first one went through and you could see how stiffly sprung the car is and how big and flat the floor is. And, it's just a quick pop and then the downforce brings the car back down to the ground. And then the next LMP2 car went through and you could see how he just missed the line a little bit and went over the bigger part of the bump, and the rear of the car is up in the air and bouncing all over the place. Isaac Price has his work cut out for him to make this pass. Looked like he might be able to get around on the oval part of the circuit. Smolkovicius gave him, there's Michael Malik out of nowhere. This kind of shot is so much fun because sometimes you see the LMP2 cars just show up out of nowhere. They have so much more pace. Michael Malik a little bit optimistic trying to get through there. He's working hard, full send mode, trying to recover his earlier lead that he inherited with a bit of luck. Perhaps a little bit optimistic there, carried too much speed into the first corner.
Again,
but yeah,
this is why I love endurance racing. This sort of camera angle is why I love endurance racing. It's chaos.
Yeah, so there, that wasn't quite as bad as it looked. Michael Malik can go much deeper on the brakes than these cars can, but in those slower corners, the LMP2 car doesn't carry that much more speed than the GTR, so he went a little bit wide, and they caught him in the corner, but not quite as awful as it looked for Michael Malik. Here you can see, he got through just in time.
That's risky.
Is that right? Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, that's caused all sorts of chaos. That's caused all sorts of chaos.
Yeah, I wonder if this will be a VSC or a safety car because he is stopped in the middle of the circuit. It looks like he may have broken the suspension.
Something's
or
dead on
got
that.
A puncture. Yeah.
That was awkward because the LMP threw him off completely going up the inside, and he just went so deep into turn 9, and that is a huge incident for the Born to Race car. That car has been making its way up the order gradually, and that's a big crash for Smolkovicius in the 23. We'll get a replay of it, I'm sure, but big drama at the halfway stage of this race for Born to Race. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and scary for everyone. Like him racing with Isaac Price. I was going to say earlier that at this place on the circuit on the last lap, Smolkovicius was entirely entitled to run Isaac Price, up the circuit. Isaac didn't have enough pace to actually pull him on the oval part of the circuit. Smolkovicius gave him just enough room to defend his position. And then it's gone all wrong with kind of a late optimistic move by an LMP2 car on a very dangerous part of the circuit. As we see the QWE car go a little bit deep and off in the grass there. That lets the yellow, blue, and white machine, that beautiful looking LMP2 car, get through without too much trouble. Mo said in our ears that Smolkovicius managed to go straight on into the barrier, and there is a tire barrier there, so they may just have gotten away with one. I think he probably looped the car when he was trying to recover just because there was so much dirt on the tires. Perhaps the damage on that car is not as bad as it looked, but that was a really big hit, Pete.
It was very, very big. Straight into the wall. That car was pretty fresh as well after the pit stop. So yeah, big drama for them, and that's going to be hard to recover if they have to take it down the pit lane. As we are currently watching Isaac Price trying to be lapped by one of the furtive cars, ducks to the outside, has to lift, and then goes on the inside. Isaac's perfectly entitled to take his line there. That's just all part of it.
Yeah, this is where experience and confidence matters. This car has enough speed to get around on the outside there, but Quinteros needs to give himself a little bit more space, time it a little bit better to make the run on the outside of the right-hander. You could see that he started to look, but he was going too late, and Isaac decided, because as you said, he was perfectly entitled to do it, decided to run the racing line, and then Quinteros nearly got into the back of him, deciding a little bit late that he couldn't actually make that move. And we've got a replay coming up here. I think this is the incident we saw just a few moments ago with Isaac Price, the LMP2 car. I believe that's Rodriguez going through. You can see.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he got on the brakes to try to make the corner when his entry was compromised by the late lunge by the LMP2 car, but didn't get it quite slowed down enough. Ended up going wide onto the grass there, and then once you're over the curb and on the grass, it is all over. But yeah, Mo saw it correctly. Very lucky to go head on and just punch the bumper in. Punch the bumper in a ton. That was a really good look through the chicane. Yeah, very lucky. Smolkovicius, very lucky to go straight in the barrier, not damage the suspension, pick up a puncture. And though he's lost some time, it doesn't appear as though he has lost any motivation. He is sending it hard through the final corner in that chicane, and now off he goes. Though, what is it, 5-3? Oh, only 3 seconds behind Isaac Price. So that could have. Oh no, he's 21. That's the interval. He's 21 seconds behind Isaac Price. So that'll sting. He'll be frustrated. But just under 3 hours left to go. It can happen to anyone. It could happen to someone else, and they might find themselves right back where they were.
Yeah, exactly, Travis. Smolkovicius will live to fight another day. He will have to come into the pit lane at some point, obviously. I wonder whether they'll repair that damage. They could have some slight aerodynamic damage at the front end. Possibly they've moved one of the wheels backwards slightly. The axles can bend in LFS, and that can cause you all sorts of issues, especially with tyre wear, which has been very, very much a cause of concern for LMP drivers, not necessarily the GTR field yet. And Chris in our ear is observing that, yes, indeed, the front tracking is off on the number 23.
Yeah, toe's a little bit off, and the camera's a little bit off. It's not affecting him too badly. His last lap, he was following the LMP2 car that we could see just ahead of him out of the shot. He lost a little bit of time letting the LMP2 car through, but he's still in the 13s. The fastest laps in GTR right now are in the 2:12s. The furtive junior machine, Garcia, in charge right now, did a 12:33, so they're not too far off. But they, with 3 hours left and losing a few tenths a lap, they might benefit from repairing that. Got a nice battle here with Antonelli behind Gentile. The one of the FZs. There's one up in third position, and I believe this is the next one all the way down in, if I count those, I think that's 8th in GTR. Pretty close running here with the XRR trailing. Haven't seen much of these guys today. we've kind of picked and chosen the interesting battles and incidents that happen on circuit, and it's been very quiet for these guys. They entirely possible they've been into repair, but this car has a beautiful paint job on it, the nice green and red streak on the side, and every fender, every bumper, every wing is straight and true. This machine is in pristine condition.
Don't jinx it. The chicane's coming up. Here we go. Oh, you're good. Anyway, that was very sweet, wasn't it? That was the nicest I've seen anyone take that.
Yeah, that was an aggressive line through the entry, but he just missed the apex, the wall and the tires there on the entry by inches, and then easily over the right-hander in the chicane. Wasn't anywhere near the tires. That looked clean.
Yeah, 37 so far, the number 37 team. This is the ITA team that has been driven already by Gabriel Barletta, as far as I know, and we have not yet seen Stefano Doricelli in that car yet. So Andre Gentile will hand that car over to him at some point during the race. While we were watching these two, we did see Roni Krompusch, who's leading the LMP2 class, zip through. If you're just joining us at the kind of halfway mark throughout this race and wondering what on earth you're watching in Live for Speed, yeah, we have an LMP2 mod in LFS now. That's the thing. And it's a very nice mod indeed, created for us by ChemBlock30 and a couple of other collaborators who we're very thankful for, because we now get World Endurance Championship styled endurance races in LFS. And very nicely outfitted are they as well. They've been very nicely liveried by all of the teams. And least of all is Race Green Autosports.
Yeah, just past the halfway point in this race, I would describe every aspect of the event thus far as brilliant. A few, small mistakes here and there, drivers coming together, which happens. There are racing incidents in every event, but the driving standards have been very high. The quality of the racing is very good. All of the paints, as you said, Pete, look absolutely brilliant, because we're going to have nice side-by-side action into Spoon, while we have LMP2 cars catching them. Behind these two, you can see one of the leaders. I don't know if that's the 10 or the 90 car coming through, but one of the furtive racing machines.
It's the 90.
And then a little bit further back, Ian Bossi has taken over that Red Bull Le Mans machine again. So he started the race, struggled. I think the only driver that we have really criticized so far, back in the machine after handing over to his teammates. A little bit conservative following these GTRs through. Now that's a great shot. You can see the suspension, the compliance of the back of the FZR that looks like a big rear-ended Porsche. You can see it bouncing over the curb. It's got that huge diffuser on the back. Really fun to see them bouncing through that chicane.
Absolutely. I better continue with our rundown, Travis. I started it 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think the order's probably
completely changed. I'm not going to start it again. I'll do that at the end of the hour. But I mean, we need to give some people some telly time. We've seen Gentile and who else have we seen? Gentile and Antonelli. Then these two here battling hard. Now we've got Lara. Lara's still in the car. He's been in the car a while for the 31 Astro Race XRR and doing a good job down in 23rd. We have had a change of driver in the Road Appraiser car, and it is Freire who's got in. So that's happened while we've been talking. So a different face has popped up in the number 69, and also a new name in the Team America car as well. It is Braun in for Martinez, I believe. Let's find out who else is going to be in that car. We'll have Daniel Curabetto as well at some point. So 3 drivers for the number 17. The number 17 is Benjamin Braun, Pedro Martinez, and Daniel Curabetto.
So we're playing fast and loose with the definition of order, Pete.
Okay.
I appreciate picking out all of the teams that have switched drivers, but you have bounced all over the GTR running.
Yep.
You didn't resume anything. You just kind of jumped around the board.
Oh well. I mean, I can carry on if you want, but let's watch this battle instead between Hernan Quinteros down in P7. Now, has something else happened to shuffle these guys out, or have they just been gradually dropping down the order? Are they out of phase? What's going on? Because this car was pretty high up a moment ago, and is down in P10.
Well, we have
Sorry,
Roni.
P7.
We have Roni out in the lead right now. We know that
Yeah.
Roni is a little
Out of
bit off
cycle.
cycle from everyone else.
Yeah.
So that's at least one position. And then we can see that Michael Malik has come up the order to 5th. He was all the way back in 9th. And Alfonso, notably, you can see Alfonso's there, the number 90 car, which is the effective leader of the race, is running 4th. We know he'll be back in the lead. So I think this is just a consequence of the cycle of pit stops. They're a little bit further back than they might have been because, we saw that replay a few minutes ago. Pablo Saitone, absolutely binning it off in the chicane. But I think in a few laps, we'll start to see the remainder of the leaders cycle through. The 90 car, Alfonso in the lead, Alfonso should be back in the lead properly. And then we'll see Quinteros come back up to 2nd or 3rd position.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
A great shot.
Look at the group we've got here now. The group up ahead. We've got the purple and green QWE car as well. This is all bunched up. We haven't had a safety car for a while, but look at this. QWE are just going to let everyone through at this point. I'm not sure why. They're in a fight. Have they got damage or high fuel or something?
No, I don't think they are in a fight, are
yeah.
they? So Quinteros is chasing Rodriguez, who's behind Malik. So that car is a lap behind, wisely out of the way.
Yeah.
I expect Quinteros will easily be able to get through Rodriguez. Rodriguez struggling a little bit, kind of on and off the pace. Whoa, very aggressive line by Quinteros through the first chicane. He absolutely nailed it. He'll be in the slipstream. I expect a send, pretty easy pass on the inside, using the banking to slow the car down and get it turned in, and he will have 6th position. Thank you very much. Rodriguez late on the brakes too, trying to defend, but there we go. Quinteros through. Off he goes past Rodriguez. Great job to pick that up on the cameras. That was a good shot. Fun to see.
Yeah, good that they were bunching together. You rightly identified that the QWE car was a back marker, so not getting in the way. Doing a very nice job. But Quinteros then up to P6 and right behind Michael Malik. So that is net 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, should be. Michael Malik will cycle back. So will Martin Kapal and Roni Krompush. So this is interesting. Daniel Lukostic, how far up the road is Daniel Lukostic? So Alfonso is 4/10 behind Martin Kapal.
So Lukostic's joined. How has that happened?
How has that happened?
That is. So is that a very short stop, or what's gone on there?
Well, I think we're waiting for. We'll have to tab through the order. I think we're waiting for timing to update. Unless Daniel Lukostic has been on an absolute blinder, we should see the order update for Alfonso to go through because
he hasn't. He's behind. Look, he's here. Yeah. He's behind Martin Kapal in P4. It was a 1-minute pit stop for the 44, so this is it.
Yeah, I think we'll have to go back through the change in the order because that is Alfonso should have retaken the lead of the race and is instead pretty far behind.
Roni Krompush is legit in the lead of this race then, or has he still got to stop?
I think he still has to stop, but
okay,
we will check.
I thought as much. But the number 90 being out of position is interesting.
Yeah, speaking of stops, Michael Malik is in pit lane right now. He is stationary, fallen down to 8th place. He'll have Jimmy Vertinen coming by. Actually, he may have gone through quickly enough that he's taken 8th place. So that could be Jimmy Vertinen going by now. So we got other drivers in pit lane behind Malik. All the timing is shuffling right now, so it may take a minute before we get all of this sorted out. Michael Malik off and running once more with the GTR in the background. So he's there in clean air.
Yeah, Rodriguez also in the pit lane.
Yep.
Well, there we have it. Interesting to see them when Roni will come in.
Yeah, I expect it should be soon. Yeah, we got Alfonso all over Martin Kapal coming into the final corner. We know Martin Kapal will need to pit. They are not at the front of the race purely on their own pace. They've cycled forward on pit stops. But here's Alfonso all over the back of Martin. All over the back of Martin Kapal right now. Alfonso hanging back right now. Martin Kapal also has the slipstream of cars ahead, so not as big an advantage as it might be. There we go. Daniel Lukostic in the pits. I thought it seemed odd that Alfonso had lost so much time. So I wonder
what happened.
I don't know. He was just in pit lane, and now he's in pit lane again. I'm not sure what happened. I wonder, did he have a drive-through penalty?
It must have been a drive-through. Yeah, it must have been a drive-through that we just haven't picked up here. There's no way that he did a full pit stop
Yep, there it is. I see it in the log now. Daniel Lukostic completed a drive-through penalty. So, yeah, we missed them receiving a drive-through. And then, yeah, the next lap decided to take their pit stop. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's hurt them too badly. We thought they pulled off an amazing strategic move there, or the 90 car had gone off somewhere. But now, let's see, Daniel Lukostic's 8 seconds back down the road. That's not too bad. And we know he has pace, and Stravko will be in the car later. So they're still legitimately in it. Great shot here on the inside of this furtive racing machine, trying to get past Martin Capal. Martin Capal making that car very wide. I think we could both confidently say that Alfonso has more pace than Martin Capal. Martin Capal is no slouch, but the furtive racing machine has been so good. But Martin doing well to defend this second position, gain a little bit of time, or at least cause Alfonso to lose a little bit of time. This the Fragmaster guys will be salivating over this because they have their work cut out for them to continue reducing that gap to this machine that we see in the background, the furtive racing number 90 car. And Martin Capal doing some of the work for them. Yeah, Alfonso just can't get through.
Yeah, what I assume is going to happen is Martin Capal is going to pit soon, and so is Roni. But the way this is working is that Roni's strategy is coming back to him, and it just depends where he is in after 2.5 hours. Because if he's in the lead at this point in 2.5 hours, he wins. It's as simple as that. So, has Roni done an amazing job on strategy, or is it something else? As Alfonso sends one up the inside of Martin Capal to retake P2 in this race, the Savage Mead Sports machine drops back. Then it might have another chance. Martin might have another chance to get past here. Alfonso goes defensive early, and that's going to make life very difficult for Martin. He goes out wide again. Very nice driving. Very, very good defensive driving.
Yeah, it was good aggressive driving to try to retake that position by Martin Capal, but also respecting that Alfonso was putting up a spirited defense. It's easy in a situation like that when a driver ahead of you is moving offline to try to hold the position. It's easy to make a mistake and accidentally get into the back of him. So good driving for both of them. A nice aggressive pass by Alfonso. There's a Garcia
furtive racing car. Yeah, it's gone off. It must have been an incident in turn 9, or very, very shortly after turn 9. Maybe got onto the grass at turn 9, held it, and then potentially went off at turn 10. But Chris is going to get us a replay. We will see what happened to the number 79. But losing a place, I believe, to Isaac Price. Yep, they've lost a place. They're down to P4.
Yep. Well, that went one way and now the other again. I guess we'll find out in the replay once we have it available. It's we've seen drivers go off a couple different ways through there. Ooh, very aggressive line through there, just missing the tire barrier on entry. Through turn 9, we've seen some drivers. You touch the curb on the inside and it upsets the car, or put a wheel off on the outside, and then obviously there's no grip out there and the car swaps ends. But we've also seen some drivers who go a little bit wide and then you just try to put on a little too much steering lock to get the car turned back toward the racing line, and then it's easy to loop it without putting a wheel off the track. So we'll the proof will be in the replay. We were talking about Roni Krampus before we switched away to that incident, and I think, Pete, I think you might be right. I think they've pulled off a clever strategy here, because he is 54 seconds up the road from Martin Capal, who was holding up Alfonso. Martin Capal is now a second behind, was holding up Alfonso for a few laps. This gap is steady to Lukostic. He's hanging around 12 seconds behind Martin Capal. So we watch Jimmy Virtanen chasing his master race car teammate, or his would-be master race car teammate. They're in the same team, but not in the same car today. Whoa, that's dangerously wide by Michael Malik. Very brave to keep his foot in it and straighten the wheel out to make sure that he can drive right off the corner, even though he's got wheels in the grass. Michael, I think, is probably still a little bit frustrated that he got punted off by the leader of the race earlier. And he is driving the absolute pants off this machine, trying to recover his earlier lead. Nice job by Jimmy Virtanen using the slipstream there. Michael Malik is very smart. He'll lean out of the throttle, dab the brake to get into the corner. Very nice line over the bump there. But that compromises the trailing car a ton, following closely through that chicane. Jimmy Virtanen now well and truly in control of 7th position, but Michael Malik putting in a spirited drive. His luck has gone one direction and then another. Huge swings in luck today.
Yeah, but a good effort nonetheless. Doing it solo for Ferrat Motors is Michael Malik, and that
Pete,
was
Pete! Sorry to interrupt you. Ronan Krompush has gone deep in
Oh.
turn number 4. He went way off into the gravel. Oh, this strategy looked like it was going to secure him first place. He's got enough of a gap
It's a
that
huge
he
gap.
could come out. It's a huge gap and probably enough to maintain the lead, but giving away 5 or 6 seconds certainly won't help, especially to someone as quick and as consistent as Alfonso. Scary moment for him. Looks like he's no worse for wear. He didn't hit anything. I watched him go off and then drove it through the gravel, but he's done that, probably still bringing the dirt off the tires, and now he has to negotiate back markers through a very tricky part of the circuit to do it. He's in the middle of this fight we were watching earlier between Antonelli and Gentile. Can't do that. Ronnie Kronpush is in, or appears to be, as far as we can tell, in the catbird seat, and another mistake like that may go even worse.
Garcia is in the pits, and we have a replay ready to show you of that incident down at turn 9 and 10. Here we go. So coming into turn 9, what happens? It's at the exit, and it's a drop of the wheel again. Holds it. Oh dear. So we just saw the car rejoining here. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. Incidents on both sides of the track then. This is where we picked up the action, just exiting turn 10. So big issue for Gentile, and he's in the pits repairing, but could have been a lot worse. There were LMPs flying through there.
Yeah, that was a mighty bang on the right front corner of the car, and then he didn't rejoin the circuit. Like he bounced across and he was a passenger, no control over the car. There's nothing he can do, and that's such a fast and blind part of the circuit. Very scary to do that right in front of an LMP2 car. As Roney, another big lag from Roney. They with the mistake, they're in a strong position. They gave away 8 seconds to Martin Capal, who is in 3rd place, and with these lags, I think they're probably ready to change drivers, but they don't want to do it too early. The strategy is clearly working, but I think they're probably ready for Roney to get out of this car and make sure that they aren't harmed by another mistake or by Roney lagging out. His connection looks like it could give up any moment.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Alfonso is reeling him back in again, but I believe Roney will be in the pits soon anyway, given how long he's been out there for on this stint. And that should hand the order back naturally to Alfonso. But Martin Capal also due in the pits at some point soon, I assume, as well. Which means that it is Daniel Lecastic in net 2nd place then.
Yeah, they've done well to recover. Went to the back, or pretty close to it, early on in the race. Started P2 and then ran nowhere near P2. Their teammate struggled early on. Christian did not have a handle on the car like Daniel Lecastic has, but benefited from a couple of VSCs, a couple safety cars, and Daniel has been really clean and consistent. We know he's been quick from the times he's been setting in practice, and we've gotten a lot of reconnaissance from his teammate yet to climb in the machine, Zdravko Toponiak. We know Zdravko will be really fast. Someone just timed out the 96 car of Casas, and speaking of 96, the car that we usually see carrying the number 96, today the number 36 race green machine, Ronnie Krompush, is in pit lane. So there he is looking for his box. He will be stationary. We wait to see if they do a driver change here. Looks like they're not bothering to do repairs. They're fine with that car looking as wonky as it is, though there's no need to repair the cosmetics if the mechanicals are working just fine. Ronnie honking the horn. Perhaps he knows I'm on camera.
Got a replay of Roney coming up from that incident we spotted of him losing it into the gravel. It was just a case of, he just ran wide. Braked way too late, went out, and that's what happens when that happens. And in the background, it is Magic who is back in the car. So Roney has called it a day. And Magic... comes
Magic
out.
in the car, and that mistake is the difference in the lead of the race. Magic comes out 1.5 seconds behind Alfonso. They gave away 8 seconds when Roney went off circuit, braking a little bit too late there and going off in the gravel. So the difference in the lead of the race is one small mistake. That's how easily the fortunes can change and how mistakes add up. Looked like we thought Alfonso was comfortably in the lead, and then we were surprised to see that Alfonso would come back out in second position after the cycle, but instead gets the lead of the race.
Magic
off
almost
again.
looped it. Magic almost looped
Yeah.
it. He had a cold tire incident there almost. Someone else in the pits as well. Who's that? It's Michael Malik. Gabor has finished his pit stop and is out, so that's a driver change for the number 25 Yes Motorsport car. So Gabor is finally in the pits as the that was actually contact, was it, with Larkin?
Yeah, that was close. There was I didn't see, so there's notifications in the server that say when somebody has made contact, and I didn't see a message about it, but it looked awfully close.
Yeah, it was certainly that. But yes, it looks like the gap between Alfonso and the race green car is down to 6 seconds. So there is pace in that race green machine. It's not over yet for them. They're P2 on pace.
Impressive pace, really. Woo! Magic takes out one of the bollards and just misses the tire stack. I predicted before we started the broadcast today, and then at the top of the broadcast, that we would see carnage in that chicane, and we have seen a few drivers go off there. The margin for error there is pretty small, so you would expect to see more drivers go off, but we haven't seen that many problems in the chicane. Though this is a situation where those problems can easily happen. Blixt looked to the inside there, coming through the tri-oval, and stuck his nose in, nearly had it chopped off by Quinteros. They both get through cleanly. Blixt loses a lot of time in the dirty air, and that will bring Lochtenberg. No, that's not Lochtenberg. That's Jeremias Zanella, who is a lap down, right on his tail.
Yeah, Eric is brand new into the car, so he's just getting used to it, and that is why Quinteros has been able to check out just at this point. Obviously, full fuel also in the 98, and as that fuel begins to come out, Eric should feel a little bit more at home in the Savage Motorsports machine. If you're wondering, well, anyway, I'm not going to go there. But yeah, Eric Blixt, extremely fast, and a long-time member of Savage, alongside Martin Capel, and as the name suggests of their team, Jared Mead joining them for this event.
I really like the. It looks kind of like a little bit tiger striped print, obviously in different colors. Like a tiger is kind of the ruddy orange, orangish yellow with darker pattern. They've got more colors on this car, but this machine looks really good. I would be hard pressed to choose a favorite. Ooh, that's a little bit wide there. It's easy to scrub the tires and use up the rears when you go that wide. Jeremias Zanella, this is optimistic. I would not do that.
Wow, that was close.
But heads up driving by Eric Blixt to just get out of it and let him go. That's a scary place to pass. Props to both of them for getting it done. Now you can see Eric Blixt in the dirty air, washes wide on the in the middle of the spoon corner, and now Jeremias Zanella has a healthy gap ahead of Eric Blixt.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one way of doing it. Zanella, while he has, he's got momentum. That's what he's got. And Eric has just come out of the pit lane, so Zanella taking full advantage of the pace he has and going for a risky move, has to be said.
Yeah, Mo has teased us with the possibility of a replay of that, and I would like to see just how close it was. We'll see if he can cue that up while we watch Alfonso once again in the lead. Pretty comfortably now. He's got 12 seconds on Magic. That was 1.5 seconds when Magic was leaving the pits, and grew to a few seconds during the course of Magic's outlap, and now up to 12 seconds. Alfonso has pace. Magic, not quite as much. What this does show, though, is that with a 13-second gap, I think it was a foregone conclusion that Alfonso was going to take the lead. Roney gave up about 8 seconds when he went off a few laps ago before they stopped and swapped drivers. But it's close at the top. I think Magic and Roney in the race green car are probably the legitimate second place holders. But I don't think, just judging by Alfonso's pace and where the times have shaken out, I don't think they were going to keep the lead. I think this is the order for the time being. But if we look down to third place, we can see Daniel Lekostic is lurking back there. That gap is slowly shrinking. We may have a duel for second place before the next round of stops. Yeah, he's just taken the timing just updated, took it 4/10 out of him between splits. So we've got this. I think this will still be tight. We'll get some more action, Pete.
Oh, we are not done with action yet, and we're going to have a bit of a change in the commentary box. We're going to be joined by Mika Sarkkinen very shortly. He'll just be getting himself all ready. And in fact, here he is now. Mika joins us in the commentary box, and we'll be hearing from him shortly. Travis, this has been an excellent race, and 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. Mika, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how's it going? Have you caught much of the race so far, or do you need us to give you and the rest of the audience a bit of a brief?
Go ahead.
It's going to be quite difficult. Yeah, we'll give you a brief rundown. So I'll hand over to Travis. No, I'm kidding, Travis. I'll do my best to summarise.
Well, I was ready. You
go for it.
Teased
then.
me there.
No, you can go for it.
It's all yours.
Oh, no, okay, fine. We'll tag team it. We're coming to the top of the hour again with 4 hours gone almost in this the 6 hours of Kyoto, organised by Argentina Turismo, supported of course by New Dimension Racing. You can check out the live timing at tracker.newdimensionracing.com as ever in the NDR supported events. And you're watching Sim Broadcast on Twitch or YouTube. Thanks very much for joining us today. We are 3 hours and 40 minutes into what has been a spectacular event, the debut on our channel for endurance mod racing in LFS. The LMP2 car by Ken Block 30 et al. Is on display here. Currently, we're watching Magic, the number 36 race green autosports machine, which was leading for a moment, but is slightly off strategy and could pull a blinder towards the end. This car started slightly lower down, and after a very early pit stop by Ronnie Krompusch, they've been in the background slowly gaining places, and now they are only 17 seconds off the lead in the LMP2 class.
Sorry, Pete. I'm going to interrupt you briefly to say that Alejandro Tres Palacios has just gotten a drive-through penalty. His teammate just connected to take over that machine.
Right.
So they've done it in the opposite order that we saw earlier from the Fragmaster crew. He'll hand over to his teammate, or maybe he'll make a pit stop. Well, he'll have to hand over to his teammate right now before he does a drive-through penalty, or else they'll have to make a third stop. So unfortunate for them. They fall even further back. Please continue.
Thank you, Mika and the audience. We are currently watching the number 90 Furtive racing car, which started the race at the front and has dropped down, and now it is back at the front. The car currently being driven by Lionel Alfonso, and his teammate Sebastian Santandrew did an amazing job, Travis, it's fair to say, at the start of the race to keep that car there and pull open a gap. Currently 18 seconds now over the race green machine. In GTR, the race currently being led by the Motorsport crew. It is Lucas Zutautas who leads that fight ahead of Isaac Price. Isaac Price has not had it all his way. His teammate Mazway gave Isaac the car back down in P5. Isaac has since managed to claw back 3 places up to P2. But we enjoyed a very, very close fight, didn't we, in the first stint, Travis, between who was it? It was Isaac, Yoni, and Vitautas.
Yep, a 3-way battle for most of that first stint, and then into the first few corners. Since you kicked it over to me, I will note that I believe I just saw the co-driver, the number 90 machine, Santandreu, connected, and I thought I saw a message that he had taken over the car, but I don't see that is actually the case yet. So I think we're going to see a driver change for them soon. He had connected earlier, and then buzzed off.
He's in the pits.
And now
Alfonso's in the pits.
There we go.
So Furtive Racing in the pit lane. Mika, I realise it's difficult to join an endurance race 4 hours in. So much has happened, but try and enjoy it. And good to have you along. Thanks for joining us in the commentary box.
Yeah, I'll try to have my best time here as I can.
Yeah,
Seems like it's been an interesting race so far.
Definitely, that's an understatement. So here we go. We might have a change in the car. Yes, we do. Santandrew, the wizard, is back behind the wheel, and everybody else will be quaking in their boots. Magic out in the lead. Daniel Lacastic currently in P2. They're going to have their work cut out as they head through turn 2. And look at this. They're right together.
Yeah, Daniel Lacastic has been catching Magic hand over fist. A few tenths here, a second there. This gap was 4 seconds when I looked at it just one lap ago, and now Daniel Lacastic is a big problem for Magic. Lucas, I think he can afford to be a little bit conservative here. He's got some traffic up ahead, so he can use the traffic to try to get around. Quinteros in the pits once again. This car was looking really good. Pablo Saitone had some trouble. And now in the pits one more time. Daniel Lacastic in the slipstream right here behind Magic. Bold move here. They're both going to go inside the back marker. Oh, Daniel Lacastic is going to try to send it here into the Degner corner. Oh, side by side up over the curb. That is so tricky. Well held by both of them. I think Daniel Lacastic decided to get out of the throttle so that he could actually drive up over the curb. Magic, having none of it, sent it into the apex with Daniel Lacastic there anyway. And I think that will have gotten Daniel Lacastic's attention. Magic is not ready to give up this position. Daniel Lacastic going to have to find another way around.
Zanella's been spun, we're hearing. And he's going to rejoin into traffic. Oh, goodness me, that was so close. And that was leader traffic from the GTRs, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he's spun round up on the run between turn 3 and turn 4. So yeah, not ideal for Zanella. He's trying to recover that car. It started well. It was up in P3 at the very beginning of the race. Now down in P9, a lap down off the lead.
Yeah, and he's about to have mirrors full of Michael Malik coming through as well. So that's rough luck for him, and it's about to get worse. This race at the front is heating up. I think Daniel Lacastic will be through now, easily alongside coming through the start-finish line. Doesn't quite lead the lap, but he will have plenty of overlap. He wants to get the braking right here, give himself enough room on the inside. He leaves plenty of room for Magic there. Magic not giving up. But has to bail before the left-hander, and there's Daniel Lacastic in the lead. I expect he'll drive away with how quickly he caught Magic, but that was a spirited defense by Magic to hold the lead for as long as he did. And now the complexion of the race changes. Lacastic and Magic on a different cycle from Furtive Racing. Santandreu in position 3 right now.
And catching.
Yeah,
8 seconds.
Catching. Yeah, as it goes, this is anyone's race, but looking pretty good still for the Furtive Racing guys.
Yeah, the two ahead, Magic and Lacastic, are only just around the corner. They're not that far away, and Santandrew has everything. He's got the whole package. He's got the car he wants, he's got the pace, and he has pretty much clear track ahead of him. One little back marker to deal with in a moment, probably around turn 9. Not an ideal place to meet a back marker. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, he'll want to lift here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this
is. So he.
Yep.
Yeah, he did the dip there to let the driver ahead of him know that he's there. You just kind of weave to the inside and let him know, hey, I'm here, and then back into the racing line. Woo! The GTR, I think, didn't expect Santandreu to go there, which is kind of surprising because Santandreu communicated pretty clearly that he was going to go put a wheel off and nearly went sideways into the spoon curve. Yeah. This car looks really good. We know Santandreu was quick. He just drove off into the sunset, or perhaps into the dawn at the begining of the race. And he is, as you said a few moments ago, he's catching the leaders. Maybe we've got a second to breathe here. We haven't really given Mika a chance yet because there's been so much going on. This is actually the first time I have been in the commentary box with Mika, so it is very nice to meet you. Thanks for joining us. And hopefully we've conveyed to you pretty clearly how exciting this has been so far.
Yeah, you did an awesome job, and nice to meet you too. Really haven't had a chance to speak myself, but man, I really haven't needed to because you've done so good job commentating all this. It's very hard to jump in like this, but yeah, I'm enjoying it so far.
Yeah, well, buckle up, strap in, all those words. We've got a replay. Chris has been busy poking buttons in the background. Fire it up, Chris. Here it comes. It's a slightly long replay. It's Jeremiah Sinella having a bit of an incident on his own, or being tagged rather by the furtive racing car. It's going to be out of turn 3, and it's a GTR, and then into the furtive racing car as well. It goes from bad to worse on the run between turn 3 and 4, and that is not what you want when you're trying to get back in a race that fell away from you early on. Thanks for that, Chris.
Yeah, I couldn't. Which furtive racing machine was it? It was. I don't think it was Sant'Andreu. I think it was the. I think it was Quintero. But that is that. Besides being hairy for the furtive racing driver, whichever car it was, coming through and having a bright blue and yellow LMP2 machine pointed the wrong way in the middle of the circuit in front of you. Those kind of moments are the biggest code brown moments for the GTR driver. You're minding your own business, just trying to get around the circuit safely, and then two of these guys close on you so quickly, and then try to split on either side in kind of an optimistic place to make a pass. Lucky that only affected Zanella and not the other two drivers there too. Zdravko Toponiak, here we go, Pete. He's in the car. While we were looking at that replay, we missed them coming in. Zdravko Toponiak, we know, has pace. He's done a lot of practice for this event. Inherits the car, falls to 4th position, but I think he'll be every bit as quick as Daniel Lukostic, and we should see him catch Eric Blixt.
Yeah, we've been awaiting this moment for a while. It's finally happened. Zdravko Topolniak, very popular name in the Live Speed community, is in the car. Big cheers. Let's see how he gets on. He's been given the car in a pretty good condition, it has to be said, and he's in P4. He's got a good setup, and he's got talent. And let's see if he can put it on display today and claw his way up this order.
So he will have his work cut out for him, because if you look at the clock, he is just finishing his first lap in the car right now. He's got 2 hours and 10 minutes left in the race, and he told us earlier on that he believed they could run 42-minute stints. Yeah. So the double stint the tires, 42 minutes with fuel. So they will lose. They'll consume a little bit of that time coming through pit lane. But they're teetering on the edge of needing a splash of fuel at the very end. So I love these kind of moments in the car. Like, I live for these kind of moments where you have to drive the car quickly. You have to be quick. You have to be consistent. But you also have to save fuel. You have to stretch as much as you can. And the balancing act of extracting the pace from the car and taking care of the tires to make sure they can last, they can give you the performance all the way through the stint, and then making sure you stretch until the very last possible moment. That's what those expectations, those kind of drives are the ones that separate the really, really talented drivers from the elite drivers. And I think Zdravko can do it, but it's going to be hard.
The 33 is in the pit lane for a driver change. Rob Logtenberg is going to be handing the keys over to his teammate, and that will be Daniel Ravega, who took the start. So that team working pretty well. Travis is going to step away for a bit. So Mika, it's you and me. Let's do this as we watch Magic come out onto the run between turn 3 and 4. A little bit battered, this car, but they've pulled a great one on strategy so far, and it could work for them. They've got the lead, but only by 1.8 seconds. Sant'Andreu is looking racy. Talk us through this.
The car seems to be taking some damage, but I don't know if it's affecting the driving too much or if it's more visual damage. He lost a little bit there, but
yeah,
he seems to be doing good so far.
He's just a bit off the pace. I think Sant'Andreu has just been reeling him in, lap after lap, and we're going to ride on board and just see how this transpires. Sant'Andreu that's so on the edge. Really pushing the car. He wants to get this done as soon as possible and wants to build up as big a gap as he can. got a back marker to deal with. That will help slightly with the slipstream here. And before too long, we are going to see possibly another change for the lead in LMP.
Yeah, really catching up. It's soon to be the moment that he can go for the overtake.
Yeah, he will indeed. Where's he going to do it though? He's he's now brought the gap down to under a second, and as they exit up the hill towards start finish, you can see that gap has come down to absolutely nothing. And it's only a matter of time, and Magic knows it. The damage on that car, the drivability not where he wants it to be, and well, Santandrew taking slightly tighter line as there's one of the leading cars. I think that was was that Yoni Katilla's car? I think it was able to move out of the way. Currently being driven by. Oh, and there we are. There's the pass. Magic did not get the first corner well at all. And that has allowed Furtive Racing number 90 back into the lead with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, that first corner is really easy to go wide. I have driven this car on Kyoto myself a little bit. And I know for experience it's not an easy job, especially when you have to do it so many times again and again in the endurance race. Sometimes it's just bound to be not so good.
Yeah, it's on the edge all the time, and it demands consistent driving, and that is not easy. Santandrew has a bit more traffic to deal with as he runs up to turn 9. Magic will have to deal with that slightly later, but already the gap up to well over a second as they head round to Spoon once again. And as we look to the GTR class lead, it is Lucas Sutautas who has the lead in that class by an enormous amount at this point. The pit cycle of the GTRs starting to come into play, and just behind them, Jimmy Verton and Mika for Master Race Car in the number 95 is going to have a run on Rodriguez in the 13.
Yeah, he's really caught up. He's looking for the overtake. I can tell.
Yeah, he's hungry for it, but he didn't quite get the exit he needed. Jimmy's going to have to find another place to make this move.
The first corner isn't too good place to overtake to begin with, so it might be even good for him.
The first corners, yeah.
Not really overtaking corners in this circuit too much. So you really need to think through this, how you want to make the pass. And he's just given to pressure. Maybe he'll force a mistake or something.
Yeah, it looks like he has the pace out of corners right now. It wasn't so good out of the final corner of the lap. Could have been a move on into turn 1 if he'd got the slipstream, but he just didn't. This is certainly a place you do not want to be following closely into turn 9, infamously called that corner, and it's earned its name again today. So many incidents have happened at turn 9 as we follow on board again with Rodriguez through there. So difficult to follow, but Vertonen just far back enough that he could use all of the grip available to him. Taking a wide entry, avoiding Isaac Price there. Isaac goes wide at Spoon and gives a lot of racing room to Rodriguez as well. Sorry, to Vertonen as well.
Yeah, Vertonen actually doing pretty good job, still staying behind there, not falling too far back. Allowing himself to be able to look for the overtake. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's big. And I think Isaac got spooked by that as well, because Isaac drove off the track in sympathy behind him as well. And has he picked up some damage? I don't know if he had that before, but I think that's new damage. We'll have to check, but maybe that isn't new damage. He's been over the sausage curve anyway. But yeah, that was a hard hit on the front end, and Vertonen's come in, so he must have done some pretty serious damage. He's come into the pit lane. So from P7, the Master Race Car number 97 entry has come into the road. His shock's gone. So this is a forced pit stop. It's almost gone. Look at the amount of damage that pops back into place So this car is going to drop further down the order. That's gutting Mika. He was so close to getting that place.
Yeah, that'll take a while to fix that damage. That's so huge. I really feel bad for him.
Oh, we've got...
and then here we go, sliding.
Yeah, I don't even know what's happened there. We caught that too late, but I'm guessing these two were tripping over each other into turn 1. Magic and a backmarker, that's the QWE entry, just having a bit of trouble. So maybe some lapping issues coming into play, which is just what Roni and Magic do not need on their charge towards a podium. Eric Blixt is 18 seconds back, that gap holding fairly steady. So a podium certainly on the cards for Magic and Roni. But don't discount the Fragmaster machine, the car driven by Zdravko Topolniak, the number 44 at the moment. And welcome back to Travis. Travis is back, but he's gonna provide us some trackside assistance in the commentary box. He'll be with us again shortly. Yeah, that's bad for Jimmy. He's currently down in P9 then. Is he still in the pit lane? No, he's out, and he's at turn 3. Coming down to turn 4 now. And yeah, that car now pretty fresh, so he'll be happy with it at the moment, but he'll be gutted that he slammed into that tyre, Mika.
Yeah, absolutely. Now he's just maybe gonna push and try to find some time back, like if he can catch up for what he did. He's not too far away from Revega, and maybe he'll try and catch up for him. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, Revega is, what's that, 8 seconds up the road. Jimmy's got to navigate a back marker now. A slower class car. That is the Yes Motorsport entry of Lucas Zutautas, currently leading in GTR, number 77, and that's pretty easy work for Jimmy, of course, onto the oval. A good place to meet it, and we often talk about this in endurance racing, and probably worth mentioning it again now that you can meet cars that you need to lap in all sorts of different places. There are good places to meet cars, like Jimmy. We just saw Jimmy get past Lucas pretty easily there onto the oval, plenty of room, no need to lift off or anything, as Michael Malik goes past in a more difficult place. Makes it look pretty easy. But earlier we saw Santandrew having to do a lapping at turn 9, which is the worst place to catch a car. You have to either be very, very brave or stupid, whichever one you want to go with, or be very, very patient and wait behind before you go through turn 10. But you've got to realise that everybody has these issues. You can meet people in all sorts of positions, and it's the same for everybody. So in the end, it will all even out, and everybody will have to do some difficult and easy passes. So Lucas Zutautas leading quite comfortably now, ahead of Isaac Price, some 1 minute and 4 seconds between those two, with Smalkovicius down another 30 seconds, rounding up the provisional podium for GTR. Michael Malik's right behind Jimmy Verton in 2. And we know Michael has pace. We know Jimmy's a little bit ragged after that incident. He's probably full of fuel as well. Do you reckon he can get him? What's his pace like at the moment?
Seems like we're gonna have a battle here. Like very soon, maybe this lap. Malik's got up very close to Jimmy Verton actually already. And he's doing a really good job getting close.
Yeah, currently 9/10 is the readout, but let's see what it is as we go through Spoon and onto the oval again. Isaac Price in the pit lane. Wonder whether he'll stay in the car or whether we'll hand the car back over to his teammate. The number 95 being driven today by a combination of... the 99 currently being driven by Isaac may possibly be handed back over to Masvidus Grinius. We continue to watch Michael Malik from the blimp cam here, and he's dropped back. He has dropped back. Isaac does not have his teammate in the server, so he will undoubtedly do another stint behind the wheel of his XRR. We've got a replay of the spin that Magic had. Not that Race Green fans are going to enjoy watching this one, but we have it ready and we'll bring it to you just as soon as Chris hits the button. And there it is. Here comes Magic. It was through into the final complex of corners. What did he do? What did he do? And looped it on the exit and almost made contact with one of the Astro race cars. But that was pretty simple. Just a nice 360 loop and underway again. So not a big issue, but you don't want to have too many of those when you're battling for the lead in LMP.
Nicely saved doing that 360 rather than just trying to correct it back like straight, turning right. Might have even lost less time than if you tried to correct the slide like straight forward.
Yeah, sometimes you've just got to commit to the accident. You've got to make the accident look good and also help you get underway again without too much bother. And that's just what Magic did. And currently 14 seconds the deficit to Sant'Andrew. Sant'Andrew is on another level here. Eric is catching also, and Zdravko struggling almost. I think he's struggling to get up to pace with the car. 22 seconds now back from Eric Blixt. So he's still there. He needs to do consistent lap times, and hopefully for him and his team, he'll be able to move up the order. Hearing that Zdravko was dealing with traffic, Mika.
Yeah, it's not a easy combo to pick up that soon, especially if Zdravko has been doing something else, like in the couple hours before going to drive. It takes a little while to get used to the pace and so on. But maybe he'll find it on the way.
Yeah, he will. I'm sure he'll settle into the race, get comfortable, and very, very experienced driver. Here comes Lucas Vitautas. We believe that he's going to be relieved by Vitautas Lagutskas, who drove the first few stints of the race. So in we expect to come Lucas Vitautas, and it is a dummy, is it, or is he waiting one more lap? He's going round again, but Vitautas Lagutskas has entered the server, so possibly one more lap. Ayub Al-Hanouni in for, who is that in the 23? In for Smaug Vicious in the 23. So Ayub now in that car as he exits pit lane. And they have kept the damage, Mika. That damage was picked up in the previous stint by Smaug Vicious, and they've decided not to repair it. And there's a race on for P4. Not good news for Fragmasters fans. Talk us through this, Mika.
Yeah, Guinteros has really got up here to struggle, and he's looking for place. He's getting a little bit of slingshot there from the back marker. This oval is a very good place to catch up and take some drag. And it can open up a place for this last corner complex. But it's really brave if he goes here.
Yeah, a little bit far back. While this is going on, it's probably going to be over pretty soon, but we have a battle with Ravega here as well. Ravega driving for Tortoise and Hare Racing. Michael Malik just behind, going for the send, and he's made the move. He's gone on the outside into the chicane, and just up ahead of them, it's Jimmy Vertanen. So yeah, that was a pretty swiftly dealt with by Michael Malik as he tries to close up to his friend Jimmy Vertanen up ahead. What's going on with ZZ Topolniak? Here he is.
Zdravko really struggling with the car. Quite unfortunate to see, but let's see how his defensive drive is going this time. As Gunther is trying to search for a place to put his nose inside the corner, or maybe outside. Depends on the pace he got. This first half of the track, it's very hard section to try and do any kind of overtake. You got like really specific lines going through those corners, so if you go all like off your line, it really throws you off and slows you down. So maybe he'll want to wait for the oval and try if he can get a slipstream.
Yeah, so Zdravko's got a new car. This is this is not unusual at the beginning of a stint, I guess, to be having to deal with high fuel, new tyres. So Quinteros is on old tyres and low fuel, so he'll have a pace advantage. He's going to try and go for it now. Oh, goes to the inside for the chicane. Zdravko will just let that go. He knows he's not in a fight with Quinteros right now, and well dealt with, actually. Very difficult to be composed through the chicane when a car cuts in front of you like that, but Zdravko dealt with that well, and a nice pass from Quinteros too, as they catch up to, is that a back marker? It's the low-cost motorsport, low-cost racing car, and it was indeed a back marker, and it's a little bit awkward, but they get through in the end.
Yeah, the blue flags with this car are like not a very favorite thing, because it's pretty hard. Oh, Zdravko's going for a move into the turn 1, and it's actually true, even before the turn 1.
Yeah,
That's really nice exit from the last corner.
Exactly. Even though he knows he's not in a race with Quinteros, he doesn't want to be held up unnecessarily. So of course he's going to race the guy. But unusual to see Quinteros having a little bit of a stumble. It should have been done. It should have been up the road with the state of his car. So Zdravko just giving him that message that, yeah, I'm not going to make this easy for you, even though you're on older tyres and lower fuel. You've got to race me still.
It could have been a little contact that they had there in the last corner.
Yeah, a bit of a bump.
Yeah, I was saying about blue flags, it's really hard to see out of that car, and especially those mirrors, they are not in a very good place. Me, myself, driving with a VR set, it's quite doable, but driving from a flat screen is much, much harder.
Bassi is back in the car, is he? Doesn't look like he is. Yes, he is. There he is, the number 7. He has a warning for blue flags from a lap or so ago. Lucas Atatas is struggling to find a pit box. He's just rolling forward. Okay, so that's a very, very slow stop. What's he done there? Is he in? He's found a pit box finally. There we go. To hand over, we think, to Vitaltas Lagutskas. But that was a very slow pit in. Even after we picked him up on the cameras, he was still trying to find his pit box. 5th or 6th attempt, says Chris in our ear. That's not great, is it, Mika?
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to judge where the car is exactly. So it's sometimes just pretty hard to hit the pit box. So I can understand the struggle.
We're riding on board with Michael Malik from his sort of T-cam, I guess, on the LMP as he tries to find a way around Jimmy Vertinen, BF1 League champion, of course. And, well, can Michael Malik find a way through in an LMP?
Oh, they get really equal speed out here.
My mistake, it's E-Challenge that Jimmy Vertinen won. Gabor, of course, won BF1 League. And, yeah, Michael Malik onto the grass. Not ideal, the line through there. But
yeah, he's going to lose a bit of time there. It can affect pretty much on this pretty high speed, like first section of the track.
I'm going to step away from the mic for a few moments, Mika, and hand you guys back to Travis for a little while.
Yeah, have a good one, Pete.
Hello again, Mika.
Hello, Travis.
I've been in your ears for a few minutes, just resting my voice. Pete's off to give his a bit of a breather. Yeah, I've been following along. Lots of excitement. It has not abated since I stepped away. As I said that, we get a nice slide from Michael Malik coming through turn 9, the Digna curve. Now catching a back marker who's gone way wide there. Didn't see who that was that went wide ahead of Michael Malik. I wonder if that's somebody with a puncture.
Not sure if it was a back marker or what's going on there. But yeah, for when we went away, the racing didn't go away. We had tough racing going all the way.
Yeah, it looks like Ardossi, he's on very cold tires, and judging by how he's getting around the circuit, I'm going to guess that he's struggling a little bit. He is running around in last place, a few laps behind, so Perhaps not quite the pace that his competitors have, and not enough pace to keep heat in the tires, so they do look a bit old. They tend to get cold when they're running down, and R4s on the rear, which is a difficult job anyway, whether you have heat in them or not. But back underway.
Once you lose the temperature from the tires, it's very hard to get it back. Like even though you try to push it, you just don't have the grip, and you just can't push it enough to get the temperature back up.
Yeah, that was one of the things that so Zdravko gave us, a bunch of notes before the event, things we might look for, and one of them was R3, R4 strategy on LMP2s and on GTRs, and he noted that as the risk, is that R4s, it is easier to make them go to the distance. We saw Zdravko earlier kind of pacing the car. He now has mirrors full of Quinteros all over again, but pacing the car to make sure he takes care of what appear to be R3s for him, because you can make R4s last, but as you said, when the temperature goes away, it becomes very difficult to drive them.
It's always a balance choosing between R3s can be easy to heat up too much and overheat, but then again, R4s you need to push all the time, almost in your limits, so you can keep up the temperature. It just depends on your driving style and which you prefer to go for such endurance race. It's not an easy choice to make.
While we're talking about tires and our man who feeds us helpful information, the reconnaissance before all of these events, we've got Zdravko Deponiak trying to take care of his tires while also keeping Quinteros behind him. Quinteros looked pretty eager going into the chicane in the backside of the circuit, but Zdravko Deponiak manages to keep him behind once more. Hearing there is a car in the pits, that's Eric Blix in the Savage Meat Sports machine. I believe he's only been in for one stint, maybe two, but he stays in the car regardless. Underway again in 5th position. Took tires and fuel, so I believe that will be the end of his second, and now he is going to do another double. That will take him to the end of the race, but it'll be close. Actually, no, that won't take him to the end of the race. If he's just taking tires and fuel, then they'll have at least one more tire stop. No way they could triple.
Yeah, might have been just problem with the tires that he felt he couldn't use those anymore, so wanted to take a quick breeder's pit stop so he can push more again.
Yep, makes sense, and it doesn't cost too much time. Vitalis Lakutskas, we were watching him come out of pit lane for serving a drive-through penalty. Didn't see why or how he got that. I assume it was probably speeding somewhere because, he's in the lead of the race. There's nothing else he could have done that would have cost him or caused him a penalty. So we'll see. We'll see if. We'll see what Mo's telling us in our ear, that he made a pit stop without limiter. That's a new one to me.
So we hear the pit limiter is required for the pit stops. So not sure what has happened there, but
that's a new one to me.
Quinteros.
Yeah, he was in pursuit. He was all over the back of Zdravko Deponiak. I wonder if they. So that's after the chicane, so I wonder if he tried to make an optimistic move or if he just got the chicane a little bit wrong. He's been pushing very hard and running.
Maybe he pushed just a little too much to catch up Zdravko.
And those tires were pretty worn. He was due for a stop soon anyway, so it looks like that's that. He's decided to throw in the towel and bring it to pit lane to get new rubber and new fuel. Possible we could see a driver change here. I guess we'll find out. Has to avoid a car parked in pit lane. In other simulators, as Pete likes to say, you can just drive through the cars in pit lane. There's no collision. So that's cost him a little bit of time. Obviously had an off and hit the car. We wait to see if they decide to take a new driver. I see Alfonso disconnected in chat, so I guess he's been watching for a while. Oh, that was the 90 car, so that won't have anything to do with this. Yeah, unfortunate for them, but that also it gives Zdravko Deponiak a little bit of breathing room. He doesn't have to worry about keeping the number 10 car behind him. Now he can just run his race with a healthy buffer in front and behind and try to reel in Magic, who is comfortably in second position.
Yeah, quite well spread out, so there's like everyone going at their own places and trying for their best laps. Now we'll just have to see how the differences start turn out from here.
So there's one gap that is shrinking. If we look at positions 1 and 2 in the GTR class, Vitalis Laguskas struggled to find a pit box in his pit stop a few laps ago. I think Mo said in our ears that he took 5 or 6 stabs at actually getting the car stopped in a pit box, and has recently served a drive-through penalty. And now Gabor, who we know to be mighty quick, is now only 4.6 seconds behind. So that was a pretty healthy gap. Gabor, one of the quickest drivers in this event, and certainly one of the most motivated, a champion in multiple disciplines, now lurking and slowly reeling in Vitalis Lagutskas, who is probably a little bit frustrated, a bit frazzled after a few mistakes. Yeah, Mo telling us we've got a replay. I think this will be, yeah, here we go. This is the number 10 car. Looks like he brushed the wall and in pretty early. Oh, that's, yeah. So that's, he's lucky that he kept it out of the wall there. Oh, he didn't keep it out of the wall. He just brushed the wall. He nearly held it, but there's not enough grip on the grass. Yeah, a little bit early entry into the chicane, and you could see that he went kind of wide over the right-hander and bounced over the bumpiest part of the chicane. And then it's so easy to lose the rear of the car there.
So easy mistake
Lucky.
to do. It's hard to keep that consistent all the time, so those are bound to happen time to time.
I found when I was practicing that I think 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4 trips through that chicane at full throttle or nearly full throttle, I ended up going for a wild ride off the circuit. As we see the sister car to the number 10, this is the number 90 with Santandreu, who has been in command for most of this race, decides to take one of the early boxes right here at the head of pit lane, right past the sin bin. This will, I think this might just promote Zdravko Deponiak into the lead. It'll be close when they come around. Zdravko is coming through the chicane right now. Santandreu, I don't think will be stopped that long. Still stationary. Yeah, Zdravko coming through the hairpin right now, though he has to negotiate a back marker. Looks like the back marker has jumped out of the way. The QWE car dutifully and politely lets him through. Now Zdravko coming around the bend. Santandreu is still stationary, so full service. Zdravko Deponiak in the lead of the race. I think he'll be pretty happy with that. They had to. They started second. Thought they would be vying for a win given their pace in practice. Fell back early, and now they are in command of this race. By the time Santandreu is up to speed, that should be a 15 or 20-second gap, maybe a little bit more. So still on to the front. This looks like a three-way fight between the race green machine, Ronnie Kronpush back in control of that car. Eric Blixt splits second and fourth right now, but we expect we will see them stopping soon. And Santandreu now, nearly losing the rear of the car. Easy to do on cold tires. In pursuit of Zdravko Deponiak, now in the lead of the race.
It's going to be an intense battle towards the end of the race here. For the LMP class, of course.
Yeah, I think the challenge for the Fragmaster team is that Zdravko needs to stretch a little bit. He's going to run, if he's in the car to the end of the race, and I believe he is, he will have to stretch every last drop of fuel. Obviously, they consume some of the time on the clock in pit lane, but if he wants to finish this with just 2 more stops, then he needs to stretch as much as he possibly can. We know he is capable of taking care of a machine and also wringing out extreme pace. He's been very consistent. He's avoided mistakes so far today, but it is a tall order for him to stay in front. But there's a long way to go yet. Could see another safety car. And while we talk about the lead change in LMP2, here we have Gabor, who up the road, just over the crest there and around the bend, is the GTR leader. That is Vitalis Lagutskas, on the wrong side of a few mistakes and a penalty. in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Gabor a little bit deep in the corner there, but Gabor, when we talked about him a couple laps ago, was 5 seconds back. This gap now down to 2 seconds.
Yeah, a couple laps before it was, can I remember, 3 or 4 seconds, so Gabor's done really good job narrowing down the lead.
And looking at the equipment, and Lagutskas, yeah, so on his last stop, oh no, Lagutskas, I switched to him, and he dipped a wheel on the dirt. An amazing save by Lagutskas. He nearly looped the car, managed to correct it with one wheel off in the grass, nearly overcorrected and sent it into the barrier, managed to hold onto the car somehow, but has now lost even more time. He'll have dirt on a couple of those tires with Gabor in hot pursuit. Lagutskas, those left side tires on his machine now very hot on the inside shoulder where the camber makes the most wear on the tire. Gabor on older tires, but that are in their optimum operating temperature and optimum pressure. Vitalis Lagutskas struggling a little bit, and it's about to get worse with Gabor right on his bumper.
Yeah, this is the moment when Gabor's gonna give it just everything, just gonna put on the pressure as much as he can. This is where he can go for the lead.
Yeah, Lagutskas will also have to navigate a back marker. We're looking back under the rear wing at Gabor, but ahead of Vitalis Lagutskas is, I can't tell which machine it is. It is, I haven't been able to see it yet, but we can see Gabor looking a little bit closer. We'll find out who that is ahead of Vitalis Lagutskas. Hopefully that driver gets out of the way and allows this to be a clean fight for these two drivers. But now Gabor under 1 second. Vitalis Lagutskas is in a world of trouble here with Gabor now right there behind him. Big slide from Gabor, trying to use the banking deep on the brakes, goes in a little bit too far and runs a bit wide. But this is looking a bit grim for Vitalis Lagutskas. Gabor, this is tricky. Gabor got held up by the back marker. Vitalis Lagutskas just managed to sneak through. Looked like a B2R sticker on the side of the car. I think it's not Erdose. I couldn't tell who that was. But yeah, a little bit of a setback for Gabor, but I think he has the pace that he'll be right there again in a lap or so.
Sure, he will. Yeah, have another replay coming up.
Yeah.
Oh,
big.
Oh,
yeah, big hit there. The back marker. Yeah, that was a big hit.
Oh.
Yeah, it looked like the back marker was coming across to take the racing line and probably couldn't see the second LMP2 car, and then Jimmy Virtanen tried to send it through the middle.
Probably thought there was only one, but there was actually 2 cars, so they just ran out of space. And unfortunately, all of them spun around.
Yeah, Gabor still lurking, frustrated by the back marker, who Vitalis Lagutskas was able to negotiate pretty easily. Gabor just unlucky. That's the ebb and flow. Oh no, sorry, as we're talking about that, Zdravko Toponiak drops the car in the chicane. He got it just a little bit wrong, did a full 360 in the grass, just touched the barriers on the outside of the circuit. I think he's gotten away with one there. There isn't any visible damage on the machine. I think he's just brushed it. Nearly gotten a tap from behind. Fernandez late on the brakes and that FZR behind him. So Zdravko Toponiak, we'll see if we can get a replay of that. I just tabbed back to him as he was coming out of the chicane and saw him going backward on the shot here. That car looks straight. I think he's just touched the barriers. That will be a heart-stopping moment for him. We talked a few minutes ago about how he has been consistent in taking care of the equipment. That's Mika. I think the margin is so thin on these tires, and he is working so hard to take care of them and get longevity out of them, that a spin like that might be the difference between first and second place.
Yeah, that's very tragic. Tragic for Zdravko. He's lost, 8 seconds there. He could have lost more, but it's good they had a really comfy lead of 24 seconds. So he still stayed ahead and going on. He still got to drive, but very tragic thing to happen.
Yeah, and he's also had another big slide through turn 4. I think we've got a replay of Zdravko Toponiak going through the chicane. Here we go. We can see him lining it up. Oh, wide on entry and lost the rear of the car on the way in. Good job to hold the brakes, held the front brakes, and managed to bring the car around went straight backwards, looking in his mirror to guide the car to the wall, and then tapped it, went around, and going again. Sounds like he has, Mo says in our ears that he has a little bit of suspension damage. We'll see how bad that was. But I think the worst, Mika, for him is going to be what he did to the tires. Most of that off was in the grass. The wheels would have been turning when he was actually turning around backward. But he needs these tires to last a long time, and that does not help.
Yeah, that strips away the lifetime from the tires quite a bit. So we'll see how he can stretch this stint.
Looks like he might be pushing just a little bit hard as we look at Santandreu negotiating that chicane very cleanly. A nice early aggressive entry and then easy over the second part of the chicane. Great shot of Eric Blix there too. The two of them running through there just a couple seconds apart looked really, really nice. A bit tentative from Zdravko Toponiak, who has just gone past a back marker. So we watch Zdravko in the number 44 car, the Fragmaster machine, who now has even more work cut out for him. To be even more delicate with these tires. They're in their optimum range, but he needs to care for the equipment. But he has Santandreu in pursuit, now only 16 seconds behind. And then behind Santandreu is Eric Blixt. The two of them putting on a show just a lap ago through the chicane. And we are once again, after a bit of excitement with the LMPs, back on board with Gabor, who is right on top of Vitalis Lagutskas once again, negotiating these fast bends. Gabor has the pace, but he does have older equipment. Vitalis Lagutskas on fresh tires that will be coming into their optimum performance around now or within a couple laps. We got a race here.
Yeah, Gabor's had a pace for a good while now, so I can see this overtake happening pretty soon. And if that happens, then Gabor's probably gonna get a bit of gap ahead, but we'll see. I bet Lagutskas is gonna put a fight here. Not gonna give the lead too easily.
Looking at Gabor's tires, it looks like he may be struggling with understeer a little bit. I would expect him to have worn the rears a bit more, negotiating these tricky corners where it's easy to lose the rear of the car and try to get the power down. But just looking at the tire wear, it appears as though he has really leaned on the left front. It's getting a little bit thin. I would guess it still has 10 or so laps in it, so we might expect to see him stop soon. But it hasn't slowed him down. There he is right on top of Vitalis Lagutskas. That yes machine on one side and Sidus on the other, with a Sidus driver trailing him in a proper Sidus machine. An hour and a half from the finish, and we have a straight fight for P1 in the GTR category. While we follow these two, Zdravko Toponiak has stopped in the pits. He is stationary in pit lane. Santandreu, who's gone through to take the lead of the race. Eric Blixt, who was close behind, just a couple seconds behind Santandreu, will go through. He has gone through into second position. Now we look for Roni Kronpusch, because this will be the race for the podium. I think Zdravko might be just far enough ahead. He is still stationary. And rolling now, Zdravko Toponiak rolling toward the end of pit lane. Roni Kronpusch is going to be coming around the final bend just now. That's not him coming through the start-finish line. That is a back marker. Yeah, this will be a close race. Zdravko Toponiak just over the pit exit line right now, while Roni Kronpusch is up to speed. Zdravko Toponiak might be able to do. Oh, he can't. Roni Kronpusch sweeps by into third position. Zdravko Toponiak on tires that are now one stint old, full load of fuel. Roni Kronpusch at racing speed. Might be a challenge. I think this will be a challenge for Zdravko to keep up. Though
Roni's
tires
just made it pass.
Yeah. Close race between these two. We've got close races up and down the order. We'll keep an eye on this while we watch Vitalis Lagutskas and Gabor. Still a straight fight right there. Negotiating back markers coming up on the chicane right now. Gabor, it seems like he might be. They have similar pace, and Gabor has not been pressing the issue. I wonder if Gabor thinks that he can just sit here, bide his time, run a good pace without pushing the car too hard, avoiding any mistakes. They're on slightly different strategies. They're offset, I think, by at least half a stint, maybe most of a stint. So I believe a phrase that Pete used in the past is playing with his food. Yeah, perhaps Gabor knows that he has the pace to get by Vitalis Lagutskas, but right now he just doesn't need to do it yet.
Looks like Gabor's gonna be a bit unlucky with the backmarkers again, losing a bit of time. Again, losing time against Lagutskas with the backmarkers.
Yeah, that's how it goes. It's Vitalis Lagutskas has had a good time with it, and Gabor has not. We saw one warning earlier for one of the LMP2 cars. I believe it was even Ian Bossy was given a warning for not respecting blue flags. I think it might have been better if the back marker there had actually pulled off the racing line on the front stretch to let the two of them through. We might see another blue flag warning. Watching Lagutskas come through this bend, he took a very conservative line through the sweeping right-hand bends, not using as much of the road. Not using as much of the road, opening up the steering as much as he could. Doesn't appear to make that much difference. Gabor's still right there, though. Now Gabor, this is one of the frustrating things driving a GTR car is when you're in a race, and suddenly you have a much faster LMP2 car on the scene who doesn't give him a whole lot of room to get up the banking there. Close call with the LMP2 car there. One of the furtive racing machines sailing by. I've got Pete with us in the box once again. He's had a breath and hopefully a snack, maybe a drink of water. Pete, welcome back.
Yeah, I had more than just a snack, Travis. Goodness me. What's happened while I've been away? I think I kept up with most of it, but yep, Santandrew there sneaking through the chicane, and well, he's got a healthy gap to Eric Blix now, but I noticed that Zdravko has dropped slightly back.
Yes, he has. So we'll recap for you, and we'll recap for the audience. Santandreou in the number 90 furtive racing machine is back in control of the race. Zdravko Toponiak was running in the lead, had a pretty exciting high-speed spin, but managed to collect the car before he hit anything too hard. It appears to be straight and true and running well. After a pit stop, fell back to third position with Eric Blixt running a very respectable second. Behind the number 90 car. Looks like they might actually have the pace. We thought earlier that they would fall back, but he's actually gained on Santandreou on this lap. So looks like the number 98 car, the Savage Meat Sports machine, running strongly with Eric Blixt, doing a great job there in that car. So appears as though we may have a four-way fight. Rony Krompush is behind Zdravko Toponiak now. Rony Krompush got by Zdravko on the pit stops, swept by him just as Zdravko was coming out of pit lane, but now Zdravko has resumed third place, and they continue this way. But the fight that we have been watching while all of the drama unfolded in the LMP2 class is this race between Vitalis Lagutskas and Gabor. Gabor, 1 second behind Vitalis Lagutskas, appears to be happy to just run behind Lagutskas for now. He's been hanging around that 1 second range. We know his tires are getting a little bit older. Lagutskas on fresh rubber, Gabor on rubber that is nearing the end of its life. And yeah, we'll see. We may see Gabor try to make a move later in the race. Seems like he is content to run where he is for the now, letting faster cars through as we watch this great onboard shot of Eric Blixt getting by Vitalis Lagutskas. Nice conservative line into the corner instead of squeezing Vitalis or ducking in front of him in front of the braking zone. Gives him plenty of space and plenty of room to see. That was polite of him. So that's it. Santandreou back in like we might have guessed would happen. Zdravko Toponiak, the Fragmaster car, not out of it yet. Eric Blixt driving Savage Beat Sports, look really strong. Rony Krompush also there in the fight. Looks like it could be anyone's race. But it is a two-horse race in GTR. Isaac Price, a minute off the lead, does not appear as though he will be a factor after some challenges. His co-driver, his teammate, struggled during his stints early on. And Isaac Price, though he is mighty quick, very talented driver, has a big gap to make up if he wants to fight for the lead of the race. And that's what we got, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we have a fight on our hands at the top of both classes, which doesn't often happen in endurance races of this length. We've had endurance races at Kyoto in the past. In fact, I think the longest endurance race in LFS that we've actually covered was the 8 Hours of West Hill. The TRR 8 Hours. There was also another endurance race at Kyoto we covered where it went down to the wire as well. So, yeah, we sometimes don't get close finishes, but it looks like we're getting one today.
Yep, so speaking of this fight in GTR, Gabor just completed a pit stop and is on his way out of pit lane right now. He is on the entry to turn 1 and up and over the curb on turn 2. He sends it down this sweeping bend and this long straightaway into turn 4. Isaac Price coming into turn 1 right now. So Gabor, he did take tires. Ooh. Woo! Isaac a little bit hot in the first corner. We've seen Isaac do that a couple times. This is, I guess, Isaac thinks this is the 6 hours of Kyoto Rallycross. That's one way to do it. Might have saved him time. Yeah, Gabor should have just taken new tires, but there's a safety car. Pete, I did not see what happened or where. We'll have to tab around to see what happened. That is
going to change
Gabor.
Everything. That's huge for Gabor. What a strategy call. Vitalijs Lagutskas has to pit now. He doesn't have a choice. He's got to come in the pits.
No, he doesn't.
And he does. He's got to get out ahead of Gabor, doesn't he?
He does, but
he gets to do a stop while Gabor is going slowly. He has to pit now.
He does, but so this is just absolutely perfect timing for Gabor. Gabor was in the pits, fresh rubber, full fuel load.
Oh, he's not
and
pitted.
Came out. He's not, because Vitalijs Lagutskas just stopped a few laps ago. He is on fresh rubber and nearly a full fuel load. He probably still has 3/4 of a fuel load in that machine, so he could come in and top off. But it wouldn't make any difference for their strategy. Still looking to see what happened, what caused the safety car. But this is the way luck goes. There we go. Dominguez, the number 69 machine, the Road Appraiser racing machine, was beached in the sand, managed to get out. Couldn't see if there was a course car that helped him out of there. But he was...
it was a very... Dominguez has managed to get away on his own steam, so potentially a VSC situation rather than an SC situation, but the race controllers have done it. Apparently he was pushed out, so...
Yeah, he was dislodged.
Okay, I'll retract that then. Fair enough. Well, quick work again from the rescue cars. We've not seen them for a while, but they're very slick at their job, and so slick, in fact, caught me off guard. There we are.
Yeah, this is... We talked about Michael Malick's luck early on, how he was popped up on the side of his machine and was allowed to reset, served a stop-go penalty, and looked like that was a death blow. And then the same situation that just happened to Gabor, a perfectly timed pit stop, was able to get back in the fight. And then, unfortunately, the luck went away again from Michael Malick, but absolutely perfect luck for Gabor. You cannot get any luckier than that. Out of the pits as a safety car comes out. Bo has a replay queued up for us for, I believe, what will be the cause of this safety car. Oh, no, chat is asking for this. I haven't looked at chat, Pete. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, chat asked for a replay. Apparently, Number said he made an amazing overtake on Roni, and, well... apparently this is what that was about. So here we go, up into turn 5 and 6. As we go over the sector time, still side by side, holding it side by side through turn 7. And there we go. That's how Zdravko made his last place. So I hope the chat is satisfied by that one. That's a good move.
So I would like for our next development to be slow motion replays, because it happened quickly, but it was kind of hard to see when he was going through the uphill right-hander, the first of those sweeping third, fourth gear bends. You could see Zdravko at absolute, you could see absolute maximum slip angle from Zdravko, like perfectly turned the steering wheel. You could see the angle between the rear tires and the front tires. Any more steering input, that car goes around and into Rony Krampusch, and both of them off the circuit. Just beautiful, perfect driving from Zdravko.
Zdravko knows how to get some attention, doesn't he? He's got his fans in the chat.
He knows.
Asking for replays. Exactly. Well, your wish is our command, Travis. I think Chris is going to get you a slow motion replay of that. So we'll just hang fire and yeah, why not? And see how that goes.
What a surprise!
But let's take a moment to appreciate the effort that's gone into this event. Look at that safety car. What a fantastic mod. Who is that going in the pit lane? That's Santandrew going in the pits. Oh, that's going to have a shake-up, surely.
What? I don't know why he's in the pits.
Why has he done that?
Long ago.
Interesting choice.
That is an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, we've got some cycling to do as well. There's going to be some cycling happening. Who was that? That was Lochtenberg in the wall.
Yeah.
Into the wall, and he's giving himself damage on the left side.
Yeah, the tires cool down so much. They want to keep heat in them, but it gets a little slippery and skatey. Pete.
I love Jared Mead being in the lead of things. You know that.
Yeah,
but this is a popular moment for this is I'm a very proud moment right here. Jared Mead is leading the 6 hours of Kyoto.
I was about to say
what manner of thing has happened here, Travis?
Nobody is asking for a Crashmas moment here, and I think this is, since this is a normal Sunday morning and not Crashmas, perhaps you've had fewer drinks today than you might have a year and a half ago, whenever that was. But yeah, I as soon as I saw him come across the line, Santandreu went in, and then Jared Mead jumped to the top of the order. I figured you would enjoy that.
I think Chris is ready for you, Travis. So enjoy.
Oh, this is so exciting. I'm thrilled. All right, here it comes. There we go. So this is the big slide into the corner using the oversteer to get it in there. Oh, he just hit the slow motion, him catching the rear of the car. But this is the bit we want to see is coming up the hill here. So he's going to be a little bit late on the brakes. Rony knows that he stuck those in there. But you can see him just over the white line here. Look at the angle, the slip angle between the rear tires and the front tires. Probably 6 or 7 degrees of slip. Any more steering input to the right because of the camber of the road and the power that Zdravko is putting down to try to carry the car up the hill and keep alongside Rony Krampusch. Any more input, he ends up going sideways. Oh, look at this. Just inches between them. Rony also a lot of input there and just touched the curb, which is so tricky to do. Because that upsets the attitude of the car, it's so stiffly sprung. When you put the power down like that and it doesn't have full load on the rear tire, the back of the car wants to go away. I'm just blown away by this shot. Incredible driving by both of them. That was everything Zdravko hyped it up to be. That was just beautiful. Great stuff.
Yeah, that was beautiful driving from both and beautiful slow-mo replay from Chris. So thanks for that.
Yeah, Chris needs a pay rise.
Yeah, this is a pivotal moment in sim broadcast history. Slow motion replays that we can salivate over for 30 seconds. I love that.
Okay.
Yeah, huge props to Chris for putting that together for us. That was fantastic.
All right, anyway, here we are. Jared Mead, it's happening. Jared Mead could win another thing this year.
What if he does, Pete?
Can't believe it.
Well,
if he does.
Suppose it comes
together. If he wins
together.
I'm gonna lose my mind, Travis.
We've talked so many times today about how luck is such a huge factor in the race, and now luck has come their way. Luck has come back to Zdravko Deponiak. He's still there behind Santandreu, but Santandreu had to make a stop. Could have been an interesting strategic call by them, but all of these guys nose to tail with an hour and 20 minutes left. But Jared Mead is out in front, and we know Jared's had good pace. He hasn't been as quick as the leaders. Nobody has been the match of Santandreu during this race, but Jared's been quick, and his teammates have been quick too. I think surprisingly quick. And here they are in front of the race, about to rear end the safety car. You don't want to do that, Jared.
Classic. It's not Crashmas now, Jared.
This is the real deal.
Yeah, anyway, the safety car is going to do another lap at least. I think we've had some cycling. And let's take one more look at the 6 Hours of Kyoto clock that the Argentina Turismo team have put together for this event. They've put together a suite of fantastic mods, including the safety car, which is decked out in a load of screens which can tell the drivers what's going on the course. And this wonderful timing tower inspired by the one at Le Mans, of course. Actually fantastic. A little bit more immersion for the drivers and for us.
Yeah, it looks really good. I have while you've been talking about the mods, I looking up and down the order and have a few more observations to share. So one of these is that Rony Kronpush on Santandreu's unexpected pit stop promoted to second place, and Jared Mead, the Savage Mead Sports drivers, have all had the match of Rony today. And we know that Rony can be a little bit ragged sometimes. He is quick and he's mostly consistent, but sometimes, we saw it earlier in the race when Rony got into Michael Malik that, Rony, I think, is more prone to mistakes than some of the drivers we typically see at the front. So Jared's got a bit of a buffer there with Rony behind him, and then Santandreu, who will be motivated, and Zdravko Toponiak, whose strategy has now come back to them. So the Fragmaster drivers, the Fragmaster car, we knew that they were going to be really tight on pit stops, that Zdravko would have to take very good care of the tires, stretch the fuel to make sure they didn't have to do an extra stop at the end. They don't have that now. The safety car has rescued them from the very difficult strategy. They can now run pretty hard. They still need to take care of the machine. They're running R3, and it is no small task to take care of those tires for a full stint, or 2 stints for that matter. But They got a break. They won't have to take, or they probably won't have to take, a splash of fuel at the very end, which could ruin their race. Strategy back on for the Fragmaster drivers. And then right behind Zdravko Toponiak, Pablo Saitone back in the car, took it over from his teammate on the last round of stops. They have been up and down the order. Pablo Saitone himself has been responsible for a few trips into the barriers. This is, we've got a great fight on our hands now.
While the traffic cycles itself out, we have a replay of what caused the safety car. Here it is, Road Appraiser Racing Team out of turn 5, or 6, in fact. I think it's turn 6. Oh, is that a hardware failure? He just drove off the track, Travis.
I think he just dropped a wheel off I think he dropped the left front off the road, because the load's on the left side of the car, he turned the wheel. You dab the brakes to turn in there and turn the wheel, and then nothing happened because he wasn't on pavement.
Wow, interesting. We've got some cycling happening. You can see the cars being ushered through, so that we are going to have a grid of LMPs and a grid of GTRs. The good fair play to the race control team here today, Travis. It's their first big endurance event, and they've done a fantastic job so far, from what we can tell. Even if the safety car periods take a little bit longer, at least the cars get in the right order.
I think they should be very proud of their effort. I haven't noticed anything that, if it were my job to keep track of all of the little things that happen during, there's a back marker flying through the GTRs. That was a little scary. I mean, if it were my task to keep track of things that, didn't go right or they could improve, I wouldn't have any. They have run a spotless event. This has been beautifully organized. The 2 weeks leading up to the race have been so good. The conduct of the event today has been fantastic. The driving standards have been good. The race controller, the race director, has been on top of all of these incidents. They're doing such a great job. I've been really impressed.
We're going to have at least one more lap of safety car driving, and interestingly, in the pit stops, the number 90 Santandreu did change his tyres. So, let's see, can he pull a blinder here? He's got to make another stop, but he will have to do something like a 20-minute splash and dash at the end, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad call.
He'll have fresh tyres now for the restart, at least.
Yeah, that'll also mean that he'll have fresh tires to take into the end, and he won't have to go a full second stint on those tires, so he'll be able to run them pretty hard. He's not close on fuel. I think Santandreu is in great shape. Michael Malik, I hear that you are with us once again. Your race was kind of rough at the start, and then luck came your way and put you in the catbird seat, and then you had a coming together with Rony that set you back. But now you're up in 7th again, a lap off. Tell us 5 hours in how you've enjoyed your race.
Can you hear me?
Yep, loud
We
and
can
clear.
hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Well, the enjoyment is quite reduced because of the on-track situations that put me down 9 laps, so I am out of contention for the win or podium, which is quite unfortunate for me, but other than that, I'm quite enjoying it. I think I could last another 19 hours easily. It's a challenge.
Another 19 hours, really. You're a
That's very
madman.
specific, but also incredibly. I don't want to use the word on stream, but yeah, it sounds like Michael Malik wants 24 hours. So if you're listening out there and you fancy organising a 24-hour, Michael Malik will do it solo. You're hearing it here first.
Yep, I'm up for it.
So
Madman.
since you mentioned it, hot take. If you feel that good about 5 hours and you feel like you could do 19 more hours, my question is, do you really feel like you could do 24 hours? Because I would happily watch all 24 hours of that.
I'm absolutely serious about that. So as long as we have some meaningful 24-hour endurance race, I'm up for a solo 24 hours. As long as the organization allows.
This is great to
All right,
hear.
well-
The drivers have got the itch for longer races, Travis. They've got the itch back.
Yeah, I am like, this is very exciting to me because this event has been one of, we've put on so many good events, but this one I think has been my favorite so far. And if everyone is excited to do 3 more of these in the span of one day, then I'm sold. This is great news.
Yeah, I'm down. That sounds good. Cheers, Michael. Best of luck. The safety car is in this lap, so we'll let you refocus on your prep, and we'll talk to you maybe one more time before the end. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's green flag to the end.
Yeah, cheers. See you.
Cheers. Good luck. We are on lap 128, and has someone disconnected from the LMP field there? Michael hit the wall and has damaged his car. Number 90 has spectated. That is an absolute shocker. The car in contention for the win, Santandrew, has accidentally spectated or something. What on earth has happened to them? That's crazy.
Yeah, he won't lose a lap, but he'll be at the tail end of the field. That can't have been intentional. That has to be a mistake, but I don't know how you would accidentally do that. Yeah, Mo has suggested in our ears that if he tried to take a screenshot and managed to get the key combination wrong, that could happen. But Santandreu has his work cut out for him now. The cars have restarted. We've got Jared Mead in the lead, going a little bit wide to defend the right side of the road. He doesn't want to let Ronnie Crom push by because he is in the lead of the race. He would like to keep it. Jared Mead out front through the first corner, a little bit wide, but Ronnie makes the same mistake and lays down some rubber. Jared Mead's going to have a good run out of here, and they have a gap on the cars behind them, Pete.
Yeah, a significant gap. So Zdravko Topolniak not sure what was happening while we were watching the recovering car of Santandrew. The race directors have got a lot of work to do. They've got to give him the lap back, as it looks like Saitone has now made a move on Zdravko while we're on board. Yes, he has. So there is a furtive racing car, at least one of them in the top 3 at the moment, but shocking news from the number 90 there.
Yeah, I would. If we can get an explanation from the team, I'd be really curious to know. Hopefully, if we could get something from someone before the end of the race, that would be good so we can try to explain it, but we may have to wait another hour to understand what happened there. Zdravko struggling on cold tires. That car is all over the shop. Looked like he nearly pitched it into the inside Armco there, so something going on with Zdravko struggling. But in front, Jared Mead just 0.2 of a second ahead of Ronnie Krompus, a second and a half up the road from Pablo Saitone. Ronnie losing the downforce, following Jared Mead through that corner. It's really easy to wash out and run wide, but Ronnie's got a good exit. He's going to, I thought he was outside there, was going to squeeze Jared, but now he's up on the high part of the banking. Jared could be brave here and try to send it into the chicane, but I think Ronnie's going to have the measure of him. Ronnie in front and now into the chicane. Ronnie Krompush back in the lead of this race. Ooh, that was a scary line from Jared. It was fast, but now he has mirrors full of Pablo Saitone. And the remaining hope, or at least as it appears right now for Furtive Racing, will be the number 10 car that has been through a lot today, up and down the order on account of a number of mistakes and miscues from this driver, Pablo Setone, but right now in good shape in second and tracking down Aroni Krampusch with 1 hour and 3 minutes remaining. Jared getting out of the way now of Zdravko Doponiak, and the Fragmaster team now in position as well.
Yeah, Fragmaster makes that look simple up into P3, and as soon as that, Jared Mead drops from P1 down to P4. But that's not the biggest story. Santander has been given some laps back, but he is P12 with an hour to go. They've led every lap pretty much on on aggregate, and it's not gone their way at the end. We do not know what happened. They just spectated randomly and rejoined the race, which means that they lose their laps all but one.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking. Like, they were in total control of this race. Both Santandreu and his co-driver just in complete control. No missteps, no miscues. We saw, like, on camera once, we saw them, have a close call with another car on circuit, but no worse for wear. And now it's all gone wrong from the front to the very back. They should be ahead of Ian Bossi in 10th place. Lochtenberg is a lap behind Jared Mead, and then the order shakes out seconds after that till Ian Bossi is a lap down. San Andreas should only be 1 lap off the leaders, but still shown in 12th place. That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, we've got an hour for the race control to sort it out. It should only be a lap as far as I know that they're down, but it looks like they're 3 laps down at the moment. As we watch Pablo Saitone absolutely nail the chicane as he tries to keep the car ahead of Zdravko Doponiak. Remember, Fragmaster started in P2. They've been up and down, but now they're battling for P2 again, Travis. This is really positive from these guys. Further battles behind. Jared Mead has lost another place to his countryman, in fact, Lochtenberg.
Yeah, I think Jared's, don't make no mistake, Jared is good. Jared is a good driver. I think he doesn't quite have the pace of his teammates. I don't know if he'll finish this race. Maybe he's just driving conservatively here. Maybe he'll hand it off to Martin or Eric again for the end of the race. Eric just came out, so I guess it's possible they can hand it off to Martin Capal before the race is over. But Jared doing well to just keep the car between the lines. I mean, they're this far up the order because they have driven relatively conservatively. They have stayed out of trouble. They're in a strong 4th position, having avoided the carnage that some of the other drivers out on circuit have encountered. And anything can happen. We've seen so many things happen already today, and there's 1 hour left as Gabor decides to go off-roading. We've seen Isaac do that a few times.
We have.
Yeah, we've focused on the front. Zdravko Doponiak 4 tenths behind Pablo Saitone, but here in the GTR battle, Gabor all over the back of Tadeusz Lagutskas again, with Smalkavicius there having taken over for his teammate ahead of Isaac Price. These 4 cars now battling for the win, line astern.
This is interesting, Travis. It looks like, or to my knowledge, it looks like the back markers weren't cycled through, because it looks like Isaac has started behind 2 back markers in the GTR category. So that's why he maybe didn't get as good a restart as maybe we expected, because he's just managed to get past the Team America car, which is some way down the order. So potentially some confusion during the safety car period, potentially, which is why Isaac is still not kind of all over the back of Smalkavicius, Gabor and Lagutskas. He's still got 1 more back marker to clear.
Well, I only have one thing to say about that, and that is no, Michael, no.
I think comparing race control to Michael Massey is somewhat harsh, but there we are.
Yeah, that sounded funnier in my head, and then I realized that, Jared Mead and Michael Malik came together just as I was about to apologize to race control for making a joke that was absolutely unfair to them, because they've done a brilliant job today. Michael Malik and Jared Mead have come together. Michael Malik trying to recover. He sounded a little bit frustrated when we talked to him at the end of the safety car lap, and now I think they've just stepped over each other in the hairpin and the final chicane. Jared Mead is up the road some distance from him, seems to have continued unabated, but Michael falls back one more time. There's a stop-and-go penalty, 10-second stop-and-go penalty for failure to serve a drive-through penalty in time. That is Jimmy Virtanen, the 95 car. The other Mester race car machine will be through pit lane and out of the way of the other LMP2s. Rough day for the Master race car team.
Interesting. In fairness, Travis, it was a good impression. So there is that. Pablo Saitone in P2 now, trying to hold off Zdravko Topolniak, but it's starting to bunch up. Roni is doing a fantastic job here.
Yeah, he's got a little more pace than I expected. I thought Pablo Saitone would catch him up a little bit more quickly. But Roni, as you said, he's holding his own. Looks really good. He's smooth. They've not taken any repairs on that car. I guess it looks a little rough, but the mechanicals are in order, so he's comfortable with it. But he does have, I think, Pablo Saitone and Zdravko Topolniak are slowly catching him.
Zdravko's been through the tires.
Yeah, he sure has. Doesn't look
like
like
it's
slow. Affected him
slow.
Too much.
Oh,
Is
he's
he?
slow. Yeah, well, he was. Maybe he was just getting back up to speed, but it sounded lethargic.
Yeah, I think because he had been through the dirt, you don't want to put the power down too quickly because it's easy to loop the car, and he's probably been over a few bumps. He has that gap has grown. That was maybe 0.4, half a second, and now when they come across the line, it should grow to about a second. Yeah, there, 1.5 seconds. Shame. I was going to say this about Zdravko earlier, is that we have seen some incredible performances from him. The first season of the MRC BF1 League comes to mind, where he nearly snatched the championship away from Altsu, Alexa Liberto. A spirited drive from further back on a different strategy, and came within a couple seconds of stealing the championship away. But then, sometimes we see small mistakes from Zdravko. He's awfully quick. He's very quick. And he's very knowledgeable. He's very talented. But sometimes, little things happen to Zdravko and they add up. He's gotten away with a couple of mistakes today. He won't want to make any more.
No, you're absolutely right.
That mistake from Zdravko means that there's a little bit less pressure on Saitone, though, so maybe he can catch up on Kronbus though. For now.
Yeah, you haven't got the distraction behind, so yeah, he should be able to focus forward. You're absolutely right, Mika. As we ride on board with Gabor, who is still struggling, I guess, to get close to and to overtake the Gutskas at this point. And as they work their way up the sweepers, we will see what the gap is at the next sector time, which they've just gone through. And it has, it's come down to just over 0.5 seconds. So on this lap alone, it looks like Gabor has found some pace as they come up to turn 9. These two have leagues ahead of the cars behind. Frank Vicious is coming up behind a back marker now, or in fact, I think the back marker may have got through. That is the who is that? That is one of the furtive cars.
For the lead of the GTR class, Gabor's been on tail of Lagutskas for quite a while now. Gabor had the pace to catch up Lagutskas, but Lagutskas found his pace back when he caught up, so they've been driving close to each other for a long time. I wonder if there's
Garcia gets the chicane completely wrong. Yeah, Garcia was the back marker ahead. Oh, he needs to be careful with this rejoin. Everybody somehow manages to avoid. And Garcia,
I think I heard someone
Junior
hit somewhere, but I'm not sure.
Well,
maybe there is someone.
Oh, as we got further, there we go. There it is. So while rejoining, there's been some drama in the background, and I think that looked like the Road Appraiser car. Was it? Yes, it was. It was the Road Appraiser 69 of Freire, who, while trying to avoid the furtive junior car, went into the wall pretty heavily and is in the pit lane. So further disaster for the 69. Oh, you've got to feel bad for them. That was
very
well avoided and then very unlucky, as you said.
Yeah, you just, when you avoid too hard, you just can lose the car control like that, and then it's just mayhem after that.
My word, I stepped away for 1 second to fill my drink and stretch my legs a little bit, and I came back to that a bit more excitement than we had been following.
Yeah, it's all going off. And here is Isaac Price, still down in P4. 17 seconds to the place ahead. I'm sure they'd love a podium out of this, but the time is ticking. We only have 52 minutes to go. And I think that means it's time for one final but very quick rundown of our fantastic field of cars that we have this afternoon. Leading the race quite comfortably right now is Roni Krompush. He looks very composed there for the Race Green Autosports number 36 team. Behind him, we have the Furtive Racing number 10, not the number 90. The number 90 has had a very weird issue that has dropped them to the back. And we do expect them to be moved or shuffled up slightly further up the order. We believe they have not been given the correct number of laps back. We might be wrong, but we believe they need a couple more laps back. It's not going to help them really this late in the day, but it will be certainly better than 12th. Their sister team currently in P2, the number 10, being driven by Pablo Saitone. Then it's Zdravko Topolniak for Fragmaster. This car just one place away from where it started in P3. Then it's Jared Mead for Savage Sim Sports. He's managed to gain a couple more positions after some drama that's happened in the last few laps. Logtenberg and Zanella for Tortoise and Hare Racing and Lycan Racing, respectively, P5 and 6. Then we've got Michael Malik, who unfortunately put it in the wall immediately after we had an interview with him on the oval under the safety car. Bit of a weird one, but he is currently in P7. Jimmy Vertinen in P9, sorry. He is just behind Lopez, the number 13 low-cost racing machine. Jimmy Vertinen driving for Master Race Car. Then we've got Bassi, who's not had a particularly easy afternoon. It's fair to say the number 7 Le Mans Red Bull car has recovered a couple of places ahead of this team, the QWE team, currently being driven by Burkay. And they've got a lap deficit now to the number 7 team, so a lot to do in the 50 minutes that remain, but not as much to do as this team. The 90, the car that led for pretty much the whole race, Travis, it's not gone well for them.
No, it really hasn't. Super unfortunate for them. They were in total control. I think, I mean, you know, you don't know how these things are going to shake out, but it looked like they were strong enough to win the race, and now it's gone wrong for them. Running around at the back. As you said, we think they'll be credited with one more lap, but it's not going to make any difference. Unless something truly astounding happens, they're not going to be finishing anywhere near the front.
Unfortunate. It is Gabor who has somehow, while we were watching that, just managed to get past the Gutskas. So there has been a change for the lead in GT. So that happened on the oval, and it has happened before the chicane. And Gutskas is being hassled by some LMPs while he's trying to get past. Oh, it's just what you don't want at that point in time. He's being sandwiched by the QWE team. That's going to put him on the back foot for the home straight. And now he's in a drag race with an LMP while Gabor just disappears up front. Gabor takes over the lead for Yes Motorsport, the number 25, as we head with 49 minutes remaining. They've taken over the lead. The number 25 leads for GTR.
Yeah, I think we expected that might happen because Gabor is so quick and he is so good. Vitalis Lagutskas is very quick, so is his teammate, but Gabor has the measure of most everyone in this field except maybe Isaac Price. Isaac Price mired, behind a couple back markers earlier on. It seems like he hasn't been able to make up any ground. But yeah, Gabor finally in the lead. They had to fight back to get there. But now looking very good for them. Each of these cars will have to make one more stop before the end of the race. But Gabor is and the Sidus machine in looking pretty strong in the last 48 minutes of this race.
Volkovicius currently in P3 for Born to Race, and these guys, if they finish on the podium, will be thrilled considering the caliber of competition around them. They're talented individuals amongst themselves, but if you ask me, I don't know whether Born to Race were banking on a podium in this event. This is a really, really good performance from Ayub Smokevicius. Yeah, hats off to them if they can keep this to the end. that is an impressive effort by the duo.
So I want to, I'm going to call attention back to the battle for the lead in LMP2. I think it's starting to come off. Zdravko Deponiak is now all over the back of Pablo Saitone. The last couple laps, he's been a half a second quicker. And we know from his practice and the reconnaissance that he gave us before the race how fast Zdravko can go late in a stint with low fuel. So they're getting close to that point. Should be, I think, in about 10 or 15 minutes, they will make their final stop and the sprint for the finish. And the pace that Zdravko is doing right now is not as quick as he is capable of doing. We don't know, though we might expect that Pablo Saitone and Roni Krumpusch can also go that quick. But just based on the times he was doing in practice and the information he gave us beforehand, I think Zdravko has a little bit more in reserve that he has not shown us yet.
Well, they're coming out to back markers. This is the perfect opportunity for Zdravko if he wants a slipstream overtake, and this is it. Mika, talk us through this, mate.
Yeah, Zdravko hoping he doesn't have the same unfortunate timing with the back markers as Gabor had before. It seems like he's following slipstream going, and it's easy overtake for Zdravko through Saitone. On the first race,
will Saitone come back at him?
from
No.
the last turn. And yeah, he's through, and by a good margin there, and he can probably pull away a little bit from here.
Yeah, that was fortunate backmarker traffic for Zdravko, and he'll hope to put this XRR between him and the Furtive Racing machine as he does. And that means that Furtive Racing for now have dropped down to P3. Fragmasters back where they started in P2, only 1.8 seconds off the lead. And it is Roni Krumpusch who is driving an absolutely fantastic race for Race Green here.
Yeah, ahead of Zdravko, Roni caught Isaac Price in the worst spot. Isaac heads up driving by Isaac. He doesn't run the car all the way wide, take the line. He doesn't have to. He could open up the steering a little bit and gain a few hundredths, but decides to keep it tight so that Zdravko can get by him on the outside, avoids slowing Zdravko down, doesn't slow himself down. And now that puts Zdravko Deponiak right on the back of Roni Krumpusch. They're going to catch more back markers. This is the worst place for Roni Krumpusch to capture back markers. Boys, it's about to pop off. Zdravko Deponiak is all over the back of Roni as they navigate these back markers coming around the chicane and the final corner on this lap. I think Zdravko is he's starting to stretch his legs a little bit. He's starting to push a little bit harder. He might have the measure of his competitor, but he has to avoid making mistakes.
We've seen a couple of mistakes from Zdravko so far, so let's hope he can keep those out of the race for the rest of the time.
Well, we have been
really
treated
close to Roni here.
Yeah, we have been treated to a fantastic race this afternoon, and it culminates in this 44-minute shootout. Most teams have to make a pit stop in that time, which throws an extra uncertainty into it.
That is
this race is gonna. Yeah.
Stunning lap from Zdravko. He has dipped into the 2-minute flat range, 2 minutes .91. We know he can go even quicker than that, and he's in Roni's slipstream. They have dropped Pablo Saitone. He is gone in the background. Now Zdravko, as I said a minute ago, he just has to avoid making mistakes. A little bit of luck with the back markers. Roni has caught another back marker in a terrible place, has to jump on the brakes and slow through turn 4. This is how it goes.
Well, he's got through, and now Zdravko has to deal with this back marker. The Team America FXR, can he drive around the outside? No, he's being patient. This is good racecraft from Zdravko. Didn't want to force the Team America car offline, and he's biding his time. He's being a gentleman about it. Good stuff.
Yep, that was smart. He probably could have forced it there, but it's a little bit risky. There's still 43 minutes left in this race, so he doesn't have to force it there. He's got time. I think he knows he's quicker. So no sense with that much time left in the race and the kind of pace he has in the car to try to make a pass happen when he doesn't really need to. And I mean, there's going to be a steady stream of back markers. There will be another one. He'll have his opportunity. That one didn't benefit him very much. He lost a little bit of time, but it will come back to him. As we've said, there's an ebb and flow to navigating this traffic. He might follow. Yeah, he's done it again. He wisely follows a small Kavicius through the chicane here. I think he had enough time to send it. Smolkovich is taking the racing line there. He could have been a little more polite about that. Zdravko has to take kind of a nasty line to get around him. But again, he has time on his side. He has pace. He doesn't have to force it. He just has to avoid making mistakes. Meanwhile, in front, Roni's doing the job. Yeah, it's the same story for Roni. Avoid mistakes, which he has done. He's negotiated the back markers pretty well. He's gotten a little bit more lucky than Zdravko has on the last couple laps. Roni Krampusch just as entitled and seems just as likely to win this race. I feel like it's anyone's win at this point.
Yeah, this is really impressive. The amount of safety cars throughout this race have really helped with this towards the end, obviously. But you can't predict the order. You couldn't have predicted this order at 12 o'clock this afternoon. It seems like a long time ago, but yeah, we have had a massive shake-up in this race, and I'm all for it because Race Green are holding their own at the front of this field. Very, very talented field indeed. More back markers for Roni to navigate. This will be a tricky one. Oh, it's not a friendly corner, that. And he's picked up some dirt. And it looks like, if I'm honest, it looks like the Gutskas is having some trouble with the QWE racing car. The LMP is holding the Gutskas up. That car should have checked out by now, but it's struggling. And now Zdravko is going to be in trouble. Is he? Nope. The Gutskas gives him the inside through Spoon. Saitone right there now as well.
Yeah, that was a little bit optimistic from Zdravko, but he's far enough back now, and he caught the traffic in such a bad place. And I think he's driven enough with Vitautas Lagutskas that he trusts Vitautas to make a good decision. He knew he could poke his nose up the inside there and make it stick and not come together. But when you make a decision that late and you're closing that quickly, sometimes things can go wrong. Gabor, I don't think Gabor saw Zdravko there. Zdravko made a late lunge to the right side of the road, and Gabor was moving over on him. I think Gabor probably expected him to follow. He's going to hold up Pablo Saitone. They go side by side through the chicane there. That looked like a close call to me, but everyone's through. Gabor's still in the lead. Zdravko up the road, though Pablo Saitone has caught him up a little bit. That cost Zdravko a full second on that lap. The last time by, he did a 2 minutes .91. This lap at 2 minutes 1.91. That's how much difference the back markers can make.
Yeah, indeed. They can change a race, but we can't have races without back markers. We're not demeaning them. It is just part of endurance racing. Everyone's a back marker at some point.
Oh, Zdravko's nearly looped it. He went too deep into turn 4. That's going to put Pablo Saitone even closer. He needs to collect his thoughts here a little bit, take a few breaths, and settle down. Pablo Saitone needs to put pressure on Zdravko, force him into these tiny little mistakes that add up. And Roni doesn't have to do anything differently. Roni now has a comfortable lead again, up to 2 seconds. He doesn't have mirrors full of Zdravko like he did a couple laps ago. While we've been talking about all of this, we looked back to Jared Mead a few moments ago, and Jared is holding his own in 4th position. I think he's got a nice buffer ahead and behind. He's comfortably there. And his teammate, Eric Blixt, who we know is very quick, did a really great job in that car, running it in as high as 2nd place, I think on the merits of his own pace earlier. Looks like he is poised to take over for the final stint. We'll see what happens when everybody comes in. We should see everybody in within the next few laps. It's this is coming down to the wire, and it's this is nail-biting stuff. I feel like anyone could take this. It is so close.
Yeah, and we have a battle between 4 cars in LMP and 4 cars in GTR as well. Simple as that. The pit stops, the final pit stop will sort this out. A late safety car could have an effect. We've had safety cars already that have had effects on the racing, and it's only just beginning. Get your popcorn, get your cups of tea now. You don't want to leave the screen.
Oh, Pete, I have just made an observation.
Oh no!
So if we look at the top 3, Roni Krampusch is comfortably in the lead, and I suspect that Stravko knows what's up because he's pretty smart. He does not have to press Ronan Kronpush because Ronan Kronpush is going to lose the lead of this race. Ronan Kronpush has to take tires. Stravko Duponiak and Pablo Saitone do not. So as long as they don't make any mistakes in their pit stops, this will be a 2-horse race between Stravko Duponiak and Pablo Saitone. Roni Kronpush will have to take tires. These two do not. So it's a fuel stop for the drivers in second and third. Roni Kronpush is going to fall back probably to third position. All other things being equal. We've seen so many unexpected twists and turns today. One little mistake, one car going off, one safety car, can completely change the complexion of the race so quickly. But at this point, it looks like Roni Kronpush is probably going to fall back on the next stop because they have to take service that the trailing cars do not.
That's a great observation, and I cannot get enough of this view, Travis. It's so refreshing to see, an LMP2 car blasting around Kyoto in Live for Speed. It's so novel. I love it.
It looks so good, and this circuit in particular, it looks so good too because the Kyoto circuit is one of these fast, classic Grand Prix circuits. There's a few. I think we all agree that the chicane is a little bit cheesy because it's too fast and just shockingly dangerous. But the rest of this track is such a high-speed circuit. It's wide open. You've got the mountains in the background and this beautiful shot through the cockpit of an LMP2 car. Yeah,
this is why we are here today for this. Live for Speed keeps on delivering for us, and it's a pleasure.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
Stravko Duponiak is in the lead of the race. Roni Kronpush has ducked into pit lane.
He has indeed. Oh well, here we go. It's happened. Roni's in the pits, and he's doing the exact work that you predicted, and so that will drop him down the order. But how far will he drop down the order? Eric Blixt is in the car. He's in the Savage Mead Sports car, so Jared has handed the car over. So if this car ends up taking the flag, it will not be Jared Mead at the wheel. So less excited voices from me for sure, but I'll be happy enough to see Eric get a good result with this car.
So Roni came out a few seconds ago with fresh rubber and a load of fuel to carry him to the end of the race. Eric Blixt, just coming around at the back part of the circuit now. So regardless of the service that they took, it is a big gap. So unless Roni comes up with a big boo-boo, which would not be the first time during this race, looks like he's pretty comfortably in third, though.
The two ahead of them are very close.
Magic just connected. I guess he'll be just spectating the end of the race because Roni just took service.
Well, they're not allowed. The drivers are not allowed to stay in the server. The drivers aren't allowed to hang around.
He connected and disconnected.
So maybe he was.
Then he just disconnected. Yeah, not sure what's up there.
It might have been an option for the end of the race then, potentially between those two. I'm more interested in this. This is getting spicy.
So this would be a good time for Stravko to stop. Oh, I would dive in there instead of losing that time. He knows he has to stop before the end of the race. Just get in, avoid the back marker entirely. Though the back marker was kind of hugging the side of the track, so tough to make a split-second decision like that. But Pablo Saitone is all over him now. Pablo Saitone is going to take a look, decides not to do it. I think Pablo knows that he can just follow Stravko around. They are level on pace. They're doing nearly identical lap times. This is cat and mouse stuff. Both of them jockeying for position. Each of them has to stop one more time. They don't have to take rubber. It's just fuel and go hard as they can until the end. Stravko keeps hanging the rear of the car out on entry to that corner. I feel like that's dangerous stuff. He's tempting fate turning in so late and so aggressively, but I guess maybe he's comfortable doing it. It seems like he's working. It's working because he's done it lap after lap. This is... I didn't anticipate this being so exciting, such a nail-biting finish to the very end of this race. We know these two are going to be nose to tail to the end, bar some kind of, unfortunate incident or a mistake like that. No, Stravko goes off into the tires, and so's Pablo Saitone. They both went too deep into the corner. They put wheels off, Stravko hard into the tires, and Pablo even harder into the tires. They both have to make a stop.
That must be the cheeks of the year. Just as you say, the Mod make a big mistake.
Stravko. Travis, what did you do?
I didn't mean to.
I mean,
So
I've done some jinxes in my time, but Travis, that takes the biscuit, mate.
Yeah, I've never jinxed two drivers running line astern like that. Zdravko conservatively into the chicane. That car is bent. The left front suspension
What
looks
were
like
you
it's
saying
cambered
about
out slightly.
Roni Krombus? What were you saying about
well,
Roni?
Roni might be in it. I wonder if these guys. I wonder if they'll take repairs or not.
If they have to repair damage, Ronnie certainly has a chance to come back and win the race.
Absolutely. This is horrendous for these two now. That was a big hit. That was a big hit from both of them.
Yeah,
and they're now driving crippled cars to the end of the race.
Yeah,
Flat
so
out.
the left side of the car is broken pretty badly on Zdravko's car. They lost 5 seconds to Roni on that lap. He's still pretty far back, but not out of it. And now, that car does not want to turn right because the left side suspension is so badly damaged. You can see the toe is okay, but the camber's a little bit off, and there's pretty bad damper damage on the left side of Zdravko's car. Pablo Saitone got away a little bit better, but yeah, I bow to that. That was me. I jinxed them both at the same time. I have incredible magical powers, and maybe Roni's back in it.
Roni has to be back in it. With that, this is going to be tentative times now from Zdravko. That is not going to be a fun car to drive. Look at the front left of Zdravko's car. Not in a good place. Towing out, I think.
Yeah, it's towed out a little bit, and the camber is. Yeah, he wants 3 degrees negative camber,
he had to lift
and it
through
looks
turn
like
9.
it looks like positive camber on the left front wheel, and that is the most important. That's the most important tire around this circuit.
Those tires are going to be screaming.
You can lose so much time through that curve, turn 9.
You could suppose that Zdravko wants to do this a bit or like earlier now, like immediately. It would help the car so much, but yeah, it's up to him. You really got to repair the damage, so it takes time as well. It's a hard balance to choose out which one you want to do. Kill the tires or just take your loss and repair the damage.
Yeah.
37 seconds the gap now. So we'll have to keep an eye on this gap. There is half an hour remaining in this race, and Zdravko and Saitone may have just ruined their chances of a top step. It's a long way to go. Anything can happen. But it's going to be more difficult for those two now. Roni just has to keep it clean. He cannot afford to make a mistake.
So Roni's laps are good, but I don't. If he had to catch them up, he's not quick enough to actually catch them. I feel like he could push a little bit harder, but we've seen what happens when I suggest that people might make mistakes. Roni's running conservatively. What I wonder is, Mo probably knows this, and we'll hear it in our ears after I ask this question. I wonder how much time a tire change adds to a pit stop, because Pablo Saitone and Zdravko Toponiak they're giving up a little bit of time driving suboptimal machines right now, and they gave up 5 seconds, almost 6 seconds, in that mistake. How close is it with Roni?
While Chris does the maths in the background on that one, we're watching Legutskas, who's had to forfeit first place to Gabor and continues to drop back. 6 seconds now, the gap. And we do expect to see these guys in the pits one more time before the end, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, so hearing from Chris that fuel and tires is about a 20-second stop, and Roni is 38 seconds behind. So, yeah, 20 seconds stationary, and then probably 15 or 20 seconds to get into pit lane and out of pit lane. I think. Oh no! Pete,
oh no!
As though
VSC.
So now,
This race
Roni
just
Krampusch
keeps
is coming
surprising
into
us.
the chicane right now. Oh,
Car 31 has stopped. That is Luna, and it stopped just after Spoon Curve. Engine is off. It could be fuel. It could have run out of fuel, and in that case, it's going to be a long push, and it could be upgraded to a safety car. This is exactly what. Oh, but Zdravko's gone past the end of pit lane.
Yes, they were braking
Ronnie
for
gone
turn
in?
1 when
Ronnie
the
can go
VSC
in.
came out. Ronnie has been in.
He's been in. He doesn't need to go in again, does he? So, oh my goodness.
Yeah. So I guess so they equalize this by making everyone go around under the pit lane speed limiter. But if this could be a disaster for Zdravko and Pablo Satone. It depends on how long this VSC is. If it's a long VSC and they've got time to get around, they could get into pit lane. But if this
it could be upgraded.
It could be upgraded to a safety car. It could be they could just go around under VSC and then resume racing. That car's still stationary and no course car. There's the course car on the scene right now. So we'll see if they have to push this car all the way back. Yeah, trying to
has to step out of the booth. Travis just got to get a word in for him. Thank you very much to Mika for joining us today.
Was nice to chat for you for a while.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us, Mika. Thank you. That was a lot of fun.
Okay, handle next time. Cheers.
See you later. So the car, the 31, has been pushed behind the barrier, and
so I think this VSC will be ending instead of pushing the car all the way back around. They've gotten it out of the way. This is another great decision from the officials. I think this is brilliant to just get the car off out of the way. It was running so far down the order. It's effectively a DNF. So Zdravko and Pablo Satone are just coming under the bridge into turn 9 right now. They have to come into pit lane. They didn't benefit from that VSC at all. Ronnie Kronpusch we'll see the timing update at racing speed. He was about 35 seconds behind. I think Ronnie Kronpusch has the lead of this race.
I think you're right. I honestly think you're right. I think it's going to be so close. It's going to be just a showdown. It's going to be. They've only got to put fuel in. They don't need tires, so we don't know how long a fuel-only pit stop is going to be. It also depends how much fuel they need to the end. This is going to be close because it's not going to be a full tank, Travis.
No, it won't. It'll be they're 25 minutes. I expect they'll stop. I guess we'll see if they come in now. Negotiating back markers here. Looks like we got a replay of this incident as Z-Top is mired behind back markers. Z-Top is into the pits,
but we're going to get a replay of the incident first. Yeah, on board from Saitone into the walls. Zdravko off ahead of him, completely unrelated. They dropped it on their own, completely independently. Basically, he just followed him off in sympathy in the wheel tracks. So they just crashed in synchronization. I think both of them pushing they just carried too much speed into the corner. I'm so confused as to how or why that happens. Yeah, Zdravko's rolling. Pablo Saitone went around one more time, so he is ahead in the lead. Ronnie Kronpusch coming around the final corner right now, coming through the chicane. This is going to be close. Zdravko
just
by a mile.
now coming across the line. Yeah, you're right. He does. Ronnie Kronpusch at racing speed, but at the end of this straightaway,
it's
Zdravko
still close. He's not repaired damage, remember. He's got damage on that car. It's going to be look at him. He's having real trouble getting that car through turn 1.
Yeah, that
Ronnie
corner is so
Kronpusch has
critical.
got a chance.
Yeah, that corner is so critical because you carry so much speed down that long straightaway, and then again, turn 9, the Degner curve. You can lose so much time through there. Ooh, Ronnie nearly lost it on his own. That would have been tears.
Lagutskas is back in the lead of the Gabor battle. Not quite sure how that happened.
As Gabor is leaving, let's see. Gabor's coming through the final corner right now. Yeah, we'll have to see what happened to Gabor. We'll see if he stopped. Looks like we're
finding out what's happened here.
He might have fresh new rubber on. Yeah,
he made a 15-second pit stop, so yeah. Go for it, Travis.
Sorry, we're both very excited, Pete. Apologies to our viewers for us stopping,
Incoherent
talking
rabble.
over each other. Yeah, Gabor made a stop. I just got a poke from Nico at the same time. Nico is listening to us stumble over each other. So did make a pit stop. So came in for fuel. Gabor is good to go to the end of the race. Gave up the lead to Vitalis Lagutskas. I guess it remains to be seen if Vitalis Lagutskas needs to stop one more time. There's a lot to watch in the last 22 minutes of this race. Roni, absolute send through the chicane. Very precise, very quick. He can smell blood in the water. He's less than 5 seconds behind Zdravko Deponiak, who is driving a compromised machine. He can't get through the most critical corners on the circuit where he would carry all of this speed from the power of this V8 engine down these long straightaways. Roni Kronpush might just be in it. We've got to see, now that Zdravko Deponiak is up to speed, has done a racing lap, how fast he is going with the camber on the left front of this machine all out of sorts.
4.8, 4.2. He took 0.6 out of him on that lap alone. But he did have some traffic. Zdravko did have traffic.
Yeah, so that was Zdravko's out lap. He did a 2:09.32, so we'll need to see what his next lap is at racing speed. Roni did a 2:01.77. I think that is the fastest. If it's not the fastest, it's close to the fastest we have seen out of Roni the entire race. That is about the pace that Zdravko and Pablo Setone were able to do early on. So Roni has taken time out of Zdravko, coming down 21 and a half minutes left. Ooh, that was optimistic by Pablo to go around the outside there. He knows he needs to make a gap. His car is in better shape than Zdravko's, but it is going to be close regardless. Michael Malik, so meanwhile, all of this is happening, Pete. Michael Malik has come up to 5th place.
Yeah, he's a lap down on these guys. Unfortunately,
Pete, sorry,
hello?
Roni off at turn 9.
Oh,
he did the same
me.
thing
What?
his competitors did. He went a little bit wide and put a wheel off, and he's into the barrier. It doesn't look like he hit it as hard as they did, but he's just given that time back to Zdravko.
Unbelievable. He could have taken it so gently. There's no need. Oh, it's such a shame. We'll get a replay of it, and I can't believe it. Our top 3 throwing it off the track in the last 40 minutes of the race. And Roni, he had one hand on it.
Well, we know what we'll ask these guys, but when we get them in for interviews, we know Zdravko.
None of them are going to want to talk to us after this huge.
I certainly wouldn't want to either. Roni negotiating the back markers after he's done his boo-boo at turn 9. Pablo Setone also negotiating back markers. He's going to be right behind the 96 car. He does get through right before this corner. Pablo Setone, I think he's lost time on account of negotiating slower traffic on this lap. He's done a 2:03.25. Zdravko Deponiak, we need to see how quickly he's gone. Zdravko did a 2:03.19, also negotiating traffic. So I think they're okay. I think they're on similar pace. Roni could still snatch this away, but he's just a little bit far back after that mistake. He has to be perfect, and he has to hope for another mistake from Zdravko Deponiak. Sorry about the silence there. We got a confusing message in our ears that Pablo Setone, driver of the number 10 Furtive Racing Machine, currently leading the race, has to give the first position back to car 44.
An unbelievably confusing message.
I have no idea what's happened here.
Yeah,
so
we'll get confirmation.
Yeah, Pablo Setone high on the baking. Zdravko sweeps through into the lead, and we're looking for a replay of Roni Kronpush going off at turn 9.
Setone's coming back at him immediately.
Yes, he is.
So he's let him through, and then immediately has gone through again. So is that allowed? I mean,
I'm not sure.
I would say fair game. He was ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this in Formula One, and nobody was happy about it. I don't expect Zdravko to be very happy about this. He's trying to negotiate these backmarker LMP2s while he's racing for the win of a 6-hour endurance event.
Pablo overtook
Pablo
under
Saitone.
VSC, yeah, and therefore has to give the place back to Zdravko. So there was a swap. There was a swap down into the chicane, and Pablo thought that's enough of an overlap. I'm just going to go straight back past. So we'll see what the stewards make of that. But 18 minutes to go, and we have drama like none we've ever seen. Nothing has even come close to this, Travis, in recent times.
No, not at all. This is the most exciting, the most dramatic finish that I recall in any one of the events I've covered with the Sim Broadcast team. Pablo Saitone, we see him, the car nervously getting through that corner. He's got the back marker in between him and Zdravko Toponiak. That is Jimmy Virtanen in between them. Not a factor in this race. Zdravko, probably he's got to be a little bit frustrated with the back markers. They're not in contention at all. They could just jump out of the way, though. It may be that Jimmy Virtanen is actually racing. Is he racing the car behind? I don't know that he is. That's Ipsala in that car.
No,
they are.
He's
racing.
not racing the
They
car
are racing.
behind him. Oh no, they are. Yes, they are racing.
Yeah, Ipsala is 2 seconds
on
behind.
the
So
same lap. Yeah, not
Yeah,
directly. Sorry, I got confused.
No, that's
Yeah.
okay. Jimmy Virtanen wants to get on with it because he has a race of his own, and he might be a little bit quicker than these guys right now because they've they put their cars in the tire barrier.
We have to
But
give some
still-
attention to the GT class, Travis.
We do.
I want to mention that Smogavicius is gaining slowly on Gabor after Gabor's 15-second pit stop. The gap down to 5 seconds now between Gabor and Smogavicius, and there's only about 17 seconds separating the top 3 in GT as well. So it's really, really close. Isaac is 12 seconds behind Smogavicius.
Oh,
that gap could come
sorry,
down.
Pete,
Oh no!
sorry to interrupt you. Oh, Zdravko
Oh, my
Toponiak
goodness
has been
me.
hit. He's collected Jimmy Virtanen. We need to see a replay of this. We'll see if we can pull this up. He was trying to get through Jimmy Virtanen, and they collided on the way into the hairpin. Zdravko Toponiak has to be sick and so frustrated with Jimmy Virtanen. He's racing Pablo Saitone. Go ahead,
We've
Pete.
got Chris melting in our ears here. He's got so many replays lined up that we need to get through, but just more material keeps coming our way. An absolute disaster for Zdravko and Fragmaster, and Jimmy Virtanen. Did you say Jimmy Virtanen caused that one, Travis?
I don't know if he caused it. I just caught it as we were talking about the GTR leaders, but there was.
All right.
They did come together. Roni Krompush now in the background, lurking there behind Zdravko Toponiak. Replay coming up now. We'll see them coming into the hairpin shortly. This is Roni's off earlier, so we'll have a look at this. Yeah, he just dropped a wheel off and then hard into the barrier.
But lucky he didn't hit
caught
the front end.
bodywork.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what happened to Roni. He didn't need to be taking risks into turn 9, but he was pushing, and fair play to him, he was pushing. He's only 8 seconds off the lead of this race still. Here he is, look, he's right behind Zdravko.
Yeah.
Here he goes.
Roni Krompush now challenging Zdravko. He's going to be by... Oh, I thought he would get by there easily, but Zdravko has to give up the position. Roni, big slide on the exit of the corner. Both of them, I think, will be very frustrated with this back marker. At this point in the race, we talk about how it is the responsibility of the prototype driver, the faster class, to safely negotiate the slower cars, which is true up to a point. At this point in the race, when the driver is so far off the pace and so far behind, there's no reason why a GTR driver shouldn't be well off the racing line and giving them plenty of space and time to get through safely. Either way, Roni benefits, and he is trying to catch Pablo Saitone. Still waiting to see if we can get a replay of Jimmy Virtanen and Zdravko Toponiak coming together in the final corner on the previous lap. But Roni looks comfortable now. Roni's last lap. I can't see Roni's last lap, but we're about to see him come across the line. I expect this will be pretty quick, probably in the 202, maybe 203 range. Zdravko going to be a bit slower, obviously, compromised by the traffic, and then having to yield to Roni in the fast turn 9. Roni does a 202.08, so not quitting. 8 seconds behind Pablo Saitone. But
did Saitone come in the pit lane yet?
He hasn't been in pit lane yet, or if he has, we completely missed it. So he may yet have to stop. There's no way he stretched the fuel. Sounds like Chris has the replay for us coming up now. This is trying to negotiate the backbars. Oh, Jimmy just laid on the brakes.
Jimmy.
And then
nowhere. A further hit from Ipsal.
Yeah, nowhere for him to go. Yeah, bad show from Jimmy Virtanen. he's racing the car immediately behind him, but when the leader is through like that, you have to yield and let him go. There's no reason to race somebody who's actually running for the win like that. It's an easy mistake to make when you're also in your own race, but that's those kind of things you just have to let them go and take the chance that you might have a closer race. That was pretty tight by Gabor through the tires and the bollards there.
Gabor is not.
Ronnie
he's not
Kron pushes
gaining
into
currently.
a back marker. Oh, Pete, sorry, Ronnie Kron pushes
Why
into
do I
a
keep
back
moving
marker,
the cameras
and
away
Zdravko
from
Doponiak
LMP drivers?
wins it. Zdravko Doponiak split the two cars. It was the EQW car, collected Ronnie Kronpush. The two of them spun to either side of the road, and Zdravko Doponiak went through the two spinning cars in the middle of the road. Zdravko Doponiak, he called our attention to his amazing pass around Ronnie earlier in the race, and this is even more spectacular. Waiting for Chris to get a replay. He's sick of us asking for replays because there's so many things happening. He can't keep up. It's gone away from Ronnie again.
Yeah, Ronnie is it hasn't gone his way, but it's still not over. There are still plenty of laps left here. 12 minutes is a long time when you're driving this fast and this hard. Oh my goodness me. Pablo Saitone could win this. He could also get disqualified. Who knows? Anyone could win this. I'm amazed, actually, that Eric Blixt hasn't managed to close up more than he has. He has closed up a staggering amount while these three have been causing chaos up front. And now you can see Ronnie starting to struggle. Yeah,
Eric Blixt is not far behind. Here comes the replay of Ronnie Kronpush coming together. Ronnie did that himself. The back marker was just an innocent bystander there.
Yeah.
Ronnie put a wheel off. And then looped it and just happened to clip the back marker, and Zdravko Doponiak, heart-stopping, heads-up driving, split the two of them. Meanwhile,
we're going to try the replay again from on board. Yeah.
We're pulling up the replay from on board. Meanwhile, Pablo Saitone, with 11 minutes left, coming through this sequence of bends, we believe he still has to take fuel. In which case, Eric Blixt would be promoted to the podium because he's not that far behind. Surely
has he played this perfectly? I don't know.
Maybe he has.
I don't think he has. I mean, unless he's saved fuel while all this drama's been going off. I doubt it. Unless he just needs the tiniest splash and dash, or by some miracle we missed it. Well, at the moment he's doing everything he needs to do, and the gap is going up. It's 10 seconds now to Zdravko. It's not enough, obviously, if he needs to go down pit lane. The drive through pit lane alone is longer than that. We haven't even been talking about the GT battle. The GT battle is pretty, static at the moment. The gaps haven't changed at all. The only gap that's changed, really, is Isaac on Smoked Vicious. I think the only big change in GT at the moment is that Isaac Price, who everyone's trying to navigate at the moment, could catch up to Smoked Vicious and steal away a podium from the Born to Race team.
Yeah, he's still
Chris
a few seconds behind
Travis.
on the road. No, go ahead.
Let's watch this from on board. Ronnie out of turn 9 through turn 10. Here he comes. He's looking at back marker. He's thinking, right, where can I go? Where can I go? Where can I go? The back marker. It's difficult, Travis. It's difficult.
Yeah.
But ultimately,
there you could see. Zdravko comes streaking through the shot from that onboard. Yeah, that's a tough call. That part of the circuit is so fast that you can't slow down. You can't go offline there because there's only one line, and it's so quick. And the back marker is just trying to manage the end of the race. Ronnie caught a little bit too quickly, and then I think realized a little too late that the back marker had nowhere to go, couldn't yield, and then just clipped the back of the back marker and put a wheel off. And then incredible heads-up driving by Zdravko to see that, keep his foot in it, and just go streaking in between two spinning cars. 2 hours ago, we talked about how exciting it was that all of these things were happening 2 hours from the finish of the race. And now, like in the last 10 minutes, it's building to this crescendo. Cars making mistakes, going off, drivers splitting back markers, spinning off in front of leaders. This is by far the most exciting conclusion we have ever had to one of our broadcasts. This is bananas.
Flashing is happening as well. We've got classic Le Mans headlight flashing happening from Saitone. He needs these cars to get out of the way because the Zdravko is catching him.
How is Zdravko catching him? That car is It is so crippled at this point. He's been in the barriers and through the tires, and he's had Jimmy Virtanen, in his ear, literally in his ear through the door of the car. This is incredible. I think 9 seconds that's a stretch to make up in the last 8 minutes, but I think if anyone could do it, it is Zdravko Deponiak. This is crazy.
If you're just joining for the last few minutes of this, then you have missed an absolute treat this evening, and all day, in fact. This has been an amazing race, and it's coming to an end at the moment, and it's still anyone's game in both classes. At the moment, Lagutskas has an 11-second lead in GT. Isaac Price is catching Smog Vicious for the podium in GT. Pablo Saitone is living on borrowed time at the front of the LMP class, and Zdravko and Roni, well, when they're not crashing, that they're really close together. 3 seconds only now between them, and Eric Blixt is catching all the time. I don't think Eric has a chance at a podium at the moment. 47 seconds off is a long time, but the podium in both classes is pretty much still wide open.
You say that, and yeah,
I said it now.
It's a stretch for them to get a podium, but we have seen so much transpire in the last few seconds. Pablo Saitone, I think the back marker, I don't know what the back marker was doing there. There's no reason to be in the middle of the road for any reason at that point on the circuit. But here on board with Roni Krampusch trailing Zdravko Deponiak, who is the car turning into turn 9 right now. Roni a little bit more conservative through there this time through. Don't really blame him for that. Man, he's 2 seconds behind. Zdravko Deponiak, can hear him just dip the throttle and dab the brake to get the car to turn in. Zdravko Deponiak coming through a backmarker GTR car right now, so he's got a bit of a buffer to Roni Krampusch. Zdravko Deponiak, I don't think he cares about Roni Krampusch behind him now, second or third, it doesn't really matter to him. He's trying to catch Pablo Saitone, but 10 seconds, that gap is growing. It was 9 through the start-finish line just a few moments ago. Pablo Saitone appears to be in control, but I'm still not certain with 6 minutes remaining that he has the fuel to go to the finish. We didn't see him stop, and we were pretty certain with 40 minutes remaining that he needed to come in for fuel.
Yeah, I'm a bit baffled by that. We'll get Chris on it in the background to see whether he has been in the pit lane, if it's possible to work it out, but we'll see what happens. 10 seconds now the gap, so Zdravko has dropped back a little bit. Roni, however, now is definitely catching Zdravko. 1.5 seconds. These two are going to be fighting at least for P2 by the end. Oh my goodness me.
The tracker says he has done 9 pit stops, so I think we must have missed one.
Right. So he's played it perfectly then.
Played it perfectly other than the mistakes that have nearly cost him the race. Fortunately, his competitors making the same mistakes at the same places around the circuit. Yeah, he had a 9, we're hearing in our ears from Mo that he had a 9-second fuel stop. Close enough to the finish of the race that about 20 minutes ago, so we just completely missed it. And all of the other drama, we missed him coming in. Thought maybe he was off cycle with Zdravko Deponiak, but that is in fact not the case. That said, Zdravko Deponiak has brought in 2 seconds in the last lap. There's a car off in front of Pablo Saitone. That was one of the LMP2 back markers. It is off on the left side of the road before the spoon curve. Pablo Saitone through there safely, and Zdravko Deponiak also through. Zdravko coming around Gabor.
And that was Ipsala as well, having an issue ahead of Smug Vicious here. Currently third in in GT, and gaining on him, not necessarily fast enough at this point. It's Isaac Price. Garcia for Furtive Jr. is in a pretty close fight. This is for position, Travis.
Yeah, it is for position, but we've got to look away from this and call your attention to the lead of the race. Zdravko Deponiak has the bit between his teeth. It is now 6.5 seconds between Pablo Saitone. That was 11 seconds on the previous lap. What has happened to Pablo Saitone? There's one GTR car between Pablo Saitone and Zdravko Deponiak. Pablo Saitone going to be held up by this. Oh, that's one of the GTR leaders too. So Pablo Saitone can't just send the car through there without compromising one of the leaders' races. We can see Zdravko coming through Antonelli right now. Zdravko going to catch him in a perfect position. Pablo Saitone compromised by a back marker. Zdravko through very safely. This gap down to 5.7 seconds. will only have about 2 laps of racing remaining. Maybe, no, it should only be 2 laps of racing. I think this is too tight for Zdravko Duponiak, but he's made up so much time in the last lap.
Well, let's keep an eye. I mean, Saitone could be very well saving fuel. He might not have put enough in. It might have, it's possible. But let's keep an eye. This is a lot of time gain in the final moments for it to be pace alone. I think Saitone is either, he might have been caught up behind back markers or something. But let's see. Oh goodness me, Zdravko is throwing everything at this.
Yeah, so we're on board with Zdravko, who has absolutely sent it, just pitched it into that corner and prayed that the downforce would keep the car stuck to the track. Meanwhile, I'm following Pablo Saitone on board, and he was very slow through turn 9, very conservative, up on the curve, rolled out of the throttle and then back into it. Zdravko Duponiak has that gap down to 5 seconds. They're going to come across the line. Now. They might just, I don't think they're going to come across the line in time to make one more lap. I think Pablo Saitone will come across the line and get the white flag, but it's going to be pretty close. We'll see what this looks like when he comes through. Yeah, it's tight enough. It's tight enough. We're under 2 minutes right now. It's tight enough, and we could hear him breathe the throttle just a little bit coming out of the final corner. He might have gamed this, so there's only 1 lap remaining. Yeah, this has to be the white flag. We'll wait for a call from race control. He still did a 2:02.10, even though he was taking it easy in some of the more treacherous places of the circuit.
Yeah,
but he's catching back markers. There is no cars between Zdravko Duponiak and Pablo Saitone. Zdravko Duponiak coming into the first corner right now, Pete.
This is sweat. This is sweat time for Pablo. Yeah.
Yeah. He's catching an LMP2 back marker in these sweeping bends. This might be unlucky. That is, I believe that's Jimmy Virgin. That's Michael Malik ahead of him. Michael Malik, we know that he is a courteous driver. Expect to see him jump out of the way.
There might be one extra lap here. There might be one extra lap. This is not the final lap, I don't think. I don't think we've got the call from race control. I think there'll be one more after this.
Yeah, we have not indeed. You are correct.
But I think no. Yeah, in terms of the time, this is it. In terms of the time, this is it. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Pablo Saitone just dips onto the curb into turn 9 right now. He's catching Michael Malik, but not very quickly. He doesn't want to get held up behind him. Yeah, waiting to see. Zdravko Duponiak has lost a little bit of time, so I think he was slow to get around one of the GTRs that Pablo Saitone was able to get around pretty quickly. Now, Pablo Saitone, he'll get the benefit of the slipstream behind Michael Malik here, but has to follow him through this treacherous chicane, which is really tricky. This is a little bit scary. Breeze the throttle over the curbs, very slow through there. So Zdravko Duponiak, if he pitches it through there as quickly as he can, he'll gain a little bit of time, but still pretty close.
Right, the LFS timer says 5 seconds to go. This is the end of the race. This is it. Pablo Saitone has done just enough. Is he weaving in celebration already? Surely not, out of the final corner. We don't know if he's going to get a penalty or not for what happened with Zdravko, but we don't care really, because across the line comes the number 10 Furtive Racing LMP2 to win the LMP2 class ahead of Zdravko Duponiak, who fought an absolutely fantastic battle to get to the end there, Travis. What a race from those guys.
Yeah, just completely mental. Behind these guys, Vitalis Lagutskas is coming through to cross the line now. So Vitalis Lagutskas will be the GTR winner. He's the first GTR. We knew he was in the lead of the race. Across the line behind Pablo Saitone. Roni Kronpush faded a little bit at the end. Roni was in position to snatch the race away from the 2 cars ahead of him and just misses out because of his own mistake. I don't know that accounted for 12 seconds, but it certainly didn't help. Completely insane conclusion to this race, Pete. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, well, the race is over, and the clock has disappeared because it did not finish. That's an LFS classic for you right there. But we've still got finishes coming across the line. Eric Blixt, 4th in LMP, 57 seconds back in the end. He must have had some issues towards the end of the race, but Pablo Saitone and the Furtive Racing team can be very happy for one of their cars. Their other car had some bad luck. We still don't know what happened to the number 90. It just spectated, it left the race, and that was that. But congratulations also, of course, to the insane battle throughout the race in the GTR class. The same teams at the top, but it was Vitautas Lagutskas who, he just did everything right in the end, and he brought that car home in first place in GTR ahead of Gabor and his team. We're just waiting for the final cars to come round before we can get full classification of the order, and then we will take our time for the results of what has been a special event organised by the Argentina Turismo team for us today.
There we go. The final run of results with Pablo Setone at the top and Zdravko Deponiak just 5 seconds behind as the last car comes across the line now to round out. It should be the 20th position finisher. There we go. Gentile in the very back. Oh, and finally classifying 2 cars that finished further down the order that have already crossed the line. We see Zdravko Deponiak taking up his podium position. Second place today, 5 seconds back. What might have been if he had not made that mistake? Pablo Setone, I think, is going to go into pit lane and repair so that he looks nice.
Repair his car. Yeah,
looks nice for the podium photo.
Zdravko should do the same if he can hear us.
Yeah, he really should.
That car is not looking great. Yeah,
he could just reset here now that it's done. Yeah, what might have been? Zdravko Deponiak in position, could have taken the win, but a bad mistake that compromised his car in the waning laps. Pablo Setone heads up driving. We'll see if the officials have anything to say about him giving up the position and then immediately retaking it. That's some people might tell you that is fair game. Others might say that's naughty stuff. We won't express an opinion. We just enjoyed the racing. But there we see the other podium finishers lining up in the background. Pablo Setone wins the LMP2 category, takes the overall honors ahead of Zdravko Deponiak in second place, with Roni Krampusch rounding out the podium. And then the GTR cars behind. Vitautas Lagutskas finishes first in the GTR category, with Gabor finishing second. A spirited drive by him to try to catch at the end, but came up a little bit short. And then Smalkovicius there finishing the GTR podium in third position behind Gabor. Yeah, I wonder if Zdravko's electing not to repair that car out of protest. He
maybe.
Yeah, that mistake that put him off and compromised his car won't. I think he'll be frustrated with that, but I expect he'll be more frustrated with Jimmy Virtanen, because even with that mistake, he still had a shot at it, but coming together with Jimmy Virtanen, I think, was the nail in the coffin. Ooh,
this was the final couple of moments of the race, and that was Pablo Setone. Can you believe it? That's what caused the damage that he went into the pits to repair. So he was coming up behind a back marker and completely choked it and decided to throw it in the wall at Spoon. And he only repaired it after the end of the race to go to the podium. So yeah, that is not ideal from Pablo Setone. But
yeah,
he still managed to bring it around to win.
Yeah, at that point, I guess he felt like he was, there was still a close race on, so he was pushing to get through the back marker, and then it's so easy to make those kind of mistakes when the margins are so small. Here we've got Ipsale crashing the podium photo here. Oh, more LMP cars.
Oh, and here we go. QWE Racing have joined in.
Yeah, this is a family photo now.
I don't mind it. Let's give the incredible safety car team some airtime. Here it comes. Here comes the safety car of the event, the Kyoto 6 Hours safety car. A very, very nice event by the Argentina Turismo team this evening. But Travis, we do need to do the full rundown of the finishing order. So let's get the formality out of the way, and then we can enjoy what a special event today has been. Winning in a time of 6 hours and 15 seconds, 0.89, it was Pablo Setone, the number 10 Furtive racing car, followed by Zdravko Deponiak, Roni Krampusch, and Eric Blixt. These guys, putting in super performances for their respective teams. Jimmy Virtanen in P5 for Master Race Car, Michael Malik for Ferrat Motors. Then we've got Logtenberg for Hare and Tortoise Racing, Ipsal for Lurkan Racing. Then we've got the number 13 of Lopez there in P9. Santandrew classified 3 laps down in P10 in the number 90 Furtive racing car. Unlucky but you know what it is. It's racing at the end of the day. That's how the cookie crumbles. Romano Diaz there in P11 for the number 7. Then we've got Tuntea, the Gutskas, Gabor, Smackvicious, Isaac Price, Braun, Garcia, Freire, and Gentile. So your GT winner there in 13th place overall, Vitautas Lagutskas for the 77. For the 77 team. What an event, Travis. I think everyone here can be pretty pleased with their performance.
I think so too. I'm going to stir the pot a little bit, stoke some of the post-race drama. This is hearsay because it is in the chat. But Tim Donater, who runs some of the events for the MRC team, has suggested to the Fragmaster team that they should protest the result. And someone from the Fragmaster team has said that they asked about it with the stewards. I should have clarified. The incident we're talking about is where Pablo Saitone was asked to give first position back to Zdravko Duponiak. They say that they were still overlapped, wasn't a clean position change. So Tim Donater suggested that they protest it, and the apparent decision from the officials was to hand out a 5-second penalty. And you see there the final result. Zdravko Duponiak finishes 5 seconds, 0.82 behind Pablo Saitone. So very close in the end. I think we'll wait to get more information there, but maybe not over yet. The plot thickens, Pete.
Well, if it's a 5-second penalty and it's official, then Zdravko Topolniak and Fragmaster got P2 by 8/10 of a second, which is still, pretty good achievement. But we'll have to see. Hopefully, this doesn't go too hard into the steward's office. But there we are, Pablo Saitone crossing the line in the replay there to win the overall event. I mean, what can I say? We can take a breather now, Travis, before we line up any interviews we've got this afternoon. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back for the post-race feature of our broadcast in just a moment's time. All right, we'd like to welcome you all back to coverage here of the 6 Hours of Kyoto, hosted by Argentina Turismo. And we needed to take a breather before the interviews because, wow, Travis, that was some race.
Yeah, that was. We have done some very exciting events. We've seen great racing. We have seen nail-biting finishes, but none like this. This didn't quit for 6 hours, and then the crescendo, the conclusion at the end of this race was just wild. This is this one's top of the heap for me.
Absolutely. To get a driver's eye view and also someone who was on this side of the camera for a little bit of the time, it's Zdravko Topolniak. Zdravko, give us your thoughts. P2 in the end.
Hello. Yeah, eventful race, I'd say. We tried hard to get the win. I don't think I've ever pushed a broken car as hard as I did today. It kind of started to go our way. We almost all the time we were the fastest car on the track, and then one lap there was just an enormous gust of wind on that one turn. I think it's turn 9, and both me and Pablo went off. It was just mid corner when I turned into the corner and it looked okay, and then just car went off, and I saw in the mirror that it was the same for Pablo. But the car was okay. I was still being able to post 0-0 laps, so it was all fine. It was just a bit less camber on that side, but I took it a bit easy behind Pablo just to save the front tires, to be sure that I have enough grip to the end. And yeah, then Pablo had to let me go ahead because he overtook me on VSC. I don't know why. We got a message that VSC is coming, slow down, and I just lifted and slowed down, and yeah, he just shoot past through, and I was like, okay, but I didn't want to overtake. I don't know, maybe I got the rules wrong, and then they said that he has to let me go ahead, but yeah, he didn't really give. I mean, he allowed me to overtake him, but he immediately overtook me back because he was in my draft. I'm not sure if that is giving the place back. Well, I don't think
the debate will rumble on.
Yeah. So my teammates told me that he will not give us the place back anymore. So we decided it's goal time, and I closed up right up, like 1 second behind him, and I think it was Virtanen from MRC on a blue flags ahead of us, and he lifted. I don't know why he would lift, but he lifted, and I managed to avoid him, go into final hairpin normally, and he hits me off from behind. So
yeah, we got a replay of that on the broadcast. That was a shame.
Yeah, I don't know. He lifted, but then he didn't brake enough, or he got loss of downforce in dirty air, and then I got hit by another LMP car. I think it was Ipsalo.
Yes, there was a follow-on contact with it.
Yeah. So the two contacts really ruined my rear tires, and I had basically a positive camber. It was I needed like 5 laps to understand how to drive the car. I think I drifted turn 3 or turn 2 like 3-4 laps in a row until I managed to get a hold of the car, and I cut down the lead from Pablo by 5 seconds, but it wasn't enough.
Pablo helped you a little bit with a couple of incidents of his own.
Yeah, I believe that without that hit from Virtanen and Ipsalo, I think we would had him. The speed was
Yeah.
there, the car was there, the motivation was there. I mean, we were talking in Discord all the time. We're not a small team. There was like 6 or 7 voices in my ear all the time, and we were just pushing like mad. Guys were calculating. We ended the race with 40% fuel, so maybe we need to buy better calculators.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
That's not like you.
in the end, getting a P2 while being a lap down after 1 hour of racing should be good. I don't know.
pretty good.
I don't know what the stewards will decide on the legitimacy of getting the place back.
I think they've given a 5. I think that the word on the grapevine is that they've been given a 5-second penalty, which means that you got second place by 8/10.
I mean,
but yeah.
I mean,
will
it's
see.
hard. It's hard. I understand. It's hard to judge. It's hard to judge how much of an advantage was there in that pass.
Yeah.
Whatever they take, whatever they decide, we take it. Pablo also had a great race. Like I think they made less mistakes than we did. We were quite lucky with that last safety car. I think my kid agrees. Yeah, we got quite some gifts this race, so we can't be like selfish and say we didn't win.
Yeah, I think if you go back
P2 is good.
If you go back and watch the replay, I think you might change your opinion that they made fewer mistakes, just in I think in the right place at the right time. True. And also if you go back and watch the end of the race, the incident with Jimmy Virtanen, he was actually racing Ipsala behind him. So I think he was trying to make sure he didn't lose the position, and then just made a mistake and got into you, and then Ipsala had nowhere to go. Unfortunate. I think. Yeah. Do you think without that incident, do you think? It sounds like you feel like you had a shot that you could get past him and take the win were it not for that.
Well, the car had a 59 lap in it. I just wasn't taking it too strong at a sorry. I just wasn't taking it 100% because the safety car forced us on a longer stint than we would like. And it doesn't make sense to save tires at the end of stint. They would just get cold. So I decided to save tires at the start of the stint. And I still wasn't quite sure if it's time to push or no. So I was content with being around Ronnie and Pablo and not pushing that much. But the speed was definitely there. The speed was there. Like a second per lap was in the car to take whenever we wanted to take it. So yeah, I'm quite confident we could have definitely fought for the win.
Zdravko, you're not going to
win it.
You're not going to believe this, but I speak Croatian, baby, and I believe he is saying stop putting race cars in the tire barrier.
You know what it is? He's actually amazed that I know English. I think it's the first time he's hearing me talk in English, and he's just watching with eyes fully open and not understanding why I talk like that.
I'm with Travis. I'm with Travis on this one, mate.
Yeah,
and I think he's telling you how to race.
It happens when you push. It happens when you push. I hope you got my pass on Ronnie on camera.
Oh,
we didn't just get your pass on Ronnie on camera. We got 2 replays of it. 2. And Chris in our ear is trying to find it again. So anyway, we could talk to Zdravko all night, but we do have another person in here. Zdravko, just finally and briefly, if you don't mind, give us your thoughts on the 6 Hours of Kyoto by Argentina Turismo.
Well, I like these guys. I like them that they made this happen. I raced with them already with Kyoto 500 last year. I woke up in 3 in the morning just to race the race. So they made a great job. Did you see the clock they made and the trucks, the safety car?
Of course, yeah.
It's like it's you know what the best words would be. it's next level. It's definitely next level. It's something that LFS can be if everybody tries hard enough.
Yeah, we cannot fault the effort by the organisers for this event. It's been superb. So thank you, Zdravko. We'll talk to you in the after show, of course. Michael, now you did 6 hours on your own. You said about, what was it, Travis, about 5 hours in when that safety car came that you could do another 19 hours. How do you feel now?
I'm feeling okay. Actually, I would restart the race and go again.
That's the spirit.
Let's go.
Well, let's go. Let's restart the race. Another 6. No, I'm kidding. I can't do another 6 hours. Even if you could do another 6 hours, I'm not prepared physically for another 6 hours of that much action. I think, Travis, I don't know. Could you go again right now?
I could. Well, you can see me, Pete, but nobody else can. I'm doing my discount Murray Walker impression here, standing and commentating. I could stand another 6 hours, but I think my voice has another 30 minutes.
Okay, we need to pace ourselves for a longer race, Michael. So yeah, not quite ready for that one just yet. Congrats anyway on your performance. How would you rate your performance and the event as a whole?
To be fair, if I could judge my performance on its own, I was absolutely delighted. I didn't expect to get near the lead, but after you saw, I got crashed in lap 1, and then 1 hour later I was fighting for the first place, so that was amazing. So that was definitely some potential for podium. Unfortunately, in about 2 hours in, I had the collision with Rene, which kinda started the downfall of things, and then I just got slapped down and couldn't really recover. So 6th place is about the best I could go. I could be 5th, but Jimmy was just a bit faster in the final laps and got lucky that I made a mistake by overtaking the GT car. So yeah, 6th place for me, but to judge the event as a whole, I really loved it, and I really hope that we get more races like this.
Yeah, if you guys, Michael and Zdravko, if you're watching the broadcast, you can see this is the slow motion of this replay that Chris put together shortly after it happened, and we were just giddy over the driving. Both Roni and you, Zdravko, like just masterful, expert driving here. We were so impressed by this.
Yeah, and mid-apex counter steering.
Yeah, exactly. Keep an eye on the front wheels as you head up the hill. It's quite a piece of driving, it has to be said. The two of you, very respectful. I do like this angle. Very nice.
So, Michael, you clearly enjoyed this event, and it sounds like you have enough energy to do another one. And your team organize a lot of events. Is there maybe an endurance race, a 12-hour, or maybe even a 24 in the future for MRC? Either one of your own or in collaboration with someone else?
I'm not aware of any such plan, but maybe, who knows, maybe in the future we make something like that. But I think NDR is the most experienced in making endurance events, so we would probably leave that to them and do just our unusual racing, like Rally Cross from Team Decnoder or my E-Challenge, be a 1 week, GTR one day, so this kind of events. But I think we are not yet able to make endurance events happening in sufficient quality.
Well, thanks for being honest. I'm sure you could, but it is a feat to put together an event of this quality. So it's a testament to Argentina Turismo again for the amount of effort they put in. But yeah, thank you, Michael, and congrats on doing it on your own, and for bending the arms of the organisers to be allowed to do it on your own, because originally it wasn't allowed.
That's correct, but I made big eyes and they allowed me to do, so I'm delighted.
So we're hearing that the Argentina Turismo team have told us that Pablo is available for an interview, but I don't know that we have him here in the server. So we'll see if we can figure that out. While we wait to see if Pablo is able to come in and talk to us, Michael and Zdravko, lightning round. Just round out your thoughts on this event and future of endurance racing in Live for Speed.
Michael should go first.
Fair enough. Go for it, Michael.
Okay, I expected Zdravko to go first as he had a pole position in drivers' interviews, but what was the question?
Oh, my question was, after this event, which we enjoyed so much, just round out your thoughts on this one and then the future of endurance racing in LFS. We've got a great package here with GTRs and LMP2 cars. Just your thoughts looking ahead.
It was amazing. I really enjoyed it. I hope to see another race like that in the near future. Hopefully with the new update, with new tracks and graphics and stuff. But even without that, we have a really nice environment in the first bit already, so I think we are quite ready to make other races like that. And what to say? I don't know.
Thank you. And you, Zdravko?
Well, I think the future is bright. Hopefully the developers can fix the problems the game has at the moment, and then they can just focus on I don't know, on whatever they want to focus. I hope they fix the problems that the game has at the moment, and yeah, then after that, if you get graphics, it's awesome. If they somehow make a layout, a track editor, that would be even better, because with mods, the community has shown that they want and they can do great mods. And maybe that will steer the LFS ship towards, I don't know, track editor, because if people can do cars, they can definitely do also tracks. And that would just open up the whole new world.
I agree. That would be fantastic. Thank you both for sharing your thoughts. Zdravko, it sounds like someone in your family has just told your son about your result, and he's not too thrilled about it. So we'll let you go take care of that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Pete, it sounds like we've got Pablo in the chat with us.
Yeah, Pablo, hello. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Hi, congratulations. 6 hours and 15 minutes. 6 hours and 15 seconds, in fact. And it was you in your number 10 Furtive Racing LMP2 car that came across the line in first place. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I was very, very nervous at the start of the race. I didn't took the first stint. It was my teammate Quinteros who took part in the first stint. Then I was very, very nervous on track. The wind was so unpredictable in some part of the race, on the track, sorry. And yeah, it was very, very hard. I had a lot of mistakes. But yeah, I gave him the car back to Quinteros, and we managed to do a good recovery.
Yeah, late in the race, we saw both you and Zdravko go off at turn 9, and Zdravko said that there was just a sudden huge gust of wind. We were stunned to see you both go off at the same time. We thought that maybe he had made a mistake, just gone in a little bit too quickly, and you followed him off. But it sounds like the weather conditions got you there.
Yeah, I think the wind changed there, so we both went off. It was very, very, very difficult at that moment, because we were fighting for the win, and yeah, it was very shocking, because at that time I was like, okay, I spun, but numbers spun too, and I was trying to go back on track as fast as I could to take his position. Well, in the end, he stayed in front until the virtual safety car came out.
Yeah, we're just watching some lovely shots of your liveries. Very well turned out were the Furtive Racing liveries today. How was it as an endurance race experience with the two classes today?
To be fair, this was my first serious endurance race. I tried once before on GTA Endurance by Fragmaster's team, and it wasn't too serious for me. I drove with Gero Loco, and wasn't that serious at that time. But now with people like Quinteros, Santandreu, Alfonso, They pushed me a lot to have a good pace, to practice a lot, and yeah, the multi-class pushed me a lot more to try and get a good result, because it wasn't like, okay, we are 20 drivers, we are only half of the drivers fighting for a win, or fighting for a good position. So yeah, they helped me a lot, and I'm super happy with this first experience on a long race.
Great stuff, and yeah, commiserations to the number 90, your teammates. Unfortunate, we still don't know what happened. Do you know what happened to them with their? We think they accidentally left the track and then rejoined. We're not quite sure why or how. The number 90.
He had some issues with the cabins. I don't know why, but he has the spectator button on the wheel, and he misclicked. Instead of clicking the traction control button, he clicked the spec button. So he went to spec, and he lost everything there. So it was unfortunately, because I think we could easily get a 1-2. Well, not an easy, but it was possible to get a 1-2 for 50 racing.
For sure. I mean, you had the pace, they had the pace, so anything could have been possible. That is something to learn for next time. Remove the spectate button from your wheel.
Yeah,
anything can happen in endurance racing, Travis.
Yes, it can indeed.
Well, thank you, gents, very much. And of course, a large thanks, the biggest thanks, in fact, to the Argentina Turismo team for hosting this event. Thanks to Jonathan Palmer from New Dimension Racing, who put together the tracker for this event and helped the Argentina Turismo team to put on the best event possible. Thanks, of course, to all of the commentators who've joined me in the box today. Travis, yourself, Mika Sarkinen, Owen Harmon, and of course Chris McElroy in the background with all the excellent information for us, plus replays today. And thanks to Pablo, thanks to Michael Malik, and to Zdravko Topolniak, of course, for your commentary and interviews. Wow, it's a lot of people to thank, isn't it? But yeah, from all of us here in the Sim Broadcasts commentary booth, to all of you, we hope you had a fun day. We certainly did, and we can't wait to see you at the next one. Take it easy, have a good one,